Chapter 909. The City of Gorging Clouds, the Broadhurst Residence. The two city lords, Yaris, Darkwater, and Darkstone, had stopped fighting long ago. They were kneeling on the ground with humble faces as they sensed the divine aura emanating from the darkness above their heads. All the gods cultivating in the energy of darkness in the city of Gorging Clouds knelt on the ground in panic. Boundless darkness enveloped the city of Gorging Clouds as if the light had never come. The density of the element of darkness in the city was 100 times higher than usual, forcing the elements of the other elements to temporarily disperse. The other elements in the city were unprecedentedly thin. The darkness above the Broadhurst residence grew denser and denser. It condensed into an enormous erratic shadow. A solemn, and heavy divine aura suddenly emanated from it, causing the hearts of many to tremble. Yaris, Darkwater, Darkstone, forget about your past grievances. As city lords of the Darkness Dominion, you shall not start a war over such a trivial matter. The deep voice sounded from the sky above the Broadhurst residence. There was no room for negotiation and no room for resistance. The three city lords, who had been fighting fiercely before, all had solemn expressions on their faces as they nodded at this voice. Yaris raised his head and looked at the enormous shadow formed from the purest darkness. He respectfully said, "Overgod, Hoffs and Wallace are dead. That man named Brian is a threat to our Darkness Dominion. I do not have absolute confidence that I can defeat him. Please, Overgod, let him return to the earth. I know what I'm doing. He will not return to the Darkness Dominion. If he dares to enter the Darkness Dominion again, I will personally destroy him." The majestic voice in the sky gave an answer. Soon after, it turned to Yaris and instructed, "Andre of the House of Saint will be the new city lord of the City of Shadows. Field of the House of Labors will be the new city lord of Hushvale City. Spread the news." Yaris stared blankly for a moment. He didn't understand why the Darkness Overgod didn't personally deal with Han Shua. From his point of view, even if Han Shua suddenly disappeared using some miraculous method, as long as the Darkness Overgod wanted to, there was no way Han Shua could escape from the Darkness Dominion. "Is there a problem?" Seeing that Yaris did not answer immediately, the dignified voice above his head sounded again, but this time the voice was slightly louder, giving rise to an unparalleled fear from the bottom of one's heart. Yaris was shocked. He knew that the Overgod's decree was irresistible. He hastily replied, "Andre of the City of Shadows will be the new city lord, but I have no idea where Field of the House of Labors is." Field used to be in the city of Gorging Clouds. However, after Larixon's son died at the hands of Han Shua, Donna left the Broadhurst residence with Field that very night. Larixon had been searching for the whereabouts of the Lavers family and Field, but to no avail. Yaris had no idea where Field was right now. "You don't need to know that. All you have to do is spread the news and Field and the Lavers family will appear in Hushvale City," said the Overgod of Darkness in an enigmatic voice. Yaris realized that the Overgod of Darkness must have a plan. Field and the Lavers family were driven out of the City of Shadows by Wallace. Ever since they arrived at the City of Gorging Clouds, they had been depressed and frustrated. But after the death of Larixon's son, they had no choice but to flee again. From Yaris' point of view, the Lavers family only existed in name. He did not expect that the Overgod of Darkness would issue such an order. Although puzzled, Yaris did not dare to disobey the Overgod of Darkness's order. He nodded respectfully. The Overgod of Darkness, above his head, softly acknowledged. Suddenly, the boundless energy of darkness that shrouded the city of Gorging Clouds receded like a receding tide. Light once again shrouded the city of Gorging Clouds. Yaris heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Darkwater and Darkstone beside him and said in an unsightly face, "If it wasn't for the Overgod's order, I wouldn't have spared you today." Darkwater rolled his eyes and softly groaned. He said, "Yaris, The two of us traveled thousands of miles to help you out of goodwill. Your brother's death was entirely caused by that Brian. Even if we hadn't done anything, he would still have died. You should have vented your hatred on that fella instead. If it wasn't for the Overgod's appearance, the two of us would have died in the city of gorging clouds. Yaris, we have given you face, said Darkstone in a gloomy face. Humph, if Wallace and Hoffs hadn't promised to give us a crystal mine, would the two of you have come? Yaris sneered and said, forget it. He's already dead, and we have gained nothing. Sigh, why didn't the Overgod kill him? If the Overgod had killed him, he wouldn't have escaped death as long as he's in the Darkness Dominion. Darkwater and Darkstone wore puzzled faces. Darkwater hesitated for a moment before he cautiously raised his head and looked at the sky. He said, I heard from Wallace that fella has a close relationship with the daughter of the goddess of destiny. Could that be the reason? Yaris' eyes flickered for a moment before he nodded and softly sighed. Forget it. Go back and spread the news. I didn't expect that Hushvale City would be taken over by Field. He sure is lucky. Darkwater and Darkstone also couldn't understand the Overgod of Darkness arrangement. They shook their heads and left the Broadhurst residence. On a barren mountain in the northwest of the city of Gorging Clouds, Hanshua was panting heavily with blood all over his body. The invincible Omen body automatically protected him. Demonic yuan circulated rapidly within his body. A few seconds later, the torn wound, tendons, and flesh squirmed. Very soon, the incessant flow of blood stopped, and the wound began to scab over at a rapid speed. After reaching the Skybreak realm in demonic arts, the damage caused to the body by using demonic disassembly was no longer a threat. With a single thought, the demonic yuan would heal all the damage to the body. Han Shua would only need some time to fully recover from the injuries he had sustained. After stabilizing his injuries for the time being, he prepared to leave the Darkness Dominion. The sudden arrival of the Overgod of Darkness gave Han Shua a strong sense of danger. He knew that he was no match for the Overgod of Darkness for the time being. Therefore, he had to leave the Darkness Dominion as soon as possible. The power of the Overgod of Darkness was just too terrifying. Han Shua didn't feel safe staying in the Darkness Dominion. Han Shua streaked across the Dominion of Darkness, unleashing all of his energy and flying as fast as he could. 7 days later, Han Shua finally left the Darkness Dominion and arrived at the edge of the Death Dominion. He had killed Wallace, Hoffs, Larrickson, and Ralph. In Han Shua's opinion, he had achieved his goal. Although Han Shua had offended the even more terrifying Yaris, Darkwater, and Darkstone, and might even incur the wrath of the Overgod of Darkness, Han Shua believed that once he entered the Fringe and arranged for the Han family to settle in the Pandemonium, they wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. The only thing that made Han Shua's heart tremble was the Overgod of Darkness. However, he couldn't understand why the Overgod of Darkness didn't attack him after he caused such a huge commotion in the Darkness Dominion. Judging from the strength the Overgod of Darkness had displayed in the city of Gorging Clouds, Han Shua didn't think that the Overgod of Darkness could easily escape. Why? I have killed 2 city lords, Hoffs and Wallace. Why didn't he attack me? Han Shua couldn't figure out the answer to this question even after he arrived at the Ronson Canyon. After arriving at the Ronson Canyon, Han Shua spread out his consciousness and soon found a god hunter hiding in the dark. Han Shua's figure blurred and appeared before the god hunter. Before the god hunter could resist, Han Shua grabbed the god hunter by the neck and asked, "Where's Scarlet?" Who are you? Why are you looking for our Lord Chief?" The god hunter was shocked, and he cried out in panic. Han Shua chuckled and released the god hunter's neck. He smilingly said, "I'm from the Han family. Scarlet saved a member of the Han family. I'm here to thank her and ask her some questions." The god hunter heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Han Shua was from the Han family. However, he still put on a cautious face and asked, "Why are you looking for our chief?" Han Shua bunched his brows and asked, Han, Hao used to be in charge of this place, right? The god hunter put on a respectful face when he heard Han Hao's name. He asked, when Chief Han Hao was in the Ronson Canyon, all god hunters had to listen to him. Do you know Han Hao? Han Shuo nodded and smilingly said, Take a good look at me. Don't you think I look like Han Hao? After hearing Han Shuo's words, the god hunter seemed to have noticed Han Shuo's resemblance. He took a good look at Han Shuo, and his expression suddenly changed. As though he recalled something, he immediately said, All right, I will bring you to our chief. Han Shuo followed the god hunter into the depths of the Ronson Canyon. Along the way, Han Shuo discovered that many god hunters were hiding in the dark. It seemed that they were up to something big again. Why are you hiding in the dark? Han Shuo asked, puzzled. Recently, a lot more people have been traveling from the Death Dominion to the Destruction Dominion. Most of them are members of large family clans in the Destruction Dominion. The god hunters of Ronson Canyon are secretly planning to attack some of the smaller family clans. Aren't we just gathering information? Han Shuo did not try to conceal anything and frankly revealed what he was doing. After hearing those words, Han Shuo suddenly realized why so many family clans had left the Death Dominion. Those from the Destruction Dominion were most likely heading to Witherbone City to demand justice from Hill. They must have returned because they knew that Witherbone City was finished. That was why they left the Death Dominion. Chapter 9-10. Following behind the god hunter, Han Shuo came to a cold lake with a waterfall. Before the two could approach, a group of god hunters walked out from the dark and blocked their way. One of the god hunters, a man with a deep red nose, shouted, Lamb, your chief is discussing business inside. What are you doing here instead of patrolling outside? Although the red-nosed man was shouting at Lamb who brought Han Shuo over, his eyes were wandering around Han Shuo's body. As god hunters of Ronson Canyon, they were very familiar with Scarlet's subordinates. Han Shuo was a stranger to them, and it was a special time for them to be cautious. Lamb slightly bowed and humbled himself before the red-nosed man. He smilingly said, Please inform my chief that someone wants to see her. The red-nosed man looked at Han Shuo suspiciously and coldly said, Lamb, did you not hear what I just said? Your chief is discussing business inside, and she's not the only one. You have to wait until they are done before you report to her. Don't tell me you don't understand the rules. Lamb was stunned. He looked at Han Shuo helplessly and said, Why don't we wait? It shouldn't take long. Han Shuo bunched his brows. With one thought, a demon general soundlessly passed through the waterfall and entered the spacious cave behind it. Inside the cave behind the waterfall, Scarlet and a few god hunter chiefs were arguing about the timing of their attack. The parties were flushed with anger, and their voices were getting more and more heated. The demon general circled around the back of the cave and observed everything inside. He then said in an indifferent voice, I'm going to look for Scarlet. But Lamb anxiously tried to stop Han Shuo when he saw that Han Shuo was about to barge into the cave. My friend, are you deaf? I was talking to you. Do you want to die? The red-nosed man's face was as cold as ice. He took a step forward and stood in front of Han Shuo. His left hand casually stretched out and suddenly pressed on the man's shoulder. With a light press, a creak sound actually came from all the bones in the man's body. The man's blood suddenly rushed up to his head, and scarlet blood suddenly overflowed from his eyes and nostrils. Bang! Red Nose's huge head exploded, shooting onto the grayish-brown rocks, as if a bright painting had been drawn. Enemies! Enemies! The god hunters behind Red Nose immediately cried out as soon as they saw that their leader had been killed. You, how could you? Lamb turned pale with fright and panic. He didn't understand why Han Shuo suddenly went on a killing spree. Han Shuo grinned and turned into a faint shadow as he shuttled back and forth among the god hunters. It was as though he was taking a leisurely stroll on a boulder beneath a waterfall. With a wave of his hand, he slaughtered the god hunters. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Han Shua said softly to Lam as he sucked strands of his divine soul into the cauldron of myriad demon. Murder. Enemies have entered. Enemies have entered. There are enemies in the cave. Everyone come over. The voices of god hunters could be heard from all directions. The god hunters who were hiding around the waterfall were rushing towards the area. But as soon as they arrived, they were slaughtered by Han Shua with a smile on his face. Not a single one of them survived. Lam's face was filled with fear. He kept a safe distance from Han Shua, fearing that Han Shua would suddenly attack him. The god hunter leaders of Tanai and Ronson Gorge, who were quarreling in the cave, heard the commotion outside. They immediately stopped quarreling and landed outside the waterfall. By the time they arrived at the waterfall and stood before Han Shua, the ground was already littered with corpses. Every single one of them had their bones shattered by the tremendous force. First, their bodies were utterly destroyed, then their divine souls. The only one left standing, apart from the murderer, Han Shua, was Lam, who wore a terrified expression. "Who are you? What do you want?" A god hunter leader's expression changed, and he sternly rebuked. "I am the patriarch of the Han family. I have come here today to purge the Ronson Gorge and take your lives," said Han Shua in a nonchalant manner. Why are you doing this? We have no grudges against you. Last time when the Han family passed through the Ronson Gorge, we did not attack the Han family. Why? The god hunter leader was shocked. He had heard a little about the news from Witherbone City. When he heard Han Shua's name, he immediately shuddered. "That's because you are afraid of Han Hao." Haha, if it weren't for Han Hao, perhaps the Han family would have been finished in the Ronson Gorge, explained Han Shua casually. Before the god hunters could refute him, demon generals filled the sky and swarmed towards the god hunters like a dark cloud, drowning them in it. The main reason why Han Shua attacked the god hunters was to provide enough soul energy for the cauldron of myriad demon. Other than that, he also needed the high god's divine souls to erase their memories and self-awareness, so that the Han family members who cultivated in the same energy could fuse with them. The sky full of demon generals whizzed out and entangled the god hunter leaders. Not a single one of them could break free. There were some high-level spirit demons mixed among the demon generals. The god hunter leaders were no match for the demon generals at all. Soon enough, their flesh was devoured by the demon generals. The god hunters that were even further away weren't able to escape the calamity either. They were all killed by the demon generals that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. About 10 minutes later, all the god hunters in the vicinity of the cave had been devoured by the demon generals. Han Shua continued to absorb the divine souls of the god hunter leaders into the cauldron of myriad demon. The memories and self-awareness of the god hunter leaders were erased and turned into the purest of souls. The only things left behind were their understandings of the energy they cultivated in. Other than Han Shua, Lam, and Scarlet were the only ones who were still standing. When Scarlet saw the sky full of demon generals swarming towards her, she suddenly fell into despair. She thought that she would be killed by Han Shua, but when the demon generals arrived in front of her, they gently floated past her as if she was invisible. Not a single demon general attacked her. Scarlet was overjoyed. She immediately realized that she had escaped this calamity thanks to what she had done for the House of Han. A sense of respect rose in Scarlet's heart when she sensed the terrifying energy of the demon generals. It was at this moment that she realized why the little Skull Han how possessed such terrifying and mysterious energy. With such a formidable leader of the Han family, it was only natural that he wouldn't be weak. After a short while, Han Shua had taken care of everything around him. After all the demon generals returned to the cauldron of myriad demon, there were no longer any threats in the vicinity. It was at this moment that Han Shua looked at Scarlet smilingly and said, "Scarlet, is it?" Scarlet was rather surprised to hear Han Shua mention her name. She bowed respectfully in front of Han Shua and said, "I'm Scarlet. May I know what brings you to the Ronson Canyon?" "Haha, my son has mentioned you to me. He told me that you saved the Han family. I happened to pass by the Ronson Canyon, so I wanted to visit you and purge the Ronson Canyon of those unclean things. Han Shuo replied politely to Scarlet. Scarlet, who had just witnessed with her own eyes how Han Shuo massacred the Tanai God Hunter chieftains in the Ronson Canyon, felt rather flattered when Han Shuo spoke to her so amiably. She respectfully asked, "How did you hear of my name? The son you mentioned, is he Han Hao? You know him, don't you?" asked Han Shuo smilingly as he looked into Scarlet's eyes. Upon hearing Han Hao's name, Scarlet's petite body slightly trembled. She nodded in a flustered manner and replied, I do. I didn't expect that you are his father." After taking a short pause, Scarlet mumbled to herself, "I should have expected it. You two look so alike, and your auras are so similar. No wonder. Han Hao has left the God Hunter Alliance and will sooner or later become an enemy of the hegemons of the Abyss of Death. I heard that you are on good terms with Han Hao. You don't want to become an enemy of Han Hao, do you? Are you interested in developing your career in the Fringe?" "Han Hao is also in the Fringe?" asked Han Shuo smilingly. He seemed to have guessed something from Scarlet's strange behavior. Scarlet was startled yet again. She stared at Han Shuo for a few deep glances before she cautiously asked, "Is this your idea, or is it Han Hao's idea?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he put on a faint smile and replied, "You can say that it's my idea. If it weren't for your help, our Han family would have perished here. Han Hao and I are very grateful to you. If you stay in Ronson Canyon, you might become an enemy of Han Hao one day. Therefore, I hope that you can leave the God Hunter Alliance. Since Han Hao wants me to go to the Fringe, I will make some preparations and leave this place as soon as possible," said Scarlet without any hesitation after hearing Han Shuo's words. Han Shuo was amused. He did not expect that Han Hao would make Scarlet so loyal to him. Scarlet was willing to give up everything in the Ronson Canyon and go to the Fringe after learning that it was Han Hao's idea. It was truly a surprise to him. Today, all the chiefs of Ronson Canyon had perished. If Scarlet did not leave the canyon, she would be able to gather all the God Hunters under her control and become the true leader of Ronson Canyon. Han Shuo had a whole new level of respect for Scarlet for the sake of Han Hao. However, although Scarlet had a voluptuous body, the scars on her face were rather unflattering. Han Shuo had some ideas. "Scarlet, come here. I will remove the scars on your face," said Han Shuo after observing for a moment. Scarlet was pleasantly surprised to hear those words. She stared at Han Shuo and stammered, You can remove the scars on my face?" "Of course, it's very easy," assured Han Shuo confidently. Han Shuo promised confidently, as if helping her solve this problem would be a piece of cake and there was no difficulty at all. Scarlet was overjoyed. She might not believe it if it were someone else, but as the owner of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo's miraculous medical skills were well known throughout the continent. She immediately believed Han Shuo's words and obediently walked towards Han Shuo. Chapter 911. The hideous scars on Scarlet's face ruined her overall image and deterred most men from approaching her. But apart from that, Scarlet had a graceful body and fair skin. She was a beauty in every way. Han Shuo could not find any flaw in her other than the scars. He nodded inwardly and felt that Scarlet was a good match for Han Hao, especially since she was very affectionate to Han Hao and was even willing to give up the sole leadership of the Ronson Canyon for him. This made Han Shuo very satisfied. He would be happy to have such a daughter-in-law. Scarlet was very modest and shy in front of Han Shuo due to her affection for Han Hao. She walked up to Han Shuo and lowered her head. She was a little flustered. "Don't be nervous, it's easy to fix," Han Shuo comforted her with a smile. He waved his left hand and a cloud of warm gray smoke enveloped Scarlet's cheeks. Then, with another thought, the energy in his palm softened the scars on Scarlet's face and slowly peeled them off. "It's a little hot, but it doesn't matter. It will only cause the scars to peel off. I think you can endure the pain." Han Shua said in a relaxed manner as he moved the power of his palm around Scarlet's face. With Han Shua's incomparably precise control of magical yuan, he was naturally able to easily change the texture of her skin and the activity of her cells on her cheeks. This kind of scar would be difficult for an ordinary person to treat, but he was able to do it calmly. It didn't take long for Han Shua to withdraw his hand. He looked at the two faint red lines on Scarlet's face and smilingly said, "Look at yourself in the mirror." Scarlet suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Han Shua. She awkwardly said, "I don't have a mirror." Han Shua stared blankly for a moment before he came to a sudden realization. He thought that Scarlet must be afraid to look at the scars on her face and therefore did not bring a mirror with her. He smiled, took out a mirror from his space ring, handed it to Scarlet, and said, "Take a look. Remember to look at yourself in the mirror often." After taking a short pause, Han Shua took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to Scarlet. He instructed, "This is the medicine I prepared for Carmelita in the City of Shadows. It's suitable for you as well. Apply it on the scars every morning and night. In less than a month, even the faint red lines will disappear." Scarlet took a deep breath when she received the medicine. She finally put the mirror in front of her face and cried out in surprise. She looked at Han Shua with gratitude and said, thank you so much." Han Shua waved his hand and courteously said, "I should be the one thanking you. Without your persuasion, my Han family would have been annihilated. I should be the one thanking you." Scarlet put away the bottle of medicine with great care. She put on a bright smile and said to Han Shua sincerely, "I will make arrangements for the Ronson Canyon. After that, I will head to the fringe." Han Shua nodded and smilingly said, "The sooner the better. I believe that Han Hao will be shocked to see you." Haha. It was in every woman's nature to love beauty. Scarlet had always felt inferior when she faced Han Hao because of the scar on her face. Now that the scar on her face was gone, her beauty was no longer compromised. Scarlet had become much more confident than before. As though she recalled the scene when she met Han Hao, Scarlet put on a bashful smile. "By the way, what's with the scar on your face? Forgive me for being blunt, but it was obviously caused by a sharp weapon. Who did it?" Han Shua couldn't help but ask when he saw that Scarlet was in a good mood. "I did it myself." Scarlet hesitated for a moment before giving a shocking answer to Han Shua. Before Han Shua could ask further, Scarlet explained, "Back then, my family was annihilated. All the males were killed or forced to serve as divine servants. The females were raped and sold as singers. In order to escape from this fate, I cut my face with a sharp weapon." Scarlet told Han Shua about her bitter past. From her, Han Shua learned about her tragic past. "Is the enemy still alive?" Han Shua's face turned dark and he softly asked, "Haha, thank you for your kindness, but there is no need for you to do it. After I became a god hunter, I spared no effort to improve my strength. I have avenged my family many years ago," Han Shua said. As soon as Scarlet heard Han Shua's words, she knew that he wanted to avenge her. She felt warm in her heart. She felt that although Han Shua and Han Hao were cold-blooded killers, they were just as forthright and loyal to their friends and benefactors. Han Shua nodded and said, "All right, I'll take my leave first. After you settle the matter in the Ronson Canyon, go to the fringe. If anyone tries to harm you in the fringe, just tell them my name. I don't think they will be foolish enough to harm you." In the Ronson Grand Canyon, Scarlet's strength could be considered decent. But the fringe was filled with ferocious forces. Almost every leader of a small force was a high god. An early-stage high god like Scarlet was nothing to them. Besides, outsiders would be bullied and humiliated upon entering the land of chaos. They might not even be able to enter the Omphalos. "I'll be careful," replied Scarlet in a cheerful smile. She felt that she could hang out with Han Shua. Without saying anything else, Han Shua smiled and bade farewell to Scarlet before leaving. Han Shua had always been a person who repaid kindness with kindness. Now that he had settled the grudge between Hofs, Wallace, and the others, and Scarlet, his benefactor, had been dealt with, it was time for him to return to the fringe. In a cold, barren, and gloomy graveyard, ghastly green phosphorescence flickered here and there. The ground was covered with white bones and mist. Suddenly, lightning bolts flashed in a graveyard buried deep underground. A majestic figure suddenly emerged from the grave and took a deep breath of fresh air. Suddenly, a sinister laughter sounded from an even larger grave. Salas, you should have recovered by now, right? Lightning crackled around his body and repelled the mist. Then he stepped on an enormous skeleton and made a crisp, cracking sound. Salas's eyes flashed with lightning as he looked at the grave from which the voice came. He said, "Thank you very much. Without the help of the God Hunter Alliance, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly." "You're welcome. But don't forget what you promised us." The person in the grave put on a cunning smile and said, "Tyre, Logue, and the others have occupied the fringe for far too long. It's time for them to move. We, the God Hunter Alliance, have been drooling over such a good place for a long time." "Humph, there's no place for me in the fringe anyway. Since Tyre, Logue, and the others have agreed to let that youngster stay in Omphalos, it means that they have acknowledged his position. To me, everyone in the fringe is my enemy. I can't return to the fringe anyway." "What you do has nothing to do with me," said Salas angrily. He was very dissatisfied with Tyre and Logue's actions. "Good, very good. Salas, I heard that your enemy has left the fringe and is now in the limelight in the darkness and death dominions. Are you interested in joining hands with us to prevent him from returning to the fringe?" suggested the person in the grave, smilingly. Salas stared blankly for a moment before he smirked and said, "That youngster comes and goes like a shadow. You can track him?" 3 days ago, I received news that the God Hunters in Ronson Canyon have been wiped out. That guy is returning to the fringe from the Death Dominion. This is the Death Dominion, other than the Overgod of Death. I'm the most well-informed here. It won't be difficult for me to track him down," said the person in the grave confidently. Salas was obviously tempted. He hesitated for a moment and said in a rather embarrassed manner, "I have fought that guy twice. He's a very treacherous and vicious person. He's even harder to deal with than old foxes like Tyre and Logue, especially that youngster's escaping skills are top-notch. If we can't capture him, I think we should just forget about it. That fella is a vengeful person, and his strength is improving rapidly. He won't be easy to deal with." "Salas, don't tell me that you're afraid." The person in the grave burst into laughter and said, "You, Salas, have dominated the fringe for many years. Even the hegemons of our God Hunter Alliance admire you very much and dare not enter the fringe. That youngster was obviously just taking advantage of us. Why would you be afraid of him? Are you still the Salas we know? An eye for an eye has always been your way of doing things. Everyone thought that Han Shoa had taken advantage of the God Hunter Alliance, but only Salas knew that his defeat was no coincidence. He knew better than anyone else how terrifying Han Shoa was. No matter how the person in the grave tried to instigate him, Salas remained unmoved. He coldly said, "Unless you are absolutely certain that nothing will go wrong, I will not fight him head-on." The person in the grave kept silent for a moment, as though he couldn't understand why Salas would be so cautious. But after a while he seemed to have thought it through. He put on a mischievous smile and said, "Me, the hegemons in charge of the destruction and darkness dominions, and you. The 4 of us will join forces. Are you up for it?" Salas was startled. He looked at the grave in puzzlement and bunched his brows as he asked, "What kind of grudge does he have against your God Hunter Alliance? How did he provoke the 3 of you to join forces?" "One of the leaders I value the most is called Han Hao. He betrayed me after I came to the fringe. Not only that, back in the Darkness Dominion, he led a group of people to annihilate one of our branches. Just a few days ago, he wiped out everyone in the Ronson Canyon. His existence is a serious threat to our God Hunter alliance, especially since he is making rapid progress. We must get rid of him as soon as possible," said the person in the grave in a sinister voice. After taking a short pause, he continued, "With the 4 of us joining forces, even Tyre will die without a doubt. Are you up for it?" Salus hesitated for a moment. When he recalled how Han Shuo annihilated Empyrean Peak, he hardened his heart and said, "Damn it, I'll do it!" Chapter 9:12. The Misty Sea was the only way to leave the Death Dominion and head to the Fringe. After crossing the Misty Sea and passing through 2 towering mountains, one would be out of the Death Dominion. The reason why the Misty Ocean had such a name was because it was covered in clouds and mist. The mist was like a white cloth that covered the entire surface of the ocean. People above the misty ocean couldn't even see the seawater clearly. No matter how strong the sunlight was, it couldn't penetrate the thick, cotton muslin-like fog. The misty sea was vast, and there were countless strange creatures living at the bottom of the sea. Some alien races lived at the bottom of the misty sea all year round and never interfered with the land dwellers of the Death Dominion. Once one entered the misty sea, one could easily lose one's way. Weaker gods would most likely end up as God Hunter's prey. They would be killed by the thick mist of the misty sea. One day, Han Shuo finally arrived at the entrance of the misty sea. Looking at the mist that covered the entire surface of the misty sea, Han Shuo noticed that the mist that lingered above the misty sea was much denser than the last time he was here. Not only that, he also noticed that the element of death and darkness in the misty sea seemed to be much denser than before. He also noticed that there weren't any God Hunters wandering around the misty sea in search of prey. This was rather unexpected. Before entering the Death Dominion, Han Shuo noticed that there were many God Hunters in the misty sea. Some of them even tried to provoke him, but were killed by Han Shuo. Their corpses were thrown into the sea to feed the enormous creatures living at the bottom of the sea. Many God Hunters would form groups and roam above the misty sea. Using the natural mist of the misty sea, they could come and go without a trace. Once they spotted a prey, they would pounce on it. But if they discovered that the prey was too strong, they could easily retreat based on their familiarity with the misty sea. It seemed to be a blessed land for God Hunters. Standing at the entrance, Han Shuo's consciousness floated around the misty sea. He did not sense any strong life energy. Instead, he felt that it was strange and regretful. Along the way, Han Shuo had wiped out more than a dozen God Hunter factions of various sizes. Based on the information provided by Scarlet, Han Shuo would purposely go to the areas where God Hunters gathered and hunt them down using the powerful senses of his soul. From the Ronson Canyon until now, Han Shuo had killed more than 500 God Hunters. Another 500 demon generals were added to the cauldron of myriad demon. Han Shuo didn't mind the oddities of the misty sea. Although he felt regretful, he still entered the misty sea unhurriedly. Since there were no God Hunters in the misty sea, Han Shuo didn't plan to stay for too long. He picked up his pace and left this place as soon as possible. When he arrived at the center of the misty sea, his consciousness suddenly shuddered. A sense of crisis arose from the bottom of his heart. He sensed danger from the bottom of his heart. Han Shuo bunched his brows. Instead of rushing forward, he stood still and cleared his mind of all the random thoughts he had just had. Then he focused his attention on the strange feeling that suddenly welled up in his heart. After attaining the Skybreak realm in demonic arts, the cultivation of Han Shuo's mind had entered an exceedingly profound realm. Whenever a crisis befell him, he would always be able to sense it ahead of time and take timely remedial measures. This sense of danger gushed out from the bottom of his heart and corresponded with some of the suspicions in his mind. He immediately realized that something must have happened in the misty sea. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many coincidences happening together. He released his divine sense and turned it into thousands of strands that slowly spread out with him as the center. Dozens of newly refined demon generals also flew out of his body and scattered around the misty ocean, searching for any possible accidents. "Who's there?" Han Shuo suddenly shouted coldly. After entering the misty sea, Han Shuo had absolute confidence in himself. Apart from over-gods who truly possessed godhood, he really didn't care about most people. Furthermore, sovereigns were usually extremely arrogant people, so they definitely wouldn't do something like sneaky ambushes like this. His consciousness and demon generals spread to every corner of the misty sea, but they didn't find anything strange. However, the sense of danger in his heart didn't disappear. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger. This made Han Shuo realize that there must be enemies in the misty sea. With a thought, all his consciousness and demon generals returned to his body. Han Shuo snorted coldly and no longer cared about the enemies hiding in the dark. He flew out of the misty sea at an even faster speed. In his opinion, since the enemies were hiding in the misty sea, they were planning to use the special terrain of the misty sea to deal with him. Therefore, they definitely didn't want him to leave the misty sea. Now that he had seized the opportunity to fly away, the people hiding in the dark would definitely show themselves and stop them at all costs. Han Shuo's judgment was correct. As he expected, when he tried to leave the misty sea at an even faster speed, the death and darkness elements in the misty sea suddenly started to gather strangely. In an instant, the white fog in the misty sea turned black and filled the entire sea. The death qi raged on the surface of the sea, mixed with the cold sea breeze, and spread across the entire sea in a very short time. As soon as the misty sea changed, Han Shuo immediately sensed that something was amiss. In an instant, layers upon layers of boundaries appeared on the misty sea. The boundaries gradually shrank towards him from all directions. It was obvious that the final target of all the changes in the misty sea was him. After carefully sensing the speed at which the death and darkness elements were gathering in the misty sea, Han Shuo's expression changed abruptly. He was slightly surprised. With his keen senses, he could sense the strength of the enemies hiding in the dark from the speed at which the death and darkness elements were gathering. He was sure that there were at least 2 overgods of death and darkness lurking in the dark. Although they were overgods without quintessence, 2 overgods gathered in the misty sea was still very terrifying. Just as Han Shuo was about to say something, he suddenly discovered that the bottom of the sea was boiling. The invisible seawater was filled with the power of destruction. Under the effect of the strange laws, the seawater was as hard as iron and stone, and it was rising bit by bit. There was also the gods of destruction. Han Shuo was shocked. He didn't expect that there were 3 overgods hiding in the misty sea. This was completely out of Han Shuo's expectations. A bolt of lightning tore through the fog and descended upon the surface of the sea at the same time. In an instant, the lightning split apart, and the dense power of thunder and lightning interweaved together, enveloping the fog above the misty sea and forming a heavenly net. Han Shuo wasn't familiar with the masters of the death, destruction, and darkness energies. However, when the lightning suddenly descended on his head, Han Shuo immediately guessed who it was from the familiar lightning energy. He raised his head and snorted, "Salus, I didn't expect you to be the one who schemed against me. I'm just curious as to how you were able to recover so quickly and find such powerful helpers. Can you explain these 2 points to me?" Salus's majestic figure gradually appeared in the mist. He looked down at Han Shuo from above. Salus had a strange look on his face. He snorted, "You're wrong this time. It's not me who schemed against you. It's the other 3. I'm just passing by." A thought flashed across Han Shuo's mind. He suddenly laughed and said, "So that's how it is. It seems that my massacre of god hunters has finally met my master's counterattack. Haha, I just didn't expect that this counterattack would be so ferocious." Amidst the boundless darkness, the silhouette of a 3,000-meter-tall giant gradually appeared. A pair of green eyes that looked like crescent moons hung high in the darkness, coldly looking down at Han Shuo. The terrifying energy of destruction seemed to have stirred up the seawater, causing it to undulate. The boundless darkness grew denser and denser. Another enormous shadow gradually appeared. The shadow was shrouded in the most intense element of darkness, making it impossible to discern its true appearance. At the same time, a white bone throne appeared out of thin air. The thick aura of death on the throne was constantly pulling and changing. A faint shadow was shrouded in the aura of death. The shadow was wearing a pale mask, and his true appearance was also obscured. The three overgods of destruction, darkness, and death appeared one after another. However, they either used darkness or masks to conceal their true appearances. It seemed that as hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance, they were indeed very cautious. As soon as the three overgods appeared, Han Shuo turned his attention to the 3,000-meter-tall giant. He laughed and said, "So it's you. I've seen you before. You are indeed that hegemon who cultivates in the Edict of Destruction, the Destruction Dominion." Back in the Darkness Dominion, Han Shuo had discovered a nest of the God Hunter Alliance and led Erebus to encircle and annihilate them. Little did he expect to discover Erebus' enormous avatar in the underground palace. They had nearly died there. Even before that, back in the Cemetery of Death on Profound Continent, this enormous illusion had appeared in an attempt to make Han Shuo submit to it and serve it on Profound Continent. Little did he expect that after so many years, in the misty sea of the Death Dominion, Han Shuo would finally meet the Overgod of Destruction. With Han Shuo's current insight, he could tell at a glance that the 3,000-meter-tall giant was merely an illusion. However, as the Overgod of Destruction possessed terrifying strength, no one would be able to tell the difference, even if the giant was just an illusion. When such an enormous figure was revealed, those with weak wills would immediately submit to its divine might. Even Han Shuo had been terrified when he saw the enormous illusion and the power that was as mighty as heaven's might with every movement. Indeed, we have met before. Who would have thought that an ant-like character back then would possess the strength to threaten our alliance so quickly? An aged voice sounded from the giant's mouth. He seemed to be deeply moved. Chapter 9:13. Back when he first arrived on Elysium, any one of these four experts could have killed him without a doubt. There was no way he could have survived. However, after so many years, Han Shuo was no longer the same as before. The fact that they needed all four of them to kill Han Shuo proved how important Han Shuo was to them. The hegemons of the Death, Darkness, and Destruction Dominions, in addition to Salus, had set up an inescapable net in the misty sea. Their goal was obvious. "Brian, don't even think about walking out of here alive today." Salus glared at Han Shuo and said hatefully. Han Shuo sensed the auras of the four and knew that the battle was going to be very difficult. He had just escaped from the city of Gorging Clouds in the Darkness Dominion using blood, disassembly, and was not in peak condition. It would be very dangerous for him to face the four. Naturally, Han Shuo could use the blood disassembly again to escape from the misty sea. However, he had just used the blood disassembly not too long ago. It wouldn't be as easy to use as it was the first time. Han Shuo knew that if he were to use blood disassembly again, his demonic body would be seriously injured and he would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Even if he could escape from the encirclement of the four, there were still Tyre, Logue, and the others in the fringe. It would be very dangerous for him if his strength was not in peak condition. Han Shuo's face turned gloomy as he sensed the overbearing auras of the four. He anxiously tried to think of a way to escape from this place. "Don't even think about leaving this place alive. The four of us have been preparing for so long just to be caught. Since you are here today, don't even think about leaving here alive," said the 1,000-meter-tall giant in the void. His green, crescent moon-like eyes stared at Han Shuo. He constantly channeled the energy of destruction and formed an enormous magnetic field with the giant at the center. The magnetic field affected the seawater of the misty sea and prevented Han Shuo from diving into the sea to escape. What a pity for such a good seedling. The Lord God on the white bone throne smiled sinisterly and slowly approached Han Shuo. The white bones on the white bone throne he was sitting on shone with a milky white halo, and gray death aura gathered towards him from all directions. Another commander who was completely enveloped by the dark element didn't say a word. However, he cooperated with the others and enveloped Han Shuo with the darkness. The four of them slowly approached Han Shuo. The power of death, darkness, destruction, and lightning slowly condensed, filling the entire misty sea. After the four domains of divinity were released, all the other elemental energies in this area disappeared. The chaotic energy divided into four streams, rushing towards Han Shuo from the sky, the ground, the front, and the back. The four of them must have carefully studied how to deal with Han Shuo. They might have even teamed up before Han Shuo arrived. Therefore, the four streams of energy locked down all of Han Shuo's escape routes. He was trapped in a corner and slowly squeezed by the four streams of energy. Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he couldn't be so passive. If he allowed the four streams of energy to continue squeezing him, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Under the pressure of the four streams of energy, his body would explode. His consciousness might be able to escape in thousands of strands, but the demon infant and his main body wouldn't be able to escape. Han Shuo immediately understood that if he didn't put his life on the line today, he wouldn't be able to leave the misty sea alive. He cursed inwardly and no longer hesitated. The power of the tens of thousands of demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon surged into his body. The already bottomless energy in his body suddenly became boundless, allowing him to fight to his heart's content. This time, Han Shuo didn't let the demon infant escape from his body. He used his consciousness and demon generals to transform into a demon. Unlike when he faced Yaris in the city of Gorging Clouds, he needed to leave the misty sea as soon as possible and bring his main body with him. Han Shuo had transformed into a demon in the city of Gorging Clouds. Because he only needed to face Yaris, who was an overgod, he had used the miraculous power of demonic transformation to draw the dark vortex down. Even though he had failed in the end, his strategy was no problem. However, things were different now, for overgod experts wouldn't give him any chance, especially when one of them was Salus, who cultivated in the power of lightning. Salus's power of lightning was a great threat to the demon infant. After transforming into a demon, Han Shuo could transform into a myriad of forms and wasn't afraid of most powers, but the power of lightning was an exception. The power of lightning had always been the bane of life forms, such as souls. Han Shuo might not care about the power of lightning of an ordinary god, but Salus had the power of an overgod. Once he unleashed the power of lightning, Han Shuo's true demon would be immediately injured. Therefore, he didn't use the demon general's power to transform into a demon. Instead, he gathered the demon general's power within his body and used it to fight the enemy. Boundless energy surged from his body. Han Shuo was suddenly filled with heroic spirit. He raised his head to the sky and laughed wildly. 17 flying swords took advantage of the momentum and flew out. Each flying sword left behind a long sword light that resembled a waterfall. It was as though 17 meteors were dancing around him. The sinister, and evil sword light converged together in a bizarre manner as they danced in the air. In the blink of an eye, the 17 flying swords gathered together, forming a huge sword projection that was 5 meters wide and 100 meters long, purely condensed from sword projections. The Avicii god-slaying sword formations, powerful, deity/condensed in an instant and immediately slashed at Salus, who was looking down from the sky. Like a ray of light from outer space, the gigantic sword ray tore a hole in the lightning power that Salus was forcing its way over with ease, charging straight at Salus in a ferocious and awe-inspiring manner. Salus cursed inwardly. There are clearly 4 people here. Why the F***CK do you have to target me? He was already fearful of Han Shuo after his battle with Han Shuo in Pandemonium. The fact that he didn't immediately go after Han Shuo after recovering his strength showed that he didn't have the confidence to face Han Shuo. With this preconceived notion in mind, he naturally thought of retreating when he saw the gigantic sword light coming at him. Therefore, Salus retreated. He didn't dare to face the surging deity head-on. He could only temporarily retreat in hopes of evading it. As a result, one of the 4 streams of energy pressing down on Han Shuo immediately weakened. "What are you doing, Salus?" "Block it." The figure on the bone throne shouted angrily when he saw Salus retreating. In his opinion, Han Shuo's strength wasn't enough to injure Salus in one blow. As long as Salus could hold on for a moment, the 3 of them would naturally be able to neutralize the deity/'s energy. Once the 4 of them pushed their strength to a certain point, all the energy in Han Shuo's body would be forcibly restrained and he wouldn't be able to escape. However, it was obvious that Salus didn't listen to him. He let out a cold shout and continued to dodge the deity/. As soon as Salus retreated, Han Shuo immediately launched another attack. The demonic blades burst forth from the gap created by Salus' retreat and soared towards the sky. Not good. The mountain-like giant that appeared in the dark suddenly let out a thunderous roar. The orbs of destruction rained down on Han Shuo like a torrential downpour. They were terrifyingly dense and didn't give Han Shuo a chance to dodge them. Han Shuo's avatar of destruction had also cultivated the orbs of destruction. He knew that the orbs of destruction were formed by the condensation of a large amount of destruction god power. A small orb of destruction usually contained a terrifying amount of power. When he saw the orbs of destruction raining down on him, his expression changed. Before the orbs of destruction could get close, Han Shuo summoned the orbs of destruction that he had refined himself. It swiftly collided with the orbs of destruction that were raining down on him. A wisp of his consciousness ignited the blood essence within the orbs of destruction, and the orbs of destruction suddenly exploded. The explosion of the orb of annihilation affected the densely packed orbs of annihilation. In an instant, the sky above Han Shuo's head was filled with terrifying, earth-shattering noises. The deafening noises were so loud that they could tear one's eardrums apart. Han Shuo had long since refined the orbs of destruction. He had added a strand of destruction divine energy into the orbs of destruction so that they could be detonated together with his orbs of destruction to maximize the power of the explosion. Unexpectedly, Han Shuo didn't use the same method on anyone else. He tried it on this hegemon of destruction first. The explosions sounded from above Han Shuo's head. Then, as though triggered by the lightning energy deployed by Salus, all the lightning energy in the sky exploded. The deafening roars of thunder seemed to have descended from the 9 heavens, filling the entire misty sea with endless explosions. The explosions lasted for a very long time. When they finally stopped, the misty sea, which was shrouded in mist all year round, was suddenly illuminated by the blinding sunlight. It was as though the sky had been pierced through. Salus' boundary has been broken. Daka, what the hell are you doing? The figure on the bone throne roared furiously. How am I supposed to know what's going on? The giant grunted, clearly very depressed. Daka, so your name is Daka. It was at this moment that Han Shuo suddenly laughed heartily. He looked at the white-haired old man that was revealed after the dazzling sunlight faded away and the gigantic illusion disappeared. Time had left deep scars on his face. His wrinkles were deep and his hair was white like frost. Only his eyes shone brightly and were as sharp as blades. After laughing, under the blinding sunlight, Han Shuo's body blurred. A dozen or so Han Shuo split off and fled in different directions. With Salus and Daka's defenses torn apart, the energy restraining Han Shuo was no longer able to restrain him. The boundary above Han Shuo's head also exploded violently. Han Shuo broke free and fled without hesitation. In a flurry, they realized that the dozen or so Han Shuos were all real and not illusions. They had no choice but to split up and chase after him. when they caught up with and killed the Han Shuo, transformed from demon generals. They suddenly discovered that a faint silhouette had long left the misty sea that had regained its brightness. After a few swaying movements, the silhouette's aura had vanished into thin air under the detection of their divine souls. Chapter 9:14. Salus and the three over-gods regrouped at the center of the misty sea, their faces dark. The four of them had worked together for several days to set up a trap in the misty sea. In order to take down Han Shuo, they had even practiced their joint attack techniques. After spending so much effort to take down Han Shuo, they managed to surround Han Shuo. Yet, at the most critical moment, Han Shuo still managed to escape. If word of this got out, not only would the four of them lose face, even the reputation of the God Hunter Alliance would be tarnished. After evading Han Shuo's deicide slash, Salus didn't expend any energy to defend against it. When the lightning above his head tore apart the boundary above the misty sea, the 17 flying swords returned to Han Shuo's body and disappeared without a trace. Salus, it's all your fault. If you hadn't retreated first, he wouldn't have been able to escape. The four of them regrouped. The masked man on the white bone throne coldly snorted and angrily said, "This brat is indeed as cunning as a ghost. Today, the four of us joined hands and still couldn't stop him. He'll be even more difficult to deal with in the future." Salus was also furious and didn't give the masked man a friendly look. He snorted and said, "I was the one he attacked. If I had taken that attack head-on, I wouldn't be able to recover within 100 years. None of you know how terrifying that brat is without facing him head-on." The hegemon of destruction named Daka looked at Salus and the other two before nodding and saying, "Dagmar, Acer, that brat isn't easy to deal with. Now isn't the time to blame anyone. We need to find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible." After hearing Daka's words, Dagmar, who cultivated in the Edict of Death, seemed to realize that they still needed Salus' help to understand the situation in the fringe. So he stopped berating Salus. After thinking for a moment, he furrowed his brows and said, "Before he left, that brat suddenly transformed into dozens of living beings. They all had the aura of a god. Otherwise, we wouldn't have fallen for it. How did he do it?" Daka and Acer, who cultivated in the Edict of Darkness, looked at Salus. Of the four, only Salus was most familiar with Han Shuo, so it was only natural that they would look at Salus. He has a strange power that seems to be able to control souls. I don't know how he does it, but I'm sure that the souls he controls can transform into his appearance. Salus pondered deeply for a moment before he continued. "Compared to the last time, this guy has become much stronger. I still don't know what energy he cultivates. If we don't get rid of him in a short period of time, the day will come when all the hegemons of your God Hunter Alliance arrive and they won't be able to capture him. Salus, given his personality, he won't let you get away with it. Do you have any good ideas?" asked Daka solemnly. He felt that Han Shuo had become the biggest threat to the God Hunter Alliance. He also felt that Salus wasn't exaggerating. He can hide, but he has people he cares about. Those people are in the Pandemonium. As long as we surround that place, he will have no choice but to fight us with all his might. Salus suddenly said after a moment of silence, "That's right." "Good. As long as he has people he cares about, it means that he has a weakness." Dagmar smirked and continued, "We are already preparing to move into the fringe anyway. This won't affect our operation. Salus, you have to remember what you promised us, okay? There's no place for me in the fringe anymore. If it's destroyed, so be it." Salus nodded, agreeing with Dagmar's words. As one of the 5 sovereigns of the fringe, he knew every region and every power in the fringe like the back of his hand. With his help, the God Hunter Alliance would be able to invade the fringe with ease. "All right then, let's contact the other hegemons and discuss how we should work together to conquer the fringe," said Acer, who had been silent all this while. The 4 of them didn't say anything else. They looked at the misty sea that was illuminated by the sunlight and discussed their plan in a low voice before leaving the misty sea. After escaping from the misty sea, Han Shua heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. The 4 over-gods had joined hands to lay out an inescapable net in the misty sea. As long as Salus did not evade an all-out attack from the over-gods, it would be absolutely impossible for him to escape from their encirclement. In fact, he might not even be able to use the Crimson disassembly while surrounded by the 4 over-gods. Among the 4, Han Shua could sense that Salus was the weakest. The other 3 hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance were each more terrifying than the last, especially Daka, who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction. His true strength might not be any weaker than Tyre's in the Fringe. If Han Shua hadn't used the ferocious might he displayed against Salus in the Fringe to force Salus to retreat, used the Orb of Annihilation to detonate Daka's Orb of Destruction, and used a demon general made from the divine soul of a greater god to escape, he might have died in the misty sea. The God Hunter Alliance is indeed not to be underestimated. Since Salus is on the same side as the God Hunter Alliance, he must be plotting against the Fringe. It seems that the Fringe won't have many days of peace, muttered Han Shua. He planned to return to the Fringe as soon as possible to make preparations. Huh. Han Shua softly cried out. He suddenly sensed a strong and familiar life fluctuation from afar. He had already left the Death Dominion and was heading to the Space Dominion through a remote path. He was currently in the vast mountain range between the Death Dominion and the Space Dominion. As soon as he sensed the familiar life signature, Han Shua calmed himself down and sensed it. His face lit up with joy. Just like how the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race on Profound Continent could remember Han Shua's soul undulations, Han Shua could now remember any soul undulations he encountered. Within a certain range, he could sense those soul undulations that were familiar to him. This was one of the most profound applications of the consciousness. He could sense that the familiar soul signature belonged to Dana, whom he had not heard from for a long time. Delighted, Han Shua immediately flew in the direction of Dana, ignoring the presence of other life signatures around Dana. Unlike Han Shua, Dana was preparing to enter the Death Dominion from the Space Dominion. She happened to be heading in Han Shua's direction as well. Therefore, the two soon met. Ahem. Han Shua suddenly stopped in front of Dana. He looked at Field, Dolores, and the others from the House of Labors with a rather awkward face. Ever since Han Shua entered the City of Shadows, the House of Labors had been plagued by bad luck. He had killed Avery, and the House of Labors was driven out of the City of Shadows. When they finally arrived at the City of Gorging Clouds, they were hunted down by Larrickson because of Han Shua. Han Shua had to admit that Han Shua was the bane of the House of Labors. The people of Ferd probably didn't have it easy. Donna wasn't the only one. The remaining members of the family all looked tired and weak. Only their eyes shone with the light of ambition. No one knew what was supporting them. Han Shua's sudden appearance caused the faces of those from the House of Labors to turn ashen. Field and the others from the House of Labors immediately retreated and looked at Han Shua in terror. Field put on a bitter smile and said, "So it's you. I didn't expect you to find this place. It seems that our House of Labors is going to be annihilated today." Unlike Hoffs and Wallace, the members of the House of Labors who had been hiding in Phantasmal City in the Space Dominion for years had more or less heard about Han Shua's presence in the Fringe. In addition to the information he had recently received from the Darkness Dominion, Field knew very well just how terrifying Han Shua had become. Field, who had planned to return to Hushvale City in high spirits to take over as the city lord of Hushvale City in the Darkness Dominion, was brimming with hope. He thought that his House of Labors could finally rise again. Little did he expect that he would run into Han Shua on his way to the Fringe. The hope in his heart instantly turned into despair. Except for Donna, all the members of the House of Labors looked at Han Shua in terror. Some of the weaker ones even cried out, "Please spare us!" Our house of labors has already been reduced to such a state. Please spare us. Don't beg him. At worst, we'll just die," shouted Field. He glared at Han Shoa and said, "That's right. It was Larrickson and I who made the first move at Soaring Cloud Mountain Range. I know you've discovered it long ago. Even if you annihilate our house of labors today, I won't even frown." Han Shoa let out a soft sigh and said, "Let bygones be bygones. I won't do anything to your house of labors anymore. I'm not here for you today. I just happened to pass by this place and sensed Donna's aura. I came to see her. You don't have to be so nervous." Field put on a puzzled face when he heard those words. He looked at Han Shoa puzzledly and asked, "With your current strength, it's as easy as flipping your hand to annihilate us. What are you trying to do?" "All along, I've been passively retaliating against your house of labors. I've never taken the initiative to provoke you. If Avery hadn't tried to kill me time and time again, I wouldn't have made a move against him. Besides, I've never asked the House of Saint to do anything to you. It's all because Avery attacked Carmelita. I hope you all remember that I have a clear conscience when it comes to how I treated your house of labors." For various reasons, Han Shoa had never had the chance to have a proper conversation with Field. It was as though everyone felt that he, Han Shoa, had done wrong to the house of labors. But as long as he understood that they had brought all of this upon themselves, he finally had the chance to vent his frustrations. "Brian, let's talk in private," suggested Donna with a soft sigh. Han Shoa took a deep breath and nodded. He cast a glance at Field, who was wearing a complicated expression, and walked side by side with Donna towards a dense forest in the mountain range. Chapter 9:15. As soon as Han Shoa and Donna left, Dolores of the Labors family immediately said to Field, "Patriarch, the Overgod left a divine mark in your divine soul. Through this divine mark, you can communicate with the Overgod of Darkness. If Patriarch can communicate with the Overgod of Darkness immediately and inform him that Brian is here, the Overgod might be able to descend to this place and kill Brian on the spot." Dolores was speaking very cautiously, as though he was afraid that Han Shoa, who had disappeared into the forest with Donna, would hear him. The eyes of those members of the Labors family who were pitifully begging Han Shoa to spare their lives lit up when they heard Dolores' suggestion. They all tried to persuade Field, hoping that he could immediately communicate with the Overgod of Darkness and have the Overgod descend to this place to kill Han Shoa. Field shot a sideways glance at Dolores, who came up with a suggestion and said snappily, "Do you really want the Labors family to go extinct just like that?" Dolores was startled. He hurriedly kowtowed before Field and anxiously expressed his opinion. "Patriarch, why do you say that?" Field put on a gloomy face and looked hatefully at his clansmen, who were just as baffled. He groaned and said, "If the Overgod wanted Brian dead, do you think he would be able to come out of the Darkness Dominion alive?" Dolores grew even more terrified. He softly cried out, You mean to say that the Overgod deliberately spared him? How is that possible? Hafs and Wallace are the lords of cities in the Darkness Dominion. How could the Overgod spare Brian after he killed two important characters of the Darkness Dominion? How is that possible?" Field curled his lips disdainfully and said in a deep voice, "You have never sensed the existence of the Overgod. You will never understand the divine abilities of the Overgod. Although I don't know why the Overgod did not kill him, I am certain that if the Overgod wills it, he will not leave the Darkness Dominion alive. This. Dolores was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Field coldly snorted and said, "You'd better get rid of that thought as soon as possible. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to this person that we were able to return to the Darkness Dominion and establish our base in Hushvale City. Based on his qualifications and family strength, it's impossible for me to become the city lord of Hushvale City. I'm still wondering if he's the reason why the Overgod chose me." Dolores' face was filled with horror and disbelief. He kept muttering in a low voice, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! An Overgod is omnipotent in the Darkness Dominion. He can do whatever he wants on Elysium. Why would he care about such a nobody? Who knows? Field wore an odd expression. He shook his head with a bitter smile and let out a soft sigh. If I knew he was this powerful, I would have welcomed him personally the first day he stepped into the labor's residence. Sigh. I have to say that we are not as good as Donna when it comes to judging people. If I had listened to Donna, not only would our house of labors not have declined, we would have soared to great heights. Patriarch. Patriarch, do you mean that you don't intend to avenge Uncle Avery? Dolores was stunned. He stammered for a moment before he asked apprehensively, Avenge? Field put on a bitter smile. He glanced at the forest and sighed. How are we going to avenge him? Yaris was the lord of a city and had over-god strength. Not to mention Darkwater, the Darkstone brothers, Hoffs, Wallace, and Larrickson. But in the end, Yaris, Wallace, and Larrickson were all dead while Yaris was still free and unfettered. How are we going to avenge him, who in our house of labors is capable of taking revenge? But, Dolores wanted to say something, but he couldn't find any words to persuade Field, perhaps because he had thought of the terrifying reality. Field waved his hand and impatiently said, You better give up on this idea as soon as possible. Behave yourselves in Hushvale City, and don't even think about attacking Brian. You will only bring disaster to the House of Labors. Remember this. Dolores and the other members of the Labors family found it hard to understand Field's words. However, under the deterrence of their patriarch, they had no choice but to comply. Deep in the forest, the vegetation was lush and verdant. Some of the bright-colored flower buds were releasing temporary beauty and a faint fragrance. Donna was standing in the middle of a patch of wildflowers. She was slender and elegant. She was as gorgeous and outstanding as a fresh flower. Donna was a beautiful woman with outstanding temperament and radiance. After the tragedy that befell her family clan, she had gained a slightly haggard appearance. But not only did this not diminish Donna's beauty, it made her look even more pitiful. Her lavender gown wrapped around her voluptuous body. Her beautiful legs were long and slender. Her pink buttocks were perky, and her breasts were plump. There was a hint of worry on her rosy cheeks, which made people want to hold her in their arms and carefully protect and love her, looking at Donna in front of him. Han Shuo felt as if he had 1,000 words to say, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, all that came out was a long sigh. Ai, big sister Donna, long time no see. Donna raised her slender eyebrows and stared at Han Shuo with her bright eyes. She was dazed for a moment. After so many years, the young man who had concealed his abilities and came to Elysium empty-handed had become an outstanding figure whose name shook the heavens. He had become the king of the most terrifying and chaotic land on Elysium. He had battled the strongest city, lord of the Darkness Dominion, killed several other city lords despite being heavily surrounded, and was able to retreat with ease. Rays of dazzling light surrounded his body. In just a short few decades, he had become the most dazzling figure on Elysium. His valiant strength had made many city lords of the divine dominion bow their heads in submission. Even Donna, who had long believed that he was an extraordinary person, did not expect that he would one day reach such heights. Brian, I really did not expect that you would achieve what you have today. Donna's smile was somewhat forced. It was obviously not as radiant as it used to be. Sister Donna, where are you going? Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He felt that he should talk about something more substantive. We are returning to the Darkness Dominion. My father has been granted a divine seal by the Darkness over God. He has been ordered to return to Hushvale City and take over the position of City Lord. Donna frankly told Han Shuo her objective. Haha, so that's how it is. It seems that Hoff's death has other benefits. Who'll take over the position of City Lord of the City of Shadows? Han Shuo laughed involuntarily. He did not expect that the Darkness over God would bestow the position to Felder. This was rather out of his expectations. It's Andre of the House of Saint. With him as the new city lord, the City of Shadows will be as stable as Mount Tai. No family clans will object. Donna continued, Very good. Andre is now the city lord of the City of Shadows. I believe that under Andre's management, the City of Shadows will flourish to a whole new level. Wallace is indeed capable, but unfortunately he is too narrow-minded. Many family clans that had the potential to flourish were forced out of the City of Shadows. As long as he lives in the City of Shadows, the City of Shadows will never flourish. Han Shua put on a smile and said the truth. Donna slightly bunched her brows. She stared at Han Shua with her beautiful eyes and did not say a word. Her stares made Han Shua feel uncomfortable all over. He didn't know why, but Han Shua actually felt a rare bit of panic under Donna's gaze. This kind of panic had nothing to do with strength or weakness. It was purely a bit of guilt and a trace of hope. He was worried about what he would lose, what he would have to bear. Donna was silent for a while and took a deep breath. Her ample breast swelled even more as she inhaled, and her clothes were on the verge of bursting out. She seemed to have finally made up her mind. Her eyes sparkled as she stared unblinkingly into Han Shua's eyes. She asked softly, Why did you kill that person? Donna did not say a name, but Han Shua immediately knew who Donna was talking about. Han Shua panicked. He felt that his heart was beating uncontrollably. He hastily replied, That youngster has never done anything decent in the City of Gorging Clouds. He doesn't deserve you. We are friends. I can't just watch you jump into a sea of fire. As he spoke, Han Shua seemed to have found an excuse to convince himself. His face was full of righteousness. Donna stared at him without saying a word. She just looked at him silently. Under such a gaze, Han Shua suddenly felt guilty. He did not dare to look into Donna's eyes. He pretended to lower his head carelessly to avoid looking into Donna's eyes. After a long while, the corners of Donna's mouth curled into a spurious smile as she muttered to herself in a self-mocking manner, What a righteous reason! Brian, when you killed him, didn't you have any selfish thoughts in your heart? Han Shua's mind trembled as he suddenly recalled the exhilarating feeling he'd felt after he'd made his move. His entire body had relaxed after killing that person, and he'd felt that he'd managed to keep what belonged to him and hadn't lost it to someone else. In his subconscious mind, his thoughts were completely selfish. What? Did I see through your thoughts? Donna sneered and said in a low voice, Brian, you are the most selfish person in the world. Everything you did was just a pretense and an excuse to help me. I don't believe that you didn't think about the disaster you would bring to my Laver's family after killing him. But you still killed him. You didn't do it for me. You did it for yourself. For myself. Han Shua mumbled to himself. He then asked himself, For myself? What? What can I get out of it? In your heart, I belong to you alone. Even if you don't care about me, you won't allow anyone else to touch me. Donna suddenly took a step forward and grabbed Han Shua by the neck. She forced Han Shua to look into her eyes. Donna put on a fierce face and said hatefully, Tell me, is that what you are thinking? I don't know. This was the first time Han Shua was treated like this by a woman. He felt that he was at a complete disadvantage. He looked rather bewildered. Suddenly, Han Shua felt that his demonic infant was beating wildly. His skybreak realm mind had become unstable. Even the demonic yuan in his body had become somewhat chaotic. Han Shua suddenly realized that the matter with Donna had become a demon in his heart. After a series of thoughts flashed through his mind, Han Shua's face turned fierce. He pulled Donna into his arms and said fiercely, That's right. That's what I'm thinking. I don't want anyone to touch the woman I fancy. That's the kind of person I am. What do you want? In an instant, Donna's eyes were brimming with tears. She used all her strength to hug Han Shua tightly. She buried her face in Han Shua's broad chest and cried bitterly. She had finally heard those words. Chapter 9:16. Han Shua had always refused to admit that he coveted Dana. He tried his best to avoid entangling himself too deeply with her. However, in the depths of his heart, just as Dana had said, he had long regarded Dana as his exclusive property. He would not allow anyone to encroach on her. Today, Dana's insistent questions had forced him to confess. Even his state of mind was in a state of chaos. Han Shua finally understood how deep his yearning was. Such was the nature of relationships. Sometimes when a woman was cursing and quarreling, it would seem difficult to put an end to it. But more often than not, a single hug would be enough to resolve everything. All their anger and resentment would dissipate in an instant. The relationship between a man and a woman could sometimes be incomparably profound, but it could also be extremely simple. Dana's many years of resentment and anger toward Han Shua collapsed with a single sentence from Han Shua. There was no longer any hatred left in her heart. She had even completely forgotten about her family feud. In the face of great things, some men could abandon everything for the sake of benefits. Their goals were clear, but women were different. They could abandon everything for a man. Whether it was family feud, family, or friends, they would all appear very fragile in front of their loved ones. At this moment, Dana's eyes were brimming with tears. She hugged Han Shua tightly as though she wanted to squeeze Han Shua into her body. Han Shua was deeply moved. He did not say a word and allowed Dana to weep on his chest. He only gently caressed her soft long hair, using such gentleness to express his love and tenderness after years of resentment. Dana's heart gradually calmed down along with her tears. Leaning on Han Shua's broad chest, she felt incomparably tranquil. She had never had a single day of peace while she was in hiding with the Lavers family. But now her heart was at peace because she had someone to rely on. She really wanted to rely on him for the rest of her life. Dana's heart was overflowing with sweetness, and a silly smile hung on her face after a long while. Dana felt that she had vented enough. She awkwardly moved away from Han Shua's chest and looked at the nervous Han Shua with teary eyes. She suddenly felt that this silly Han Shua was so adorable. Although he had dominated Elysium, he didn't have the slightest bit of aggressiveness or fierceness. Instead, he appeared cautious and at a loss. Pucci, Dana, whose cheeks were still wet with tears, couldn't help but chuckle. She reached out and pinched Han Shua's face. She snorted and said, "Look at you, it's as if I forced you." "You're such a jerk." Han Shua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought, "You're the one who forced me." But now that the knot in his heart has been untied, Han Shua felt rather awkward when he looked at Dana again. He still didn't dare to look into Dana's bright eyes. He quietly lowered his head again. As soon as he lowered his head, his eyes suddenly lit up. His gaze fell on Dana's towering and full breasts, and he was instantly fixated on them. Due to her tears, Dana's chest was completely damp. Her clothes were thin to begin with, and with her tears wetting her chest, the thin clothes clung tightly to her voluptuous breasts. She looked as though she was not wearing any clothes, revealing many of her wonderful breasts. Her alluring curves were so beautiful, and the curves were so full and alluring that they could steal a man's heart. Dana's figure was graceful to begin with. Her breasts were even more firm and full. Now that they were wet from her tears, it immediately caused one's imagination to run wild. It was unknown if Dana had noticed Han Shua's peeping. She let out a soft groan and pretended to stretch her body. She stretched her arms and slightly straightened her waist, causing her ample breasts to stand out even more. The peak of her breasts even lightly touched Han Shua's chest. Han Shua's eyes suddenly widened. A ball of evil fire ignited in his heart. Giggling, Dana immediately stood up straight and turned around. She proudly said, "Brian, I'm not playing with you anymore. I still have to go to Hushvale City in the Darkness Dominion. Once our House of Lavers has established a foothold there, I will come to the Fringe to look for you." Dana was very proud of herself. Women were the most sensitive in this aspect. It was said that no matter how a man tried to sneak a peek at a beauty's sensitive spot, they would always be able to detect it with their amazing sixth sense. It was obvious that Donna had seen Han Shua's fiery gaze. She was very satisfied that she could make Han Shua's blood boil. She even played a little prank on Han Shua. Upon hearing that Donna was leaving, Han Shua immediately dispelled the wild thoughts in his mind. He hastily reached out and grabbed Donna. He creased his brows and asked, "You want to go to Hushvale City?" "Yes, I am a member of the House of Lavers. Now that the Overgod of Darkness has allowed my father to take over Hushvale City, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our House of Lavers. We need to make use of this opportunity to bring our House of Lavers back to prominence. Sigh, but my family is already very weak and we don't have enough manpower. I cannot leave my father at this time." Donna sighed and explained to Han Shua helplessly. Then what about us?" Han Shua was stunned and asked tentatively. Donna put her hand on Han Shua's cheek and put on a sweet smile. She said gently, "I will look for you, but not now. Don't worry, you have ruined my life. I will never let you off." Han Shua heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Then I am truly relieved." "All right, go do what you need to do. I know you are in the fringe. Once our House of Lavers can establish itself in Hushvale City, I will come and look for you." Donna smiled. Then, as though she recalled something, she giggled and said, "But when the time comes, you have to appease those women of yours. I'm afraid they might come after me. All right then, promise me. I will wait for you to come and look for me." Han Shua couldn't help but laugh. He nodded and no longer said anything to Donna. He took a step forward and pulled Donna into his arms. He tyrannically kissed Donna's rosy lips and left while laughing heartily. Donna's cheeks blushed and she stomped her foot. Then she giggled and mumbled to herself, "This fella isn't as timid as I thought, hee." She blinked her watery eyes and licked her rosy lips as though she was trying to engrave the traces of Han Shua in her heart. Just as the members of the Lavers family were getting impatient from waiting, Donna finally walked out from the depths of the forest. Before entering the forest, Donna had a gloomy expression on her face. Her eyes were brimming with resentment and hatred. Field was worried that Donna would disregard everything and fight Han Shua to the death. He was worried that something might happen to her. However, when Donna came out from the forest, her eyes were sparkling and her face radiated radiance. She was brimming with vitality, and not the slightest trace of gloominess could be seen on her face. She was like a completely different person. The members of the Lavers family gaped in astonishment. They could not understand what had happened to Donna in just a few minutes. How did the lifeless Donna suddenly come back to life? This was beyond their expectations. They were at a loss as to what to do. Field gazed deeply at Donna as though he had guessed something. He creased his brows and asked, "Where is he?" "He's gone. He's returning to the fringe." Donna tried her best to hide the joy on her face, but her reply was still as brisk as ever. Anyone could tell from her reply that she was different from usual. It wasn't that Donna wasn't mature enough or that she wasn't adept at concealing her emotions. It was just that the great joy had diluted the great sorrow and transformed her body and mind. Her complexion had betrayed her. "Oh," Field nodded. He swept his gaze across the members of the Lavers family and coldly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and move." The group of people, led by Dolores, hastily nodded in acknowledgement. They secretly sized up Donna while cursing in their minds. Field and Donna were at the forefront. After deliberately putting some distance between them and the people at the back, Field stealthily approached Donna and whispered, "Nana, I don't care about the matter between you and him, but I want you to remember to think for the sake of our family. Don't bring unnecessary trouble to our family." Donna stared blankly for a moment. She looked to her left and right and saw that the members of her family were being dragged along. Puzzled, she asked, "Father, you aren't going to stop him?" Field let out a soft sigh and shook his head. He said in a self-deprecating manner, "Can I?" "Father, actually, I—" Donna hastily explained. She wanted to say that she would also pay attention to the difficulties of her family. After all, she had some enmity with the Lavers family. Field waved his hand and stopped Donna from explaining. He said, "You don't need to say anything. It is I who has wronged you. If I had listened to you and met with him on the first day he arrived at the Lavers' residence, perhaps none of this would have happened. Sigh, it is I, your father, who stubbornly acted on my own accord. I didn't give him any respect at all. Step by step, I pushed the Lavers family into the abyss. In the end, I had no choice but to compromise and nearly sacrifice your happiness to that good-for-nothing Larrickson. Sigh, of course I know that youngster isn't a good person. I brought this upon myself." After hearing Field's words, Donna understood his helplessness. She thought for a moment and suggested, "Why don't you expel me from the family? That way, I won't bring any trouble to the Lavers family." Field shook his head resolutely and said, "You didn't do anything wrong. I am the one at fault. Why should I let you go? All right, don't think too much about it. Although I don't know the reason, I can tell that the Overgod of Darkness and the Overgod of Death don't want him to die. There shouldn't be too much of a problem between you and him." "You mean you agree for me to be with him?" Donna was overjoyed. Her voice was trembling slightly. Nodding his head, Field sighed. "I've already borne too much for my family. I can be considered a competent leader, but I'm not a good father. Today, I will be a good father for once. I will temporarily cast aside the interests of the family." "Thank you, father. Thank you, father." Donna didn't know what to say. She originally thought that after Han Shua killed Avery, the enmity between him and the family would be irreconcilable. She didn't expect that Field would not care about it. Not only did he not try to stop her, but he was also so considerate of her. Donna understood that with Field's words, she would no longer have a knot in her heart. Chapter 9:17 ******* Ethereal City in the Space Dominion. Ever since Baum's death and McKinley took over as the city lord of Ethereal City, not only did the city's trade and combat strength not decline, but they had also grown even more prosperous than when Baum was alive. After McKinley took over Ethereal City, he reduced taxes on all kinds of transactions in the city. As long as one wasn't an evil person, one was welcome to enter Ethereal City. Furthermore, he still maintained the liberal environment of Ethereal City and did not interfere with the residents' personal affairs. McKinley's abilities were far more outstanding than Baum's. Not only was he adept at management, but he also knew how to win people's hearts. Under his leadership, all the major family clans and business owners in the city would submit to him. Those divine guards who had been following Baum submitted to McKinley without hesitation and managed Ethereal City for him. In Ethereal City, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and the Goldstone Energy Gem Shop received a lot of attention from McKinley. With the help of the city lord, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and the Goldstone Energy Gem Shop had become the leaders of the two major industries in Ethereal City. It had been some time since Phoebe, Emily, and the members of the Han family had arrived in Ethereal City. They had received a grand welcome from McKinley and felt as though they were at home. Unlike the City of Shadows, Ethereal City was not only very suitable for living, but also more prosperous than the City of Shadows due to the fact that experts cultivating in all kinds of energy could gather in one place. It was the perfect place for ambitious women like Emily and Phoebe to expand their business. With McKinley's help as the city lord and the wisdom of Emily and Phoebe, the Han family's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had developed rapidly. They had nearly destroyed most of the medicine and energy gem shops in the city and became the only major business in Ethereal City. Inside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Phoebe, Emily, Sanguiner, and Ballins had gathered in a hall and were exchanging information about their recent gains. Ethereal City is a good place. However, it is said that the Fringe is where we should go. After all, we won't be staying here for long, so we don't need to invest too much energy here, said Statholm with a smile. During this period of time, the members of the Han family felt very comfortable. Unlike when they were in the City of Shadows and Witherbone City, McKinley had truly treated them as one of his own in Ethereal City. He protected them wholeheartedly and did not harbor any ill intentions. Even the cunning old foxes of the Han family could sense that. Yes, McKinley has been very kind to us. I will talk to him about giving him 10% of the profits from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and Goldstone Enterprise. Perhaps he's grateful to Brian for saving his life, but he's protecting us a little too much. Even when the owners of the shops go to the city lord's mansion every day to cause a ruckus, claiming that we've broken the trading rules of Ethereal City, he still ignores us, said Phoebe smilingly. In Ethereal City, she felt as though she was a dragon that had returned to the sea and was able to unleash her full potential. We can't go too far. After all, when Brian arrives, we will be heading to the fringe. If we cause too much trouble in Ethereal City, McKinley will be put in a difficult position, said Phoebe smilingly. Emily had always been a considerate person. If someone treated her well, she would keep it in mind and find an opportunity to return the favor. Why hasn't Master returned yet? I wonder what's going on, said Sanguiner with his brows bunched. He seemed rather worried. The party fell silent after hearing those words. They knew that Shoah would very likely have to face that incomparably terrifying existence when he returned to the Death Dominion. To them, the overgod of the Death Dominion was an unimaginably powerful enemy. The longer they stayed on Elysium, the more they understood how terrifying an overgod could be. Although they had confidence in Han Shoah, they were still deeply worried when they thought that Han Shoah might have to face an almost invincible existence. Don't worry, Master will be fine. Even if he can't defeat the overgod, he should be able to escape, said Dark Dragon Gilbert, as always, blindly trusting Han Shoah. He wasn't worried about Han Shoah's safety in the slightest. In his opinion, Han Shoah would be fine. An overgod who possesses the quintessence possesses the most fundamental energy of heaven and earth. It is far beyond our knowledge. In this vast material plane, there are only 12 overgods who possess the quintessence. No matter how hard we try, we will never be able to fathom how terrifying they are. I hope Senior Brother is fine, said Ballins with a soft sigh. All right, don't worry. Pack your things and get ready. We will depart for the fringe in a moment. Suddenly, a sonorous voice sounded from outside. A majestic figure abruptly appeared in the room. Who else could it be but Han Shoah? I'm glad that you are fine, Brian. How did it go? Asked Emily hastily. Hill is dead. Hoffs, Wallace, Larrickson, and Ralph are all dead. Don't worry, they are all dead, said Han Shoah smilingly. He then turned to the crowd and said, It seems that McKinley has been treating you well. Yes. Compared to what I experienced in Witherbone City, it's like heaven and earth, replied Statholm with a big smile. It seemed that he really liked this place. Sanguiner, Emily, Phoebe, and the others were overjoyed when they heard that Hill and the others were dead. To them, those people were the sworn enemies of the Han clan. Only when they were finished would the Han clan be able to make a name for themselves and not have any worries in the future. All right, get ready. I will be making a trip to McKinley's mansion. When I return, we will depart for the fringe. Haha, no matter how great Ethereal City is, it is still someone else's territory. Only the fringe is ours. I'm sure you will like the pandemonium, said Han Shoah smilingly. Then, without waiting for them to reply, he vanished from the place. Asterisk, 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 Ethereal City, inside the mansion of the city lord. McKinley, who was meditating in the gymnasium, put on a bright smile when he saw Han Shoah suddenly appearing in front of him. His face was filled with delight as he said, Brian, you have finally returned. McKinley had undergone a drastic transformation. The depression he had accumulated over the years had been swept away. He appeared to be in high spirits. It seemed that he was very satisfied with his life as the city lord of Ethereal City. Haha, you are doing well, old fella. It seems that your strength has improved again. How is it? When will you become an overgod? Han Shoah joked. Han Shoah and McKinley had spent a lot of time together over the past few years. although the two did not meet often. As the Fringe was very close to Ethereal City, they frequently exchanged letters. Han Shuo knew about McKinley's situation very well, and McKinley also knew about Han Shuo's big moves in the Fringe. No matter how much my strength has improved, I won't be as fast as you. McKinley laughed heartily. He shook his head and said in a somewhat angry manner, "You were so weak back on Profound Continent, but as soon as you arrived on Elysium, you showed off your abilities. To think that you would reach such a realm in less than 100 years. I really wonder what kind of monster you are. I will be bringing my people to the Fringe soon. How is the item you promised me coming along?" asked Han Shuo after blinking his eyes. "I have long since prepared it for you." McKinley laughed involuntarily. A space ring flew towards Han Shuo. Magical mirror, teleportation scroll, space-time lock, and McKinley smilingly explained to Han Shuo how to use the space ring. The magical mirror could allow people to communicate with each other across long distances. It was very useful for Han Shuo to gather intelligence in the Fringe. The teleportation scroll was a life-saving treasure that could allow one to tear through space and escape in an instant. Although Han Shuo did not need it, the important members of the Han family would have a much higher chance of survival if they had the scroll. As for the space-time lock, as the name suggested, it could freeze space. Most experts who cultivated in the Edict of Space would have the means to tear through space and escape. With the space-time lock, if the Han family wanted to attack someone, they could prevent that person from leaving the Fringe alive. Apart from those 3 items, there were also a few other items that could only be refined by experts who cultivated in the Edict of Space. To Han Shuo, those items were very useful. Han Shuo had asked McKinley to refine them for him. Not bad at all. Haha, thank you. Han Shuo scanned through the space ring and discovered that there were dozens of magical mirrors, a dozen or so teleportation scrolls, space freezing locks, and a few other miscellaneous gadgets. All in all, there were still quite a few of them, more than enough for the current House of Han's use. "Brian, I heard that you caused a huge commotion in the city of Gorging Clouds and even fought with Yaris," McKinley suddenly asked. He seemed to be very interested in Brian's story. Han Shuo nodded and smilingly said, "That's right. Yaris' strength has already reached the realm of Overgod, and he's an extraordinary person. If it weren't for his younger brother, Larixin, I would be more than happy to befriend him. Unfortunately, we can only be enemies now. It's my fault for killing Larixin." McKinley couldn't help but laugh. After thinking for a moment, he said to Han Shuo with some difficulty, "Brian, I have a favor to ask of you." Han Shuo was taken aback, but he soon smiled and said, "We're so close. Just tell me what you need. Even if I have to help you commit murder or arson, I don't mind." Upon hearing those words, McKinley's eyes were filled with gratitude. After a moment of silence, he said, "As you know, my divine body and divine soul were separated because of Jar, one of the 3 keepers of the light. Brian, I want to take revenge. I hope that you can help me." Jar was one of the 3 keepers of the God of Light's domain and the most devout believer of the God of Light. He possessed late-stage high god strength many years ago. McKinley obviously wasn't a match for Jar in a one-on-one fight. If he wanted to take revenge, he would have to look for help. And Han Shuo was the most suitable candidate. "No problem. Just confirm the time and place, and I will help you." Han Shuo agreed without hesitation. "Thank you." McKinley looked at Han Shuo and expressed his gratitude. He knew that he owed Han Shuo a huge favor. "I will inform you after I find out Jar's whereabouts." "All right, I'll wait for your news." "All right, I'll be taking my men back to the Fringe." Han Shuo smiled and didn't take the matter to heart. He didn't even bother to exchange pleasantries with McKinley. With a sway of his body, he disappeared. Chapter 918. The Fringe did not change much because of Han Shuo's emergence. Fighting, killing, and pillaging were still the main themes of the Fringe. On the outskirts of the Fringe, small-scale and large-scale battles never ceased. As soon as Han Shuo and the Han family appeared in the fringe, they attracted the attention of many forces. But as soon as they noticed Han Shuo among the crowd, those forces immediately became quiet and fled as far as they could. In the fringe, Han Shuo had become a well-known figure that no one dared to provoke. Sanguis, Ballins, and Gilbert, the three of them loved to fight. They were like dragons returning to the sea after arriving at the fringe. From time to time, they would leave the main force and wander around alone. Every time they returned, they would be covered in wounds. All three of them were cultivators of demonic arts. They knew that if they wanted to improve their strength in the shortest time possible, they would have to temper themselves through repeated battles. The fringe was the perfect place for them to do so. After they left Han Shuo, the three of them would sometimes travel together and sometimes they would separate. They would look for small forces that weren't particularly strong to attack and use their enemies' deaths to sharpen their strength. Han Shuo allowed them to do as they pleased because he knew that the three of them possessed decent strength and were cunning. Even in the fringe, they wouldn't suffer too much. Their injuries weren't particularly serious, and they would recover in a day or two. In the beginning, the three of them went out alone. Later on, they gradually brought along some of the Han clan's guards. The Han clan's guards had been tempered for a long time and were not easy to deal with. Once there were more of them, and with the three of them commanding them, many forces along the way were killed. Later on, when many forces saw them approaching, they would hide far away. The fringe isn't as scary as I thought. I didn't encounter any powerful enemies along the way. Sanguiner had been in high spirits for the past few days, having single-handedly killed a mid-stage high god for the first time. His confidence had swelled to an unprecedented level. He even became somewhat arrogant. Haha, we are too strong. But the fringe sure is a chaotic place. Every time we walk, we will see a great battle. Those guys are more ferocious than the next. This place is really interesting. It suits our Han family very well. Gilbert was also very excited. In this place, he could unleash all of his energy and improve himself by killing. Obviously, he liked the fringe a lot. Only Ballins wasn't as confident as the other two. He coldly glanced at the two and said, "The fringe is famous for being a chaotic place on Elysium. All kinds of fiends from the 12 dominions are gathered here. The 5 sovereigns definitely live up to their reputation. The reason why we haven't encountered any real enemies is that we have yet to venture into the heart of the fringe. Another reason is that the real major forces more or less know about our origins. They are wary of my senior brother's strength and dare not make a move on us. You too, don't be so full of yourself and think that the fringe is an easy place to deal with. Ever since Sanguiner and Gilbert nearly killed for his sake in Witherbone City, Ballins had regarded the two as his most trustworthy friends. Otherwise, Ballins wouldn't have spoken so much to them. If it were anyone else, he would at most let out a cold groan. Sanguiner and Gilbert knew that this was Ballins's personality. They never thought that there was anything wrong with his attitude. After hearing those words, Sanguiner put on a mischievous smile and said, "You do have a point, old man, but I believe that apart from the 4 sovereigns, there shouldn't be any other powerful forces in the fringe. In my opinion, even without Master's name, we can still establish our own foothold in the fringe." That's right. The leaders of the smaller forces are only early-stage high gods. The 3 of us, together with 50 guards, will be able to make a name for ourselves in the fringe. Why don't we head to the Omphalos alone? I believe that we can reach there without using Master's power, suggested Gilbert excitedly after hearing Sanguiner's words. Sanguiner's eyes lit up and he replied, "That's right. We can head there first. With Master taking care of us, the matriarchs and those old geezers will be fine. No, if anything goes wrong, I won't be able to answer to Senior Brother." Ballins frowned, and without thinking, he straightforwardly refused. Old man, don't be so pedantic. We will be fine. Come on, let's go. We will head to the Omphalos and wait for them. After all, We have already asked them about the general location," laughed Sanguiner, and took the lead. He didn't seem to care about the dangers ahead of him. Gilbert snickered and went over to tug at Ballins, saying, "It's all right. Master definitely won't blame us. The fringe isn't that bad after all. Hurry up, don't spoil everyone's mood." As he spoke, he dragged Ballins along, ignoring Ballins' grim expression. If it weren't for Sanguiner and Gilbert standing up for him in Witherbone City, Ballins would have decisively refused and would have led them back to the main army. But now that Ballins had considered Sanguiner and Gilbert as the most trustworthy people apart from Han Shuo, Ballins didn't want to spoil their fun. After hesitating for a moment, under Gilbert's tugging and tugging, he acquiesced to the duo's decision. But in his heart, he felt that it was inappropriate to do so. Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Ballins, along with 50 Han family guards, left the main army of the Han family and headed towards the Omphalos. In the beginning, the enemies they encountered were small forces led by early-stage and mid-stage high gods. With Sanguis, Ballins, and Gilbert's combined strength, as well as the terrifying strength of the House of Han guards, the three of them were able to rampage their way through. There weren't many forces that could contend against them. Sanguis and Gilbert were in high spirits along the way. They had forgotten the fact that the deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. They shouted as they charged towards the center of the fringe, hoping to enter the Omphalos as soon as possible. However, when they were far from the main army of the Han family, some of the major forces in the Omphalos were unaware of their identities as well as Han Shuo's. On top of that, they had deliberately cut off their relationship with the Han family and did not intend to make use of Han Shuo's strength. Gradually, some of the more ferocious great leaders began to notice them. Finally, a late-stage high god led by a late-stage high god stopped them halfway up a mountain peak. Moreover, there was more than one late-stage high god. One was a late-stage high god of death. One was a late-stage high god of wind, and several mid-stage and early-stage high gods. There were also a group of mid-stage and late-stage mid-gods. The overall strength of this force far exceeded that of Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert. "Hee, you have been killing to your heart's content, haven't you? Hee, you even dared to touch Lord Logue's subordinates. You really don't know how to spell the word death." The late-stage high god of death sneered. Looking at Sanguiner, Gilbert, and the others who were heavily surrounded, he shouted, "You have two choices before you. Either you surrender and become Lord Logue's followers, or you die." It was at this moment that Sanguiner and Gilbert realized that the fringe was not like the darkness and death dominions. Experts were as common as the clouds in the sky. Moreover, every one of them was unreasonable and heartless. As soon as one fell into a disadvantageous position, they would pounce on one and tear one to shreds. Sanguiner was confident that he could kill an expert with mid-stage high god strength. However, he also knew that against a late-stage high god, he wouldn't stand a chance. The enemy, on the other hand, had not only 2 late-stage high gods, but also 6 or 7 experts of the other 2 realms. Such a force was not something that they could handle. Sanguiner and Gilbert exchanged glances with each other. They finally regretted looking down on the heroes of the world. "Friend, we are from the Han family of Pandemonium." Ballins took a step forward and looked at Sanguis in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He was much calmer than Sanguis and Gilbert. At this critical moment, Ballins' mental fortitude, which he had tempered through countless dangers and setbacks, came into play. What, the Han family of Pandemonium? The bald man who was wearing a mocking smile a moment ago suddenly turned pale. He asked, "Who are you to Lord Brian?" "This is his disciple," replied Ballins as he pointed at Sanguiner. Ballins heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the man's attitude. He thought to himself, "Senior brother is indeed fearsome in the Pandemonium. It seems that with senior brother's reputation, there won't be any problems today." The bald man wore a grave face. He scrutinized Ballins, Han Shuo, and Han Shuo for a moment before he suddenly shouted, "Kill them all! Don't leave a single one alive. Otherwise, if Brian finds out, we will bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to his lordship. I will skin anyone who dares to escape." "How dare you?" Bollins was shocked and shouted fiercely. "Haha, why wouldn't I dare? Do you think that I won't touch you just because of Brian's reputation? Haha, none of you will escape today. He won't even know who did it. How can he find me? You outsiders don't know the situation in the Fringe at all. Let me tell you, the people of the Fringe are all madmen. There's nothing they don't dare to do," laughed the bald man maniacally. His maniacal demeanor made him sound like a madman. "Attack!" commanded the bald man with a wave of his hand. Ballin's heart sank. He knew that they were in deep trouble. Chapter 919. When the bald man saw that their strengths were relatively weak, he intended to kill all of them. If none of them were to walk out alive, nobody would know what happened here and nobody would be able to avenge him. After the bald man shouted coldly, everyone swarmed forward and surrounded Bollins, Sanguiner and Gilbert in the center. They blocked all possible escape routes and made it clear that they had no intention of sparing their lives. "Kill!" shouted the bald man again. He and the other high god of wind did not join the fight. From his point of view, given the strength of Bollins, Sanguiner, and Gilbert, there was no need for the two of them to join the fight. 5 or 6 high gods and 100 or so minions suddenly charged at Han Shuo and Gilbert. Those high gods possessed early stage or mid-stage strength and therefore posed little threat to Han Shuo's party. Sanguis and Gilbert's faces turned grim. They took the lead and intercepted 2 of the high gods. Bollins followed closely behind. When the sharp flying sword in his hand flew out, the entire sky was filled with surging, killing intent. An early-stage high god who had just approached Bollins was intimidated by the terrifying killing intent. His body only slowed down for a moment before the sword, ray, swept past him. Unable to dodge in time, a deep gash was left on his chest. "Sanguiner, Gilbert, let's find an opportunity to escape," shouted Bollins after forcing his opponents to retreat. The eyes of Sanguiner and Gilbert glinted coldly. They charged at their opponents even more ferociously. Every move they made was an attack that put their lives on the line. Their 2 opponents didn't dare to perish together with them and had no choice but to evade and delay. However, Sanguiner, Bollins, and Gilbert were only 3, while their opponents had 6 high gods. When the 6 high gods surrounded them, Sanguiner, Bollins, and Gilbert immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. If they didn't put their lives on the line, they wouldn't have lasted more than a few minutes. The 6 high gods surrounded Sanguiner, Han Shuo and Han Shuo. The 100 or so mid-gods approached the Han family guards and suddenly attacked the Han family guards in unison. Unlike Sanguiner, Han Shuo, and Han Shuo, although the Han family guards were outnumbered by half, they displayed terrifying combat strength. They spread out like a machete. Not only did they evade many attacks in an instant, but they also attacked in groups of 3 to 5, inflicting heavy casualties on their opponents. In the first clash, 5 of the Han family guards were injured and 1 was killed. On the other hand, 10 of the Han family guards were killed and 30 were injured. Although the Han family guards were all mid-gods and weaker than their opponents, they were able to gain the upper hand in a single attack. Such an achievement caused the bald man who had been observing coldly from the sidelines to jolt. He suddenly shouted, "2 of you, get rid of those guards!" The 6 high gods that were besieging Sanguiner, Bollins, and Gilbert immediately realized that their subordinates had failed when they heard the bald man shout. 2 of them hastily rushed towards the Han family guards. One of them was an early-stage high god while the other was a mid-stage high god. As soon as the 2 joined the battle, they immediately reversed the situation. The Han family guards, who had the upper hand, were now on the passive side. The number of casualties gradually increased. The pressure on Sanguiner, Han Shuo, and Han Shuo was greatly relieved. Originally, if the 6 of them had joined hands, Sanguiner, Bollins, and Han Shuo wouldn't have been able to escape if they hadn't used their escape arts. However, because there were two of them, they only suffered some injuries and escaped the fate of being killed. However, it was apparent that the bald man who was observing the battle didn't want to prolong it. When he saw that his subordinates weren't able to finish off the Han family guards immediately, he couldn't help but sneer. Just as the outside world has said, the Han family cannot be underestimated. Humph, even so, you won't be able to escape. As he spoke, another high god of wind slowly approached Balins, Sanguiner, and Gilbert. They planned to finish off the battle as quickly as possible. When Balins saw that the other two high gods couldn't help but intervene, he hastily shouted, "Sanguiner, let's go! If we don't leave now, we won't be able to." "But what about them?" Sanguiner turned to look at the Han family guards behind him. His scarlet eyes were filled with reluctance. PFFF. In a moment of carelessness, Sanguiner's chest was pierced by a bone spear. Fresh blood immediately flowed from the wound. Only when we leave can they be avenged. When Balins saw that Sanguiner was hesitating, he grew anxious. He saw that the bald man was already closing in on them. If he delayed any longer, he might not even have the chance to use the escape art. "He trying to run? You won't get away." The bald man laughed heartily. As he spoke, he had already closed in on them and was about to attack. When Sanguiner, Balins, and Gilbert were about to be killed, a maniacal laughter suddenly sounded. A majestic figure suddenly appeared between Sanguiner, Balins, and Gilbert. The figure raised his hand, and the energy of destruction formed a gray mist in front of the bald man, blocking his attack. "Polo, it's you?" cried the bald man in surprise. His face immediately turned ugly. He coldly groaned and said, "You better stay out of my business, or you won't be able to get away with it." "Luca, you sure are awesome. Since I'm here today, I'm not afraid of you." Polo arrogantly waved his hand and shouted, "Brothers, attack!" Following Polo's shout, shadowy figures emitting chilling intent emerged from every corner of the battlefield. Without saying a word, they immediately joined the battle and surrounded the bald man's party. The bald man named Luca suddenly discovered that Polo had brought more than 300 high god experts with him. Among them, there were twice as many high gods as his party. The bald man's face jolted. He stopped attacking Balins, Han Shuo, and glared at Polo furiously. "Polo, you should know who I am. How dare you offend Lord Logue? Don't you know that after today, you won't be able to escape death? Don't King threaten me with Logue. I'm not afraid." Polo put on a domineering face and laughed maniacally. "Luca, oh Luca, the situation in the fringe is no longer the same as before. Tyre, Logue, Wasis, and Asora are no longer the only ones in charge. You are so well informed. Don't you know who I'm with?" Upon hearing those words, the bald man's heart jolted. He suddenly recalled the news he had recently received. It was said that all god hunters in the fringe were under the control of one person. As Logue's confidant, the bald man naturally knew how close that person was to Han Shuo. "You work for Han Hao." The bald man's face turned grave. He was no longer as arrogant as before. "Haha, it's good that you know. Get the F***CK out of my way. Those fellas seem to be related to the Han family. If you deliver them to me, I will let this matter slide. I will consult the leader first." Polo put on a strange smile and looked at Luca. His party was stronger than Luca's, and it was only natural for them to be arrogant. "So what if he says he is from the Han family?" Luca sneered and said, "Recently, too many people have entered the Omphalos under the banner of the Han family. Damn it, everyone claims to be related to the Han family. At this rate, how are we going to continue doing business?" "I don't care about that. Hurry up and let them go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude," said Polo in an extremely rude and unreasonable manner. Luca put on a furious face. However, he was not in a good position and could not back down now. He knew that the three people behind him were indeed related to the Han family. If he let them go, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he did not know what to do. "Hey, you over there, you say that you work for Han Hao?" Gilbert suddenly shouted and tried to curry favor with Polo. Polo shot a sideways glance at Gilbert and replied impatiently, "That's right. What does that have to do with you?" Gilbert stared blankly for a moment. He did not expect that Polo would still be so domineering. He immediately shouted, "Damn it! I've known Han Hao since we were on Profound Continent. How dare you yell at me when you are working for that fella?" Upon hearing those words, Polo was startled. He squinted his eyes and sized up Gilbert, Ballins, and the others. He suddenly sensed that Ballins and Sanguiner had an aura similar to that of Little Skull Han Hao. Polo's heart skipped a beat. He hesitantly asked, "Are you really from the Han family?" F*CK, Polo, so you are here to stir up trouble without knowing anything? Upon hearing Polo's words, Luca immediately realized that Polo was here to stir up trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have questioned Gilbert in such a manner. Polo smirked mischievously and somewhat awkwardly replied, "Just as you said, all the outsiders who come to the Omphalos claim to be from the Han family. I can't even tell who is the real one." As he spoke, Polo took out a magical mirror and asked Gilbert, "What's your name?" "Tell me now. I need to report this to the chief." "Just tell him that I'm Dark Dragon Gilbert. That fella will surely remember me." Gilbert laughed heartily. Polo nodded, took a step back, and activated a magical mirror among his subordinates. They were probably going to report to their superiors. The image of Little Skull Han Hao gradually appeared in the magical mirror. After listening to Polo's report, he straightforwardly gave the order. Polo nodded. The smile on his face disappeared, and he walked towards Han Hao in a sinister manner. "What? Did I do something wrong?" Gilbert was alarmed when he saw that Polo looked like he was about to kill someone. "Kill them all. Spare no one," Polo suddenly commanded in a cold voice. "Kill who?" Some of Polo's subordinates asked hastily. "Of course, it's Luca's men. Damn it, it's real this time. Like I said, they are pleasing to the eye," said Polo. Chapter 920. After hearing Polo's words, the God Hunter's subordinates no longer had any doubts. They sneered and charged at Luca and his men. In an instant, they surrounded Luca and his men, blocking every single gap. Luca's heart turned cold. He shouted, "Polo, do you really dare to attack me? I work for Lord Logue. If you touch me, Lord Logue will not let you get away with it." Luca realized that the forces on his side were far inferior to his opponents. He had no choice but to use Logue's name to intimidate Polo. "None of you will be able to escape. Who the hell will know who killed you?" Polo put on a sinister smile and said, "Besides, so what if Logue knows? Hee. Do you think our lord is afraid of him? Kill them all. Leave none alive." Luca had previously surrounded Sanguiner, Ballins, and Han Shoa with these words to mock them. Little did he expect that in just a few minutes he would fall into his own trap. Not only did he suffer the same fate, but he was also mocked by Polo with the same words. Luca was so furious that he felt like vomiting blood. He felt that he was at his wits' end against the unreasonable and cruel Polo. Polo did not give Luca any chance to speak. He charged at Luca with a ferocious face and surrounded Luca. Together with another late-stage High God of Thunder, he and another late-stage High God of Thunder attacked Luca. Suddenly, Balin, Sanguiner, and Gilbert became bystanders. Not a single one of Luca's subordinates had a chance to attack them. They were all stopped by Polo's men. Sanguiner put on a stunned face. He looked at Dark Dragon Gilbert in puzzlement and asked, "Why do you think that Han Hao has such a group of powerful subordinates? From what you have said, back on Profound Continent, he didn't seem to be particularly powerful. How did he manage to gather so many powerful subordinates in just a few decades?" "How am I supposed to know?" Gilbert rolled his eyes and said, smilingly, "But that guy is really strange. He has been following Master around for a long time, killing and arson. He has been with Master for a much longer time than we have. Weren't you also powerless when you were in the Abyss? Isn't he still able to strut around on Elysium?" That guy has been with Master for so long, and he has a better foundation than you to begin with. It's only natural for him to improve so quickly. That's right. Back when we were developing the Han family in the City of Shadows, he had been accumulating his power in the Ronson Canyon. Before he left the Ronson Canyon, he was the true leader of the Ronson Canyon. After such a long time, it's only natural that he's become even more powerful. Ballins explained. He knew a little about Han Hao and knew a little about him. I really want to meet him, Sanguiner said in a low voice. All along, Sanguiner had been the most powerful member of the Han family after Han Shuo. Over the years, he had made rapid progress and gradually gained some arrogance. But now, with the addition of Han Hao, whether it was in terms of strength or prestige, he seemed to be vaguely suppressing him. As they were both youngsters, it was only natural for him to feel a little indignant. It was only natural that he would want to spar with Sanguiner. Ballins and Gilbert looked at Sanguiner in amusement and did not say anything. However, they both understood that although Sanguiner had made rapid progress in the Han family, he would have no chance of winning against Little Skull Han Hao. He would be asking for trouble. Just think about it. If even Han Hao's subordinate Polo possessed late-stage high god strength, Han Hao himself wouldn't be any weaker than Polo. From this, it could be seen that Sanguiner had no chance of winning against Han Hao at this moment. He would only be asking to be humiliated. While Ballins, Gilbert, and Sanguiner were discussing in low voices, Lucas' subordinates were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They were utterly routed by Polo's god hunters. In just a few moments, they had suffered disastrous losses. Sanguiner, Gilbert, have you noticed that these god hunters seem to be very familiar with each other's teamwork? Ballins suddenly asked. Sanguiner and Gilbert stared blankly for a moment. They bunched their brows and carefully observed for a moment before they nodded. Polo's god hunters were obviously different from Lucas' subordinates. They actually knew how to cooperate with each other. It was obvious that they had gone through training in demonic formations. Although they weren't as well coordinated as the Han family guards, who had been painstakingly trained in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation for many years, they were at least 10 times better than Lucas' subordinates. It seems that this youngster has learned quite a lot from Master. Haha, it's no wonder he can make such a name for himself among the god hunters, said Gilbert, smilingly after taking a few glances. He is indeed extraordinary. It seems that Sanguiner has found himself a worthy opponent, said Ballins indifferently after taking a glance at Sanguiner. He knew that Sanguiner had made rapid progress over the years, and that his temperament had undergone subtle changes. Nowadays, other than his master, Han Shuo, Sanguiner had very little respect for anyone else. Ballins knew that this wasn't a good thing. However, it wouldn't be a bad thing if Sanguiner could set a good example for him. Especially since the other party was also a member of the Han family, friendly competition would be the best training for Sanguiner. Let's help out too. Haha, we can't just stand and watch. Gilbert was idle for a while and felt his hands itching again. He immediately suggested excitedly. Before Ballins could voice his opinion, Sanguiner charged forward with blood-red eyes. An intense stench of blood suddenly spread from his body. Under the immense pressure from Little Skull Han Hao, Sanguiner's fighting spirit seemed to have been stimulated, and he seemed to have made some sort of breakthrough in his blood god mantra cultivation. Holy shit, Sanguiner has gone insane. That bloody stench just now was extremely pungent. Don't tell me he has made another breakthrough? Exclaimed Gilbert in surprise. He was the most familiar with Sanguiner, and the two of them were standing very close to each other. He immediately sensed the even more intense stench of blood coming from Sanguiner's body. Ballins nodded his head in satisfaction. A rare smile appeared on his face as he said, Sanguiner is indeed powerful. Based on his rate of improvement, I think he will surpass Han Hao sooner or later. That will be difficult. Haha, you haven't seen Han Hao. That guy is even more terrifying. He is even colder and more inhumane than you. Although Sanguiner has made rapid progress, I think he is far from Han Hao in terms of mental cultivation. Han Hao is the real cold-blooded one. Gilbert thought for a while. He felt that compared to Little Skull, Sanguiner seemed to be lacking something. I really want to meet him. Ballins nodded his head. It seemed that he was also very curious about Little Skull Han Hao. Let's do it. Kill all these guys. Gilbert did not waste any more words. He called out to Ballins and charged towards Luca's men. Polo's side was already at an absolute advantage. With the addition of Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert, the death rate of Luca's followers increased exponentially. Miserable shrieks and wails could be heard as they were devoured by the divine energy of the god hunters. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 of Luca's followers were strewn with corpses. Only a few high gods were barely holding on, but it seemed that they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Luca, you can't escape. Damn it, it's too bad that you don't cultivate in the energy of destruction. Otherwise, I would be rich today. Polo and 5 other high gods surrounded Luca. They bared their teeth and laughed maniacally. Their attitudes were incomparably arrogant. Polo, although you can absorb it, don't you still have us? A high god of death greedily licked the corner of his scarlet lips. His ferocious eyes landed on Luca, as though he was about to tear Luca apart and devour him alive. Luca, who was heavily surrounded, wore a face of despair. As he listened to the god hunters talking about how they could devour his divine energy without any scruples, Luca felt incomparably miserable. Every time he tried to use the items in his space ring to escape, he would discover that the attacks from the god hunters were several times fiercer than before. He had no time to use his final trump card. Luca's injuries became more and more severe. Gradually, he discovered that his eyelids had become extremely heavy. Even his divine soul's ability to think seemed to have been weakened. Poison, you have the upper hand, and yet you still use poison? Luca felt as though his body was filled with lead. He couldn't even die together with his enemies. He looked at Polo, who was wearing a sneer on his face, and shouted, "Despicable and shameless! You will die a horrible death. With your strength and realm, we will have to pay a price if we want to kill you using normal methods. My apologies, but you also know that the Han family specializes in making medicines. I heard that this colorless and odorless soul-slaying powder, which can be smeared on weapons, is specially made by Lord Brian. Just accept your fate," said Polo in a very treacherous smile. Polo and his men had surrounded Luca and refrained from killing him because they wanted to give Luca a little bit of hope. They did not want Luca to die together with them. From time to time, Polo would stab Luca with his hand and wait for the soul-slaying powder to take effect. As a poison personally concocted by Han Shuo, the soul-slaying powder was not only colorless and odorless, but it would also not allow the target to immediately feel the effects of the drug. It would gently and slowly seep into the target's body. When the target truly feels the presence of the soul-slaying powder, it would be a sign that the soul-slaying powder has been fully released. At this time, both the target's body and divine soul would be affected. No matter how much they wanted to die, they would not be able to gather enough strength. They would be at the mercy of their enemies and would not be able to fight back, let alone self-destruct their divine soul. Ha. Master is really getting more and more despicable. He even made such a good thing like the soul-slaying powder. Ha. I will definitely ask for more of it when I get back. This thing is very useful in surrounding and killing experts. Unknowingly, it will force the target into a dead end. When he realizes it, he will be dead. After listening to Polo's description of the effects of the soul-slaying powder, Gilbert was very excited. Although he said that Han Shuo's method was despicable, his face was full of admiration and pride. Chapter 9:21. In the end, Luca couldn't escape his misfortune. Under the effect of the spirit-fading powder, he couldn't exert any of his energy. His divine energy was devoured by several high gods of death. Once Luca was dead, the remaining survivors were also killed. Just as Polo had said, not a single one was spared. The Godslayer powder played a huge role in this battle. Many of Luca's followers were unknowingly infected by the Godslayer powder. By the time they realized that something was amiss, their fates were already sealed. They were powerless to resist and were devoured by the God Hunters one after another. After the battle ended, Polo's God Hunter subordinates took out some blue powder and smeared it on the wounds of the dead. In no time at all, the corpses were corroded into puddles of blood, leaving not a single trace behind. Polo was very pleased with himself. He smilingly explained to Gilbert, Han Hao, and Han Hao, "Haha, it's all thanks to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's special medicines." Ballins glanced at the corroded corpses, nodded indifferently, and said, "We would like to meet Han Hao." "Chief isn't in this direction. It won't be convenient for you to meet him for the time being. But since you are going to the Omphalos, you will have the opportunity to meet him." From Little Skull's order, Polo learned that Gilbert and his party were indeed from the Han family. Therefore, Polo appeared very friendly. "All right then. Thank you for today's matter." Ballins did not insist and thanked him indifferently. "You're welcome. We're all family. Don't stand on ceremony." Polo knew very well the relationship between Han Hao and the Han family. He had subconsciously regarded himself as a peripheral member of the Han family. Therefore, he did not dare to claim credit in front of Ballins, Han Hao, and Han Hao. "Anyway, thank you. We will be heading to the Omphalos next. But this time, we will be more careful. There shouldn't be any problems." Ballins thought for a moment, looked at Gilbert and Sanguiner, and said, "Let's continue." Sanguiner and Gilbert responded and led the remaining 30 members of the Han family away from Polo's side. They did not exchange too many pleasantries with Polo. After a long while, Ballins bunched his brows and said, "They are God Hunters after all. The Han family cannot have too deep of a relationship with the God Hunters. Otherwise, it will affect the Han family's business in other dominions." Sanguiner nodded in agreement with Ballins's words. "Yes, Master must have noticed this problem as well. That's why he hasn't admitted to his relationship with Han Hao. I think it's to avoid being talked about by others." Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert continued their journey to the Omphalos. Han Shua, however, was still watching over them. For several days, Han Shua noticed that Sanguiner, Han Shua, and Han Hao did not return to the Omphalos, and Han Shua began to worry that they might be in danger. Within a certain range, Han Shua could sense the general location of Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Ballins. But if they were too far away from Han Shua would not be able to sense them. And now, the distance between Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Han Shua was far beyond what Han Shua could sense. Although Han Shua believed in the strength of Ballins, Sanguiner, and Gilbert, he was still in the fringe. Not a single fiend from the 12 dominions was to be trifled with. The fringe was a place of constant warfare and bloodthirsty experts. Even for Sanguiner, Ballins, and Han Shua would be in danger. 2 days later, when Han Shua discovered that Ballins, Gilbert, and Han Shua had yet to return, he started to feel a little anxious. Just as he was about to do something, he suddenly received a signal. With one thought, a demon general flew out and landed on the northwest side of the army. The demon general assumed the appearance of Han Shua. He looked at a god hunter prostrating on the ground and asked, "What's the matter?" This little skull, Han Hao's confidant, did not say a word. He respectfully took out a scroll and handed it to Han Shua. After reading the scroll, Han Shua immediately understood what had happened to Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Han Shua. After reading the contents of the scroll, Han Shua incinerated it and the demon general vanished. In the middle of the Han family army, Han Shua bunched his brows and mumbled to himself, "Did that Luca guy act on his own, or did he act on Logue's orders?" The fringe boneyard. White bones were scattered all over the place. Some wraiths wandered aimlessly around the boneyard. The dense element of death lingered in the boneyard like a faint mist. Those who cultivated in the energy of death would be able to make rapid progress in this place. They would also be able to exert their strength to the fullest. In the boneyard, there was a castle built purely from white bones. Logue, one of the 5 sovereigns, lived in that eerie white castle. At this moment, Logue was sitting on an enormous throne of bones with a sinister face, listening to the report of one of his subordinates. Luca has gone missing. There's no news of him at all. We couldn't even find a trace of him in the area where he was active, reported the burly man who cultivated in the energy of death to Logue on one knee. Luca must have been killed, Logue coldly groaned. Roger's face was gloomy. He snorted coldly and sat up straight, saying, "Those brats are definitely not Luca's match. There must be someone else involved. Brian is getting more and more out of hand. It seems that we have to take action soon. My lord, ever since this man came to the fringe, many rules have been broken. We can't let this go on. The Han family is getting more and more arrogant. Many outsiders have joined the Han family. The Han family's strength increases every other day. The longer this drags on, the harder it will be to deal with them," said the burly man solemnly. Logue coldly groaned again, waved his hand and said, "You may leave. I have my own plans." As soon as the burly man left, Logue immediately put on a friendly smile. He raised his head to look at the sky above Boneyard and said, "I have been waiting for you for a while." Tyre, the most powerful sovereign in the fringe, appeared in front of Logue. Before Logue could speak, Tyre immediately said in a solemn tone, "Don't rush to deal with Brian for the time being. I have received reliable information that the hegemons of the God Hunter dominions are gathering in the fringe using all kinds of excuses. This time, unlike before, there are already 7 hegemons in action." "What?" Logue's face jolted. He cried out in surprise, "The 12 hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance have never been united. Otherwise, the fringe would have long been destroyed. Why are they so united this time? What's going on?" "I heard that Brian has wiped out the strongholds of the God Hunter Alliance in the Darkness and Death dominions. Those 2 hegemons believe that his existence has seriously threatened the existence of the God Hunter Alliance. They want to eliminate Brian and the Han family at all costs. And it just so happens that the Han family is currently in the fringe." "Everything makes sense now," said Tyre bitterly. "It's him again." Logue was enraged. He abruptly stood up and said, "Ever since this man came to the fringe, he has been causing trouble for us. And now, because of him, the hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance have united. This man is a scourge that must be eliminated as soon as possible. There's no rush for now. Let's think of a way to deal with the God Hunter Alliance first," said Tyre as he shook his head. Tyre shook his head and looked at Logue, who did not conceal his killing intent in the slightest, and said, "I know you want him dead, and so do I. But the timing isn't right. Even if we attack Brian now, even if we kill him, the God Hunter Alliance will not spare the fringe. If we and Brian are both heavily injured, the gains will not make up for the losses." Logue's beady eyes glinted with maliciousness. He rolled his eyes for a while before he suddenly nodded and said, smilingly, "I have an idea. We can promote him and let him lead the fight against the God Hunter Alliance. No matter what happens, he will use his strength to fight against the God Hunter Alliance. If he is killed by the God Hunter Alliance, that will be for the best. But if both sides are heavily injured, the 2 of us will join forces to kill him. No matter what, we can't let him live." "That's a good idea." Tyre chuckled mischievously. He rolled his eyes and said, "But do you really think that Brian and his people can deal with the God Hunter Alliance? Don't we still have Wasis and Asura?" Logue put on a sinister smile and said, "All we have to do is to let the 3 of them take the vanguard first. As long as they and the God Hunter Alliance take the lead, we will have plenty of opportunities later on. If all 3 of them are dead, the fringe will be ours to rule." "It seems that my trip here wasn't in vain." Tyre kept silent for a moment before he suddenly laughed heartily. "Let's have a good discussion. With our spies and connections in the fringe, we will surely be able to let the 3 of them take the lead." Logue put on a sinister smile and continued, "Whether it's Brian, Asura, or Wasis, aren't they all trying to replace you? Tyre, as long as the two of us handle this operation against the Godhunter Alliance, we'll split the east and west sides of the fringe. Let's have a good discussion." Tyre lowered his voice and discussed some details with Logue in a low voice. A day later, Tyre left Audiobook with a smile on his face. He deployed layers of barriers in the dark and opened a magical mirror. The magical mirror distorted and gradually revealed a face that Han Shoa was familiar with. Daka, one of the hegemons of the Godhunter Alliance. "Big brother, this is what happened." Tyre's expression relaxed as he recounted the details of his discussion with Logue in front of the magical mirror. Daka nodded repeatedly in the magical mirror. After a while he smiled and said, "After this battle, I will be in control of the Godhunter Alliance, and you will truly be in control of the Fringe. When that happens, we brothers will work together to break through Eternia and snatch the quintessence." "Haha, Logue, don't blame me for killing you first." Tyre laughed heartily. Chapter 9:22. With Phoebe, Emily, and the others in tow, Han Shua finally arrived at the Omphalos after half a month. There were 10 sovereign shops in the Omphalos that belonged to the Han family. One of the doors leading to the Pandemonium was guarded by the Han family guards. When Han Shua arrived, he entered the Omphalos without paying any black crystal coins. Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert were already at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As soon as Han Shua and Statholm arrived at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Ballins came up to Han Shua and apologized. "Senior, the 3 of us were careless and rashly entered the Omphalos. We ran into another sovereign, Logue's men. If it weren't for Han Hao's men, we wouldn't have been able to make it to the Omphalos. This matter is my responsibility. Please punish me, senior brother." Ballins took full responsibility and did not reveal that Sanguiner and Gilbert had instigated him. "It has nothing to do with him, master. It was Sanguiner and I who came up with the idea." Gilbert immediately shouted when Ballins took full responsibility. Sanguiner did not say a word and merely nodded. All right, I know what happened. There's no need for you to repeat it," said Han Shua impatiently. He shot a glance at Ballins and said, "I know you very well. This clearly has nothing to do with you. It must have been Gilbert and Sanguiner's idea. Gilbert, Sanguiner, from today onwards, the 2 of you will be in closed-door training for 2 years. Repent to me. Humph. More than 20 of the 50 House of Han guards have died because of your reckless actions. You 2 better atone for your crimes." Han Shua shouted coldly, "That's right. You'd better make amends to your fallen brothers." Sanguis and Gilbert behaved themselves and dared not say a word. More than 20 of their brothers had been killed. The 2 had realized their mistakes and accepted Han Shua's punishment wholeheartedly. "Emily, Phoebe, Statholm, you will continue to manage the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After I have settled the matters here, I will return to the Pandemonium," instructed Han Shua. After settling the Han family members in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shua went to Zovik and instructed in a low voice, "Contact Asura. Also, inform Tyre, Logue, and Wasis that the Godhunter Alliance will be invading the Fringe. Let them know what's going on." Zovik put on a solemn face after hearing Han Shua's words. He nodded and respectfully excused himself. As soon as Zovik was gone, Han Shua gathered all the members of the Han family in a secret chamber. He smilingly said, "You have all followed me from the profound continent all the way here. You have all made rapid progress over the years, but I still find it a little too slow." As he spoke, Han Shua took out several fist-sized crystal balls. Inside the crystal balls was a misty gray gas that was constantly fluctuating. When the crowd released their divine souls, they could clearly sense a faint soul energy from the crystal balls. I'm sure all of you have sensed that there are faint soul undulations in these crystal balls. The souls inside were high gods who cultivated in all sorts of energies when they were alive. However, I have erased all of their consciousnesses, leaving behind only the purest comprehension of energy cultivation, said Han Shuo smilingly as he swept his eyes across the crowd. The Han family members were stunned to hear Han Shuo's words. They couldn't figure out what Han Shuo meant. Fanny, a cultivator of the energy of death, was pleasantly surprised. She exclaimed excitedly, "Brian, you mean you want us to fuse with these souls? I know that a soul that has lost its self-awareness is equivalent to a piece of pure memory. It can indeed fuse with a divine soul. Since these people were high gods who cultivated in various types of energy when they were alive, it means that these souls contain." Before Fanny could finish her sentence, the faces of everyone in the room were filled with ecstasy. None of them were stupid. They could tell from Fanny's words just how great of an opportunity they were about to encounter. After arriving on Elysium, all of them were deeply aware of the inadequacy of their strengths. Although they had made rapid progress with the support of the Han family's enormous financial resources, although the accumulation of energy could be made up for with a large amount of divine essences, the comprehension of realms could not be achieved overnight. Therefore, even with the support of the Han family's enormous wealth, most of them had only entered the mid-god realm. Some of them with weaker strengths had their realms restricted and were still hovering around the low-god realm. Without a profound understanding of the energy, no amount of divine essences would be enough to make a breakthrough to the next realm. The souls in the crystal ball in Han Shuo's hand were a solution. Not only Emily and Phoebe, but even Statholm the old monster and Air Mike Cotton were wild with joy. They looked at Han Shuo in disbelief. Air Mike Cotton's face was filled with pleasant surprise. He asked excitedly, "Brian, how did you do it? We have been on Profound Continent for some time, but we have never heard of anyone who could so skillfully erase the self-awareness of another person's soul without harming the soul. This is amazing. I don't think even those over-gods who possess the quintessence can do this." It was only after hearing Air Mike Cotton's words that the crowd realized how difficult it was to erase the self-awareness of a high god's divine soul without the soul completely disappearing from the world. Having lived on Elysium for so long, they had only heard that under certain special circumstances, some gods' divine souls would lose their self-awareness and not disperse. However, the probability of this happening was very small. Most of the time they were formed in some kind of inexplicable environment. They had never heard of such a thing being done by humans. Naturally, Han Shuo would not explain to them how the demonic arts he cultivated had allowed him to control his soul to such an exquisite realm. He put on a smile and said, "Don't worry about how I did it. You all should spend some time to fuse with the purest understanding of the energy these high gods have of their respective realms. Once you have the knowledge they have accumulated over the years, you will be able to make breakthroughs very quickly in the future. As long as you have enough divine energy in your body, you may be able to reach high god realm in just a few years." The crowd was overjoyed to hear those words. Under Han Shuo's guidance, they received a crystal ball of the same energy from him. Most of the souls in the crystal balls are mid-stage high gods, with a few being late-stage high gods. Their souls contain a tremendous amount of information. Be careful when you absorb and fuse with them. Don't try to fuse with all the information in one go. I'm afraid that you won't be able to handle it. This special container that I use to store their souls can guarantee that their souls will not disperse. You can try to absorb them bit by bit. Don't try to absorb them all in one go. Otherwise, you might not be able to handle it, and your realms might even regress. Han Shuo hastily instructed when he saw that they were holding the crystal balls in their hands with great care and excitement. "We know what to do, Brian. Don't worry, we will be fine," said Emily. She and Phoebe were the happiest among them. For the past few years, the two ladies had spent most of their time and energy on the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Unlike Statholm and Air Mike Cotton, they did not have a lot of time to cultivate. Therefore, in the Han family, Emily and Phoebe made the slowest progress in their realms. Even now, they were still hovering around the mid-stage mid-god realm. Although the two could enjoy more divine essences than the others, they could not make any breakthroughs in their realms. Emily and Phoebe were inwardly anxious when they saw the people around them making breakthroughs. However, the business of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was simply too complicated for them to spend too much time and effort on cultivation. They felt rather helpless and embarrassed. Now that they had the crystal balls, the problems that had been plaguing them were easily solved. Naturally, they were the happiest. "Brian, what we are doing is against the rules of the cultivation of the profound mysteries of energy. We must keep this a secret. We must not let anyone know about this. The God Hunters have become the public enemy of the entire profound continent by stealing the divine energy of others. What we are doing is tantamount to forcibly erasing the other party's soul. This is even worse than what the God Hunters are doing. We must not let even the slightest hint of this get out. Otherwise, our Han family will become the public enemy of the entire profound continent." Eremite Cotton shouted to the crowd solemnly while holding the crystal ball in his hand. "That's right. That is why I have dismissed all the Han family guards in the vicinity. Only those of us who came from profound continent will know about this. All of you must remember not to leak any information about this matter. If you want to exchange insights, you must do so in the secret chamber of the Han family." Han Shua also wore a solemn face and exhorted them to be extremely careful. After hearing Eremite Cotton's words, the crowd realized the gravity of their situation. They understood that Han Shua's methods were 100 times worse than those of the God Hunters. They put away their cheeky smiles and solemnly swore that they would not leak any information about this matter. "All right, I believe that all of you know what to do," Han Shua said smilingly. Han Shua smiled and continued, All right, you guys be careful. After I meet with Asura, we will all return to Pandemonium. Once we reach Pandemonium, there will be no need to be so cautious." "Haha, Tanai is one of us. There are layers upon layers of demonic formations around the perimeter. Even the sovereigns of the fringe won't be able to sense what's going on in Pandemonium." With the exception of Sanguiner and Ballins, almost every member of the Han family who came from profound continent received a crystal ball. Even Dark Dragon Gilbert, who cultivated in the energy of darkness, received the soul of a mid-stage high god from Han Shua. With such a heaven-defying divine item, in addition to the divine essences collected by the House of Han, Han Shua believed that it wouldn't be long before these people could become characters who could take charge of their own affairs. He would have less to worry about in the future. After all of them left, Han Shua took out 2 crystal balls. Since even Han Shua and his 2 avatars had obtained crystal balls, there was no reason why Han Shua's 2 avatars would not improve. Chapter 9:23. Of the 2 crystal balls, one was Hill's divine soul that cultivated in the Edict of Death, and the other was a late-stage high god leader of the Death Dominion who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction. The self-consciousness of the 2 divine souls in the crystal balls had been wiped away, leaving behind only the purest understanding of the profound meaning of power. The moment the divine soul of Hill, who cultivated the force of death, had his consciousness wiped away, the mark that the overgod of death had left in Hill's divine soul turned into a puff of light smoke and disappeared from the world. By that time, Han Shua had already left the Death Dominion. He knew that the overgod of death must have sensed the imprint that was left in Hill's divine soul the moment Hill's consciousness was erased. But Han Shua wasn't too worried since he had left the Death Dominion and entered the Space Dominion. As a matter of fact, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Although the overgod of death knew that Hill was done for, he didn't seem to have taken any action. Han Shua released his consciousness, and his 2 avatars gradually floated out of the cauldron of myriad demon. They sat on the left and right of Han Shua's main body and took the 2 crystal balls from Han Shua's main body. After Han Shua's demonic arts reached the Skybreak realm, the strength of his demonic arts had greatly improved, far surpassing that of his 2 avatars that cultivated in the Edict of Death and Destruction. It had been a long time since Han Shuo used his avatars to fight an enemy. He had also neglected the cultivation of his avatars. Han Shuo understood that no matter how much his avatars improved, it would be very difficult for them to surpass his main body. But ever since Han Shuo tested the fusion of his avatars' domains of divinity, he felt that if his avatars could fuse the energy they cultivated together, they might be able to display astonishing power. Under the control of the two avatars, the two crystal balls slowly floated in front of them. They released their godly souls and began to try to connect with the pure power in the crystal balls. When the two godly souls slowly attached themselves to the crystal balls, they immediately felt a huge amount of information from them. As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, the life form inside the crystal ball suddenly changed drastically, like a nebula. Pieces of memory waves mixed with his two souls, fusing in the most magical way. During this process, the consciousness of Han Shuo's main body was divided into two and entered the two crystal balls, playing the role of neutralization. He arranged the memories in the crystal balls in an orderly manner so that every piece of memory that entered the two divine souls would not be messed up. This saved the two avatars a lot of effort. If it were Phoebe and Emily, they would have to spend a lot of time and effort to fuse the pure soul memories in the crystal ball. There was no pattern to the understanding of the power. After fusing, they would have to spend 10 times the time to rearrange the memories. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to improve their realm, it would also affect their own realm. With the assistance of the consciousness of his main body, Han Shuo saved a lot of time. Unlike Phoebe and Stratholme, who had to divide the soul memories several times, Han Shuo's two divine souls absorbed the enormous amount of memories in the two crystal balls in one go, leaving not the slightest trace of agility behind. 3 days. In just 3 days, the divine souls of Han Shuo's two avatars had obtained everything in the crystal balls. The enormous amount of information about the power of death and destruction flooded the minds of the two avatars. At this time, Han Shuo's consciousness was withdrawn. He no longer needed to expend any energy. "Come in," said Han Shuo indifferently after his two avatars returned to the cauldron of myriad demon. Zovik, who had been waiting outside for a long time, hastily came in. He bowed respectfully and said, "Asura has sent a message. He has invited you to Tyre's sovereign shop. He said that Tyre, Log, and Wasis have arrived and are waiting for you." That was fast. Han Shuo nodded and stood up. He instructed Zovik, "Keep an eye on the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy." The members of the Han family would be eager to absorb the energy contained in the crystal balls. Han Shuo had no choice but to remind Zovik to be careful. "Got it. Other than the front hall where the medicines are sold, the back hall is heavily guarded. No one will be able to enter," Zovik confidently guaranteed. "Good, very good." Without saying anything more, Han Shuo walked out of the gymnasium and headed towards Tyre's sovereign shop. 10 minutes later, Han Shuo appeared in front of Tyre's sovereign shop. The sovereign shop was not a place for business. It was a place where Tyre's subordinates gathered. It was mainly used to gather information about the Fringe and the 12 Dominions. Tyre's sources of information in the Fringe were the most extensive and accurate. He relied on this sovereign shop. One of Tyre's subordinates respectfully welcomed Han Shuo as soon as he saw him. "Welcome. The lords are all here. Please come in." Tyre, Wasis, Log, and Asura were standing in 4 different directions with gloomy faces. When they saw Han Shuo, they nodded in greeting. "Welcome, Brian. Brian, you're here." "I've been waiting for you for some time," said Asura as he gestured for Han Shuo to take a seat. "You may leave," Tyre instructed his subordinate. Tyre ordered the man who led the way. The man bowed and saluted the 5 sovereigns in the room before respectfully retreating. Only the 5 strongest sovereigns of the Fringe were left in the room. Tyre's men were guarding the perimeter of the room, not allowing anyone to get close to the sovereign shop. "Brian, the situation doesn't look good." After receiving your message, we have sent our men to keep an eye on the situation. We have discovered that god hunters from all dominions are gathering in the fringe, intentionally or unintentionally. This time it's different. The god hunters seem to have banded together. Quite a few god hunters from the divine dominions are moving together. Asura softly sighed when he saw that Han Shuo had taken a seat. He then solemnly explained the current situation. If the entire God Hunter Alliance is united, the fringe is no match for them, Wasis coldly commented with a frown. That's right. The reason why the fringe hasn't been threatened for all these years is that the God Hunters have been quarreling with each other and could not unite against us. But this time it's clearly different. According to the information I received, it seems that the various factions of the God Hunter Alliance have reached an agreement and are determined to destroy the fringe. Logue nodded. I have met the hegemons of the death, destruction, and darkness dominions. They are all very powerful. This time it won't be easy to deal with them, because Salus is with them. Salus is very familiar with the fringe. With him leading the way, there will be no secrets in the fringe at all. After pondering for a moment, Han Shuo told Asura about his confrontation with the 3 hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance at the Misty Sea. No wonder the God Hunter Alliance would come as a united front. It seems that you have done a great job. Logue seemed very surprised. He coldly groaned and said, If you hadn't massacred the God Hunters along the way, I don't think the God Hunter Alliance would have made such a decision. Brian, you really know how to make trouble for the fringe. Upon hearing those words, Wasis and Asura looked at Han Shuo strangely. Asura put on a bitter smile. Perhaps even he did not expect that Han Shuo's actions in the Death and Darkness Dominions would have led to such a development. Tyre was the only one who looked unperturbed, as though he didn't care about the cause of the incident. He smilingly said, The God Hunter Alliance has been coveting this place for so many years. Even without Brian's help, they would have acted sooner or later. What happened today is merely bringing forward the crisis. I didn't expect that Salus would be with them. With Salus around, it will be much easier for them to attack. Wasis kept silent for a moment before he suddenly shook his head. He seemed to have realized the gravity of the situation. Brian, 10 days ago, one of my subordinates, Luca, mysteriously disappeared. There has been no news of him until today. I have sent people to investigate, and I heard that only a group of Han House subordinates passed through the area where Luca disappeared. What's going on? Logue seemed to have a lot of complaints against Han Shuo. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he asked in astonishment, Really? He paused for a moment, bunched his brows, and said, I will ask Han Hao for you, and see if he knows about this. But I don't think it has anything to do with his subordinates. Han Shuo's face twitched as though he suddenly recalled something. He made a fuss over nothing and said, Could it be that the God Hunter Alliance has already entered the fringe? That's highly possible. Logue, this is a time where we must unite. Don't fall for their ploy to sow dissension. Logue was enraged by Han Shuo's blatant lies. He shouted, How could the God Hunter Alliance arrive so quickly? They wouldn't be in such a hurry to enter the fringe if they didn't spend half a year, or even a year of planning and planning. Brian, you have done it. Don't tell me you don't dare to admit it? You must be mistaken. Han Shuo shook his head, spread his hands, and explained, I just returned to Omphalos today. Before that, I didn't know anything. Besides, I am certain that Han Hao's men wouldn't attack your subordinates for no reason. It definitely has nothing to do with us. Logue still wanted to say something, but Tyre impatiently interrupted. All right. Let's not talk about such trivial matters. Those God Hunters are coming. We should unite against them. Let's not talk about internal strife anymore. Seeing that everyone had quietened down, Tyre took a deep breath and asked, Do you have any ideas? Logue, Wasis, and Asura shook their heads. Han Shuo looked at them, put on a smile, and said, I have an idea. Chapter 9:24. Oh. Tyre straightened his body, put on a smile, and asked, Tell me about it. Han Shuo, was as calm as ever, as though he didn't care about the God Hunter Alliance at all. He said unhurriedly, "Inform the 12 dominions that the God Hunter Alliance has gathered in the Fringe. I believe that the 12 dominions wouldn't mind making the long journey to the Fringe in order to wipe out the God Hunter Alliance in one fell swoop." Haha, the God Hunter Alliance has always been hiding in the dark. Now that they dare to show themselves, there will be people who will be more than happy to make a move on them. That's a good idea. But I'm afraid that once the 12 dominions gather in the Fringe, they will wipe out our Fringe as well. Tyre put on a bitter smile and explained to Han Shuo. Although our reputation is slightly better than that of the God Hunter Alliance, it's not that much better. Most of the people gathered in the Fringe are fiends from other dominions. I'm afraid that when we meet them, we won't be able to escape. That's right, Brian. You might not know this, but many people think that the Fringe shouldn't exist on Elysium. If there's an opportunity to get rid of what they view as a malignant tumor on Elysium, I'm sure there will be people who will do it. When that happens, we will be trapped in our own trap. The God Hunter Alliance can flee in all directions, but we won't be able to flee like them. We might even be killed by the 12 dominions before the God Hunters do anything. Asura sighed softly and appeared rather helpless. There's also that Han Hao of yours. He used to be a member of the God Hunter Alliance. He has already gathered the most powerful God Hunter faction in the Fringe. Once the 12 dominions arrive, Han Hao alone won't spare the Fringe. Logue sneered. That's indeed a problem. Tyre curled his lips and frowned. To an outsider, the sovereigns of the Fringe might appear to be very impressive, but only they knew that it was just a facade. Whether it was against the God Hunter Alliance or any dominions with quintessence over gods, they had no advantage at all. They were merely trying to survive in the cracks. Let's fight. As long as we can win the first battle, the God Hunter Alliance will waver, shouted Wasis, who had been silent all this while. Tyre immediately agreed, as though he had been prepared for a head-on battle from the very beginning. This battle is unavoidable. We have to fight. Tyre looked at Han Shuo and Asura before he continued. As long as the 5 of us work together, it's not impossible for us to win. What do the 2 of you think? It seemed that Tyre and Logue already had a plan in mind, and Han Shuo had no intention of exposing them. He shrugged and nonchalantly said, "I'm new here. Just do whatever you want. As a member of the Fringe, I will do my best to cooperate." Great. Tyre laughed heartily. He seemed to be very satisfied with Han Shuo's answer. I believe that the God Hunter Alliance won't just enter the Fringe in one direction. How about this? The 5 of us will guard the Fringe from 5 different directions and get a general idea of the situation. Once the God Hunter Alliance invades from the direction we are guarding, we will immediately defend the Fringe and keep each other informed. If one of us can't hold on any longer, the other 4 will send reinforcements. Tyre seemed to have prepared this speech for a long time. His speech was eloquent and comprehensive. All in all, the 5 of them would guard one direction each and use magical mirrors to keep in touch. If one of them was attacked, the other 4 would send reinforcements. Even with Salus's help, they would still be the local tyrants in the Fringe. They would definitely be more informed than the God Hunter Alliance. If any of the God Hunter Alliance's forces were to invade the Fringe, the 5 would immediately gather together and use their familiarity with the Fringe to take down the enemy. There was nothing wrong with Tyre's words. They sounded well-grounded and reasonable. Logue nodded repeatedly. The 2 of them must have discussed this beforehand. Wazer also nodded coldly after Tyre finished speaking. It seemed like he had no objections either. Tyre's words made no sense to Logue. Asura disagreed at first. However, he couldn't come up with any good ideas, nor did he have any reason to refute Tyre. In the end, he could only helplessly agree. "Brian, what do you think about this arrangement?" Tyre asked smilingly as his eyes finally locked on Han Shuo. No problem at all. I totally agree." Han Shuo seemed to have been jolted awake and readily agreed to Tyre's proposal. It was as though he hadn't been listening to Tyre's speech at all. Tyre wasn't angry. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, he laughed heartily and said, "All right then, since no one has any objections, let's do it. Each of us will guard one side of the omphalos according to the direction of the entrance. However, I believe that the God Hunter Alliance will need at least half a year to a year to enter the fringe. During this period of time, everyone can recuperate and build up their strength, make more preparations, and collect information from the various regions for the upcoming battle. Tyre, we need to inform all the forces in the fringe in the name of the 5 of us. Let them know what's going on. Once the God Hunter Alliance enters the fringe, they will have to work together to fight against the enemy. We will need to make arrangements so that the 5 of us will lead them," Logue suddenly said. "Of course," Tyre grinned. Tyre grinned and said, "As a matter of fact, I have already sent people to inform all factions in the fringe that they must temporarily choose one of the 5 of us for the next 6 months. Once the God Hunter crisis is over, they can immediately leave. Otherwise, they will all be driven out of the fringe." "That's great." Han Shuo stood up and said with a face full of smiles, "Since you have arranged everything properly, I have nothing to worry about. Right? Let's meet again when the God Hunters actually appear in the outskirts of the fringe." Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo shot a glance at Asura and Wasis before he left. After Han Shuo left, Tyre, Logue, Wasis, and Asura did not continue the discussion. Wasis and Asura took their leave, leaving only Tyre and Logue. This youngster is getting more and more domineering. Logue put on a sinister smile and said, "He is the main target of the God Hunter Alliance. Let's spread out the direction he is guarding. When the time comes, many God Hunters will naturally come for him. Even if the God Hunter Alliance can't kill him, we will still have to deal a blow. Don't worry, after this battle, the Han family of Pandemonium will be erased from the fringe." Tyre put on a faint smile and said to Logue, "All right, let's take advantage of this time to gather all the forces in the fringe. This is definitely a good opportunity. The combined strength of those forces is extremely powerful. Due to various reasons, we have allowed them to do as they please. Now is the time to reap the rewards." Haha! Brian definitely doesn't know that the leaders of those forces, big and small, already have an answer. I would like to see how many forces Wazer, Asura, and Brian can conquer together, said Logue with a smirk. That's right, Asura and Brian. The Omphalos, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Asura and Han Shuo sat on opposite sides of the teapot, sipping their wine. What do you think, Brian? Asura took a sip of wine and looked at Han Shuo. Han Shuo swirled the wine glass in his hand and stared at the dark red wine in it. After pondering for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "It is obvious that Tyre and Logue already have a plan in mind. But we don't know if they're going to deal with the God Hunter Alliance or us. I think they want to use the God Hunter Alliance to weaken us. Tyre and Logue have done too many despicable and shameless things. If they sell information about us to the God Hunter Alliance, ignore us at critical moments, or even attack us, I think the fringe will be theirs in the future." Asura said in a deep voice, "The existence of the fringe is necessary. Without the fringe, the 12 dominions will have nowhere to go. They will only cause more tragedies in the future. One impulsive attack or one senseless quarrel can turn a good person into a murderer. Therefore, there will be no shortage of such people in the fringe in the future. The fringe is a place for these people to go, so that they won't continue to wreak havoc in the dominions. After I came to Elysium, I have heard some things about the fringe. Although the fringe has undergone several purges and changes of sovereigns in the past millions of years, it still exists on Elysium. This makes sense." Han Shuo's eyes were glistening as he slowly analyzed. Asura suddenly realized something and cried out in surprise, "You mean?" "The fringe is necessary, but the sovereigns of the 12 dominions will not allow the fringe to grow too strong. Therefore, even if the 12 dominions attack the fringe, it will only be for a while. They will continue to ignore the fringe after a while. This is the situation of the fringe, continued Han Shuo. So, do you intend to leak the news of the God Hunter Alliance's arrival? Asked Asura, who had gradually figured out Han Shuo's intention. Perhaps, be it the God Hunter Alliance or the fringe. It is time for them to be purged, replied Han Shuo. Han Shuo did not answer Asura's question. He put on a smile and said, Tyre and Log have their own plans, and we should be prepared as well. Asura, if you run into any trouble, come to our pandemonium. Asura put on a pensive look and nodded. Without saying anything else, he stood up and left. After Asura left, Han Shuo summoned Zovik and instructed, Tell everyone in the Han family to leave the Omphalos in 3 days and head for the pandemonium. Keep the business of the Celestial Pro-Pharmacy as it is now. After this war, we will slowly take care of the Omphalos. Chapter 9:25. In the northwest of the pandemonium, Han Hao, Metal Elite Zombie, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie were gathered in a barren mountain range. 5,000 feet under the ground. There were many deep and complicated paths, and many rooms of different sizes densely covered the ground. There were no less than 1,000 of them. Near this area, there were 3 mountains that had been hollowed out and turned into spacious stone chambers. However, there were no lights or lamps in those chambers, and no one was living in them for the time being. Big Brother were exhausted. 1 underground palace and 3 mountains. How exhausting! Earth Elite Zombie's face was rather pale, perhaps because he had exhausted too much of his energy. The Metal Elite Zombie was in a similar state. The golden armor on his body that was nurtured in the place of extreme metal had dimmed, and he appeared to be very tired. Only his brothers were in the underground. Han Hao, the little skull, had a much gentler face than usual. He furrowed his brows and took out a piece of dry yellow soil and a sparkling jade stone from his space ring. He handed them to Han Tu and Han Jin, respectively. Han Tu and Han Jin. Eyes lit up when they saw Han Tu take out the 2 items. They immediately snatched the items from his hands. As soon as it landed in Han Tu's hand, it released a powerful earth elemental energy. Like water dissolving into the ocean, it seeped into the veined patterns on Han Tu's palm. Han Tu's pale complexion gradually returned to normal, and his eyes began to shine brightly once more. Han Jin, on the other hand, chewed the sparkling jade stone into pieces and swallowed it. After eating a piece of jade, Han Jin's face was full of smiles as he said, Big Brother, where did you find all these good things? Haha, I've been wandering around all the famous mountains and rivers, but I have never seen imperial earth, gold, and jade stones. These are all treasures of earth and metal. I robbed them, replied Han Hao plainly. Haha, Big Brother is indeed the best. It seems like the days of plundering and pillaging in the fringe are really interesting, said Han Tu with a silly smile. He was as honest as ever in front of Han Shuo and Han Hao. Why do little gold and little earth have it, but I don't? Han Mu harumphed. I didn't find anything suitable for you. If I do, I'll keep it for you. Han Hao glanced at Han Mu and said calmly, If you really have one, remember to keep it for me. Hee, even if I don't have such good stuff, I'm fine with beautiful women. Big Brother, you know that I like to create life. Han Mu said with a lustful expression, Return to the pandemonium. My subordinates, and I will take care of the rest. These places are so big. It will take at least a year to fully equip all the lighting fixtures and daily necessities. Han Hao looked at the 3 people and said softly, Got it, Big Brother. Haha, it just so happens that I can open up another underground passage to the pandemonium. This way, no matter where we run into enemies, we can take care of each other. With this piece of imperial dust soil, I can expand the 2 passages. Han Tu scratched his head and said smilingly, That would be for the best, nodded Han Hao, the little skull. With one thought, he suddenly flew to the surface. After a while, Han Hao arrived at the surface. He had reverted to his cold and emotionless demeanor. He looked at one of his subordinates who was kneeling before him and asked, "What's the matter?" "Chief, please have a look," said one of Han Hao god hunters as he bowed and handed over a communication scroll to Han Hao. After reading it for a while, Han Hao's eyes glinted and the scroll in his hand was burnt to ashes. After taking a glance at his kneeling subordinates, Han Hao instructed, "Gather all the leaders and convey my orders. Prepare to leave the fringe in the next few days." The god hunter was puzzled. He did not understand why Han Hao would suddenly order all the god hunter leaders scattered across the fringe to leave. Although he was puzzled, he did not ask too many questions. He nodded and respectfully acknowledged Han Hao's order before slowly retreating. After the order was given, Han Hao, the little skull, returned to the underground and said to Earth Elite Zombie and the other two, "Father has something for me to do. I'm afraid that I will have to leave the fringe for some time." "What for?" Han Mu stared blankly for a moment before he giggled and said, "Big brother, bring me along. I've been quite bored lately." Han Hao shook his head and firmly refused. He said, "Father wants us to disguise ourselves as foreign members of the God Hunter Alliance and ambush passers-by at the major checkpoints in the Dominions. This will let the divine guards in the cities of the Dominions know that God Hunters have gathered and spread the news. Father did not instruct you to follow me, so I can't bring you along. Also, Father will be returning to Pandemonium, Tanai, very soon. When that time comes, there might be other things for you to do. If that's the case, then forget it." Han Mu could only nod helplessly after hearing Han Hao's words. The four did not say anything else. Han Hao, the little skull, departed, leaving behind a few large, well-concealed projects for another day. Metal Elite Zombie, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie followed Han Hao and slowly made their way to the Pandemonium. Earth Elite Zombie continued to expand the tunnels along the way. On Glacial Peak, Wasis, who cultivated in the Edict of Water, was sealed in an enormous block of ice. He looked like a fossil that had been frozen for tens of thousands of years. The top of Glacial Peak was covered in ice and snow all year round. The temperature was usually around minus 70 degrees Celsius. In some special regions of Glacial Peak, the cold toxins that never dissipated would accumulate and form blocks of extremely cold ice. The block of ice that Wasis was currently in was the coldest part of Glacial Peak. The coldness in it was so intense that it could instantly kill a lowly high god. The reason why Wasis chose Glacial Peak as his place of cultivation was because the cold toxins in the area were extremely cold. By hiding in the coldest rock and absorbing the coldness, Wasis's energy of ice could reach the purest state. Outside the glacial cave where Wasis cultivated, a group of high gods of water were sitting cross-legged. Their hair and beards were covered in ice and snow. They looked like enormous snowmen with only the faintest ripples of energy flowing in their bodies. Unlike Wasis, they could not use the frigid air in the glacial cave to cultivate their energy. They could only absorb a small amount of frigid air at the entrance of the glacial cave. Even so, they had benefited immensely. Their comprehension of the energy of ice was at least 3 times faster than that of those outside. The 5 snowmen who were silently absorbing the cold air at the entrance of the ice cave closed their eyes tightly. Suddenly, one of the snowmen twitched his stiff eyelids and opened his eyes abruptly. An erratic shadow, mixed with the howling cold wind, actually sneaked in from the outside in a trance. At first, the person thought that it was an illusion. He blinked his eyes and carefully sensed for a moment. Then he discovered that there were indeed a few strands of frigid wind flying into the cave from the outside. He was startled. Creaking sounds came from all over his body. His frozen armpits began to unfreeze. He cried, "Oh no, someone has entered." The frigid wind in the glacial cave always blows from the inside to the outside. Just now, the direction of the frigid wind didn't change. It is clear that someone has entered the glacial cave at an extremely high speed and brought along a change in the direction of the wind. The faces of the other 4 changed. Creaking sounds came from all over their bodies. they asked in panic. "What do we do?" "Of course, we have to report to his lordship immediately. His lordship should still be cultivating in the glacial cave. If he can't get out of the glacial cave in time, he may be in danger," shouted the person. He was about to rush into the glacial cave to rescue his lordship. Suddenly, a bone-chilling voice came from the glacial cave. "Stay where you are." When the 5 of them heard the voice of the icy cave, they immediately stopped in their tracks. The other 4 looked at the first person, who spoke with a blank expression. He was stunned for a moment before he sat down cross-legged and said, "Since Master has spoken, there will definitely be no problems. We don't need to be anxious." Seeing this person sit down, the other 4 also nodded. One of them asked, "Ansett, who do you think will come?" Ansett shook his head and said, "I don't sense any familiar energy. It should be an expert on the same level as his lordship. There are only a few experts in the fringe who are on par with his lordship. In the past, his lordship Salis and Lord Logue would often come to the fringe, but it was always an honorable visit. I wonder if it's them this time?" "I don't think so." The person who asked the question shook his head and said, "Salis has left the fringe and disappeared without a trace. As for Logue, I heard that he had some conflict with his lordship the last time. I don't think it's him either. Other than those 2, I don't know who else is coming." The 5 couldn't hear the voice coming from inside the glacial cave. They tried to guess the identity of the intruder, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out who it was. After half a day, a dark shadow flashed out of the ice cave, turning into a faint light and disappearing into the distance. The 5 of them had been waiting for so long just to see who the intruder was. However, after the figure appeared, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't tell who it was. A long time after the person disappeared, Ansett pondered for a moment before saying softly, "It's definitely not Lord Logue and Lord Salis. One of them cultivates the energy of death, while the other cultivates the energy of lightning. If it were them, there would more or less be traces of the elemental energy of death and lightning here." "Then who could it be?" One of them asked curiously. "I don't know. However, that shadowy figure looked extremely majestic. There was a sinister aura in the chilling wind he brought with him. He seems to be quite similar to a person who has been in the limelight recently," Ansett suddenly said after a moment of silence. "Are you talking about the one from Pandemonium?" The 4 exclaimed in shock and amazement. "Humph!" Suddenly, a soft snort sounded from within the glacial cave. The 5 of them were startled. They kept quiet out of fear and no longer dared to talk about it. Chapter 9:26. Half a month later, all members of the Han family from the City of Shadows had entered the Pandemonium. As soon as the members of the House of Han arrived at the Pandemonium, they fell in love with it almost immediately. Although the Pandemonium was shrouded in dense fog and protected by layers of powerful defensive barriers, the interior of the Pandemonium was like spring all year round. Nourished by the rich elemental energy of heaven and earth, and aided by what elite zombies' innate divine abilities, Tanai was lush and verdant. Tender grass, fragrant flowers, towering trees, and the air was fresh and natural. Tanai was rich in elemental energy. The environment was beautiful and elegant. There was even an incomparably spacious underground palace. After years of hard work, magical lamps, sandalwood, and carpets were installed in every corner of the Pandemonium, ensuring that every member of the Han family had their own personal training and resting place. Upon entering the Pandemonium, Phoebe, Emily, and the other females cheered excitedly. They were captivated by the elegance of the Pandemonium. There are layers upon layers of defensive barriers outside the Pandemonium. Even Logue and the other so-called overgods would find it difficult to sneak in. Any ordinary high god would die if they were to venture too deep into the Pandemonium. Han Shua heaved a sigh of relief and said to Statholm and the others smilingly, "This is the true foothold of the Han family. Everyone who enters this place is one of us. You can rest assured that the memories of those souls won't leak out." "What a great place!" Cultivating here allows one to feel the elemental energy of heaven and earth more deeply. Brian, you really do possess great divine abilities. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to gather so much elemental energy here. This is truly incredible. Mike's face was filled with delight. He seemed to be very satisfied with the pandemonium. This is great. Our cultivation will definitely increase tremendously here. Emily's charming face was brimming with a faint smile. She glanced at Han Shua and said, "After so many hardships, we finally have a home of our own. We no longer have to live under someone else's roof and live under someone else's gaze. We should celebrate. Hee, it's rare for everyone to gather together. For the bright future of the Han family, let's drink to our heart's content." Phoebe was in high spirits, as she suggested with a smile. As soon as she said that, everyone became excited, and all of them shouted that they really should have a few drinks. Naturally, Han Shua wasn't about to spoil everyone's mood. With one thought, a demon general flew onto a circular platform at the center of the pandemonium and fiddled with a formation hub. All of a sudden, the thick smog that shrouded the pandemonium was sucked into the tall stone pillars. After a short while, the smog in the pandemonium became very light. Bright moonlight shone through the leaves and onto Tanai, making the pandemonium look like a fairyland. Hazy moonlight, elegant and beautiful buildings, lush and green plants, colorful flowers and grass, fragrant fragrance, enchanting and charming beauties. At this moment, the pandemonium had become the most beautiful and tranquil paradise in the fringe. There wasn't the slightest gloominess in the air. After Han Shua gave his command, chests upon chests of fine wine were brought up from the underground warehouse. Delicacies and fruits from all over Elysium were served on crystal platters. Everyone raised their cups and drank to their heart's content under the moonlight with smiles on their faces. Goran, Romont, and the others who happened to be in the pandemonium, as well as the 5 elite zombies who had just returned from Han Hao, walked out of the underground palace and joined in the joyous banquet. Han Shua had women on his left and right. One moment, Phoebe, Emily, and the next moment, Fanny and Jasper. He was enjoying the rare moment of peace. Although these people possessed formidable strength, they deliberately intoxicated themselves. None of them used the divine energy in their bodies to stimulate the alcohol's effects. When cup after cup of strong alcohol entered their stomachs as though it was plain water, they began to lose all restraint. Han Shua continued drinking until the next night. Only after he had deliberately stimulated the alcohol into the cells and blood in his body did he start to feel better. Han Shua, who was laughing heartily, carried Emily and Fanny, whose faces were flushed and their eyes hazy from drunkenness, and entered the underground palace. It had been a long time since Phoebe, Jasper, and the other women who were usually more reserved had not been moisturized by Han Shua. On top of that, under the influence of alcohol, each and every one of them abandoned their usual dignified and reserved demeanor. Without waiting for Han Shua's instructions, they followed him into the lounge as though nothing had happened. Han Shua's underground residence was more than 300 square meters in size. There were 6 rooms of varying sizes and a spacious hall that was 100 square meters in size. The carpet was made from the fur of some unknown beast and felt extremely soft to the touch. This place was all decorated by Rose and appeared very cozy. As soon as he arrived, Han Shua picked up Emily and Fanny and began to indulge himself on the soft carpet in the spacious hall. It didn't take long before Phoebe, Jasper, and the other ladies arrived one after another. Han Shua let loose to his heart's content, taking turns to conquer the bodies of the ladies one after another. There was nothing more pleasurable than this in life. After a night of fun, Han Shua's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he looked at the beautiful bodies strewn across the hall. Back when he was on Earth, he had never dreamed that he could have such a beautiful woman. But today he was able to gorge himself on a floor full of beautiful women. Every one of them was breathtakingly beautiful and possessed unparalleled looks that could cause the downfall of cities and nations. Nothing could be more changeable than this, possessing a peerless demonic art and enjoying the beauties of the world. All of this was as unreal as a dream. The beauties in the hall fell into a deep sleep after their extreme satisfaction. However, Han Shuo did not feel the slightest bit tired. After inspecting their bodies for a while, Han Shuo suddenly had an idea and quietly walked outside. A lonely silhouette stood there quietly. She had a head of silvery white long hair and cold eyes. It was the spider goddess Rose. Rose did not expect that Han Shuo would be able to wake up so quickly after experiencing the ravages of so many beauties. Seeing Han Shuo suddenly appear before her, Rose appeared somewhat flustered. She calmly said, "I didn't expect that you could still wake up. I dropped by to help you tidy up this place." Han Shuo smiled and shook his head, saying, "There's no need for that. It's not like before. Hee, now that there are so many women, there will naturally be people who will tidy up this place. However, it seems that it won't be possible today." Rose glanced at the scattered bras and embroidered silk panties in the room, as well as the beautiful naked bodies. Her heart felt sour for no reason. That's right, there are so many women all of a sudden. He naturally doesn't need my help. Rose felt very uncomfortable in her heart. She didn't say anything more and nodded. She coldly turned around and prepared to leave. "Wait." Han Shuo suddenly called out when he saw that Rose was about to leave without saying a word. Suddenly turning around, Rose's eyes shone with a charming brilliance. She asked in a low voice, "What?" Our master-slave contract can be dissolved." With a smile, Han Shuo said, "I once promised you that I wouldn't bind you for too long. I think it's time to dissolve this unfair contract." As soon as these words came out, Rose's body trembled. The corners of her mouth curled up into a sad and cold smile. She lowered her head and said in a self-deprecating manner, Yes, you have so many experts under you now. My strength is no longer of any value to you. It doesn't matter whether or not there is a master-slave contract." Han Shuo was stunned. Looking at Rose, who seemed to be agitated and talking to herself, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "What are you talking about? I just feel that I don't need to bind you anymore, because I now completely trust you. I believe that even if the master-slave contract is dissolved, there won't be any problems." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Rose raised her head and looked deeply at Han Shuo. She asked, "Do you want me to leave?" "Of course not." Han Shuo said with a straight face, "Even if the master-slave contract is dissolved, there won't be any changes to our relationship. The Pandemonium will still be your home, and you will still be a member of the Han family. There won't be any difference." A member of the Han family, a member of the Han family. Rose had a strange look on her face. She mumbled to herself for a while before she asked, "What kind of member of the Han family am I? What kind of relationship do I have with you? What kind of status do I have as a member of the Han family?" Han Shuo was rather stunned by her words. After carefully observing Rose for a while, Han Shuo smiled and said, "Friend, you are my friend, no longer a master-slave. No matter what, I will still treat you the same way as before. Nothing has changed." This didn't seem to be the answer Rose wanted. However, she didn't have any objections to Han Shuo's answer. After thinking for a moment, Rose nodded and said softly, "There's no need to dissolve the master-slave contract. The time isn't up yet." Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Rose in confusion and asked curiously, "You are really strange. When we first signed the master-slave contract, you were always clamoring to dissolve it as soon as possible. Now that I am really going to dissolve it for you, you want to abide by the agreement? Why? In short, I won't dissolve the master-slave contract until the time is up." Rose didn't answer Han Shuo's question. She let out a soft groan and said stubbornly, after spending so much time with her, Han Shuo already knew her character. Seeing that she was so insistent, he smiled and shook his head. He said, "Forget it. Since you are willing to be a slave, there's nothing I can do about it. But I promise you that as long as you think it through, I will dissolve the master-slave contract for you any time. I will never go back on my word. I am just abiding by the agreement." "Humph, don't think too much about it." Rose's face turned cold. She glanced at the scene in the room and snorted. "Your private life is really messy and promiscuous. Sooner or later it will be useless." After saying that, Rose didn't stay any longer. She walked out of the room without looking back. Han Shuo smiled bitterly. He shook his head, helplessly, and sighed softly. "Idiot, she likes you." Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind. Emily, wrapped in a soft blanket, slowly walked over. "I know," Han Shuo said with a smile. Chapter 9:27. "You know." Emily put on a sweet smile and asked, "Then why are you pretending to be like this?" Han Shuo stretched out his arms and embraced Emily. He softly said, "I already have too many women. What else can I be dissatisfied with? I already have power, strength, and illustrious status. It's about time for me to cultivate my character. Besides, my energy is limited. You don't have that much time to spend with her. I can't bring harm to her." Emily gently leaned on Han Shuo and giggled. This isn't like you at all. Didn't you say no to anyone? Look at how many women there are in this house. Is this the result of your womanizing? Why have you changed your mind?" Han Shuo put on a bitter smile. It was the truth, and he didn't know how to refute it. After thinking for a moment, he found a suitable excuse and said, "The reason why I was so indulgent was that the martial arts I practiced were in a very subtle realm. It can't be helped. It's necessary for me to cultivate my strength." Emily coquettishly rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and poked his chest with her jade-like finger. She softly rebuked, "Stop your sophistry." Han Shuo put on a wrong face. He suddenly tightened his grip on Emily and put on a sinister smile. He said, "Women, you don't believe me when I'm telling the truth. You just have to believe lies. Come, I'm angry. I'm going to punish you." "Come on, I'm not afraid." Emily coquettishly swayed her body like a snake. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this time, the fringe had become even more chaotic. All kinds of rumors had spread throughout the Omphalos. The sovereigns led by Tyre and Log had spread the news that the God Hunter Alliance was going to attack the fringe. They took the opportunity to force all the forces in the fringe to obey their commands. Now that the sovereigns were facing a formidable foe, the leaders of the major and minor factions realized the gravity of the situation and chose to side with the sovereigns they trusted, hoping that they would be able to withstand the onslaught of the God Hunter Alliance. They were all criminals from the 12 dominions, and they knew that the fringe was their true home. If the God Hunter Alliance were to invade the fringe, not only would they lose their home, but they would also become the God Hunter's prey, having all their divine energy devoured by the God Hunter Alliance. They weren't good people to begin with, so they naturally wouldn't give in. After recognizing the situation, they temporarily stopped fighting and killing. While consolidating their own forces, they also made contact with the sovereigns. On one hand, Tyre and Log had made their move early, and on the other hand, they had established their influence in the fringe for a long time. Hence, many forces, big and small, naturally chose to submit to them. Wasis and Asura knew that the more power they had, the more bargaining chips they would have when the war came. Therefore, they made promises and even took out a portion of their wealth to rope in the leaders of the major factions. For a moment, Tyre, Log, Wasis, and Asura used all kinds of means to invite the leaders of the major factions to join them. On the contrary, not only did Han Shuo, who also had the qualifications to recruit the leaders of the major factions, not take any action, he even stated that he wouldn't accept any of the leaders of the major factions for the time being. Han Shuo's actions surprised everyone. Some of the leaders of the major factions who had a favorable impression of Han Shuo even personally visited the Pandemonium, hoping to have a talk with Han Shuo. However, all of them were rejected by Han Shuo. Not only that, while the four sovereigns were using all kinds of means to win the support of the Han family in the Pandemonium was like a pool of stagnant water. Apart from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, owned by the Tanai Han family, none of the core members and experts of the Han family appeared in the Pandemonium. The Han family in the Pandemonium was shrouded in a thick fog. No one knew what was going on there. Even Han Hao, who had a close relationship with Han Shuo and the group of villains under his command, had mysteriously disappeared during this period of time. They no longer wreaked havoc in the fringe. Very few people had seen them. The Han family's actions in the Pandemonium were extremely unusual at such a sensitive time. The four sovereigns and the leaders of the major factions were puzzled as to what the Han family was doing at such a critical time. Due to the Pandemonium's formidable defenses, none of those who wanted to gather information were able to get close to the Pandemonium. Therefore, no matter how puzzled they were, they couldn't find an answer. Time flew by, and another 3 months had passed. At almost the same time, Tyre, Log, Wasis, and Asura each received a piece of news. God hunters were constantly killing gods at the borders of the fringe, fate, death, space, and lightning dominions. Upon receiving the news, Tyre immediately sent someone to the Pandemonium to invite Han Shuo over for a discussion. However, Statholm rejected the invitation with the excuse that Han Shuo was in seclusion. The four sovereigns reconvened to discuss the god hunters that had appeared at the border of the four divine dominions. Tyre and Log were especially puzzled. They could not understand why the god hunters would attack the gods that were passing by at such a sensitive time. From the two's point of view, the god hunter alliance that was invading the fringe was afraid that they wouldn't be able to hide their tracks well enough. They wouldn't want to expose themselves before reaching the fringe so that the fringe wouldn't have time to prepare. On the other hand, the God Hunter Alliance had always been rather low-key in their actions. Their impudent operation this time would very likely attract the collective retaliation of the divine guards of the cities in the four divine dominions. No matter how one looked at it, the God Hunter Alliance's operation this time seemed to be unreasonable. The four sovereigns discussed the matter for an entire day, but couldn't come to a conclusion. They could only continue to instruct their subordinates to keep an eye on those regions and report to them as soon as there was any news. At the border between Ethereal City and the Space Dominion and the Fringe, in an ungoverned area, Han Hao was looking at a person who shouldn't be there in astonishment. "What's wrong? Are you curious?" Scarlet, who had traveled thousands of miles from the Ronson Canyon with her subordinates, thought that Han Hao had noticed a change in her expression when she saw the surprised look on Han Hao's face. She put on a smug smile and asked Han Hao, "What's up?" "What are you doing here?" asked Han Hao with his brows bunched. Scarlet stared blankly for a moment. She looked at Han Hao up and down in puzzlement and asked, "Didn't you ask me to come?" Han Hao shook his head and firmly replied, "No, I didn't." Scarlet suddenly realized that Han Shuo was lying. She took a good look at Han Hao and softly sighed. She said, "I thought you asked me to come. Since you don't want me to come, I'll just go back." "Who said I asked you to come?" asked Han Hao after keeping silent for a moment. "The patriarch of the Han family. He went to the Ronson Canyon and slaughtered all the God Hunter leaders. Then he asked me to come to the fringe and healed the scars on my face. He said that it was you who asked me to come to the fringe." Scarlet put on a bitter smile and shook her head in a self-deprecating manner. "That's not like you at all. You don't care about anyone. Why would you ask me to come to the fringe? I guess I was just flattering myself." Scarlet's voice became so soft that it was almost inaudible. Han Hao suddenly felt rather odd when he heard that it was Han Shuo's idea. A strange thought came to his mind, and he thought, "Father wouldn't be looking for a woman for me, would he?" As soon as the thought crossed his mind, something in the depths of Han Hao's soul seemed to have been triggered. He looked at Scarlet up and down for a moment. His mind was in a mess, and something in his cold heart seemed to have been magnified. "I'm going back. You take care of yourself. Scarlet felt extremely ashamed under Han Hao's strange gaze. It was as though her journey of thousands of miles had become a joke. She felt extremely uncomfortable and wanted to escape from this uncomfortable place as soon as possible. She wanted nothing more than to escape from Han Hao's gaze. "Don't go." Suddenly, Han Hao, who had been silent for a long time, said in a gentle voice. Scarlet wore a startled face, as though she did not know who Han Hao was. She stared at Han Hao with her round, starry eyes. The colors in her eyes became more and more vivid, and her heart was beating faster than usual. What did you say?" Scarlet stammered. She was flustered. "I said don't go," replied Han Hao as though he was not used to speaking in such a gentle manner. He felt very awkward and did not know what was wrong with him. You have never spoken to anyone in such a tone." Scarlet took a deep breath. Her voluptuous breasts jiggled, and she exuded a soul-stirring beauty in an instant. Her eyes were as bright as the stars as she softly exclaimed, "With those words of yours, it's worth it to bring all my men to the fringe." An inexplicable emotion was suddenly evoked in his heart. Han Hao did not know how to describe the feeling in his heart. He was a little flustered, as though he did not dare to face this strange thing. After saying those gentle words, his face abruptly reverted to its unchanging coldness. He said, "Since you are here, you must listen to me. You must do whatever I tell you to do." He suddenly felt that this woman might not be easy to tame. Deep in his heart, he decided that he could not treat her like he treated his other subordinates. This feeling made Han Hao very uncomfortable. Therefore, he immediately expressed his attitude and wanted to prove that he still had the upper hand. Scarlet nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains. She appeared very obedient. Her face bloomed with a dazzling radiance as she said softly, "I will do whatever you tell me to do. Even if you want me to die, I will do it." "Very good." Han Hao nodded satisfactorily and coldly said, "Come here, let me touch you." Scarlet's docile face instantly turned as red as the sunset. Her eyes were filled with incredulity. She asked in a trembling voice, What? "Let me touch you. I don't know why, but I want to touch you." Han Hao scratched his head, puzzled. He didn't understand why he would have such a thought, which made him look puzzled. "All right." Scarlet lowered her head and felt extremely embarrassed. She stole a glance at some of her subordinates in the distance, who were wearing strange expressions, and felt an urge to dig a hole and hide in it. She raised her head and looked at Han Hao's solemn face. She cursed in her heart and made up her mind. She took a deep breath, lowered her head, and walked towards Han Hao. Chapter 928. As the only female chieftain of the Ronsin Canyon, Scarlet was a ruthless and merciless person. She had always been cruel and merciless to her enemies. But ever since she was rescued by Han Hao, she had always treated Han Hao in a special way. Not only did she not scheme against Han Hao, but she was also considerate of Han Hao. She didn't know why, but this youth that was cold to the point of being inhuman was like a deep and rapid whirlpool that unknowingly sucked her in. Along with the passage of time, not only was she unable to struggle free from this whirlpool, she instead fell deeper and deeper, gradually losing herself. If it were any other person who said, "Let me touch you," in front of so many of her subordinates, she would retaliate at all costs, even if it meant her death. At the very least, she would retreat hatefully and find a way to kill that person in the future. However, when it was Han Hao who said those words, although Scarlet felt extremely humiliated, she did not fly into a rage. She even seemed to have forgotten that there were many of her subordinates around her. For some reason, she walked up to Han Hao. Scarlet lowered her head and blushed. She did not dare to look at Han Hao. Despite being an ambitious and ruthless person in the Ronsin Canyon, she suddenly turned into a shy and timid woman. She was restless and did not utter a word in front of Han Hao. Han Hao's demonic eyes were filled with bewilderment. The strange thoughts that came from the depths of his heart left him at a loss. He didn't understand what was wrong with him. Why would he suddenly have so many strange and chaotic thoughts? After staring blankly for a long while, Han Hao became hesitant. He did not know if he should act on the thoughts in his heart and carry out the thoughts that he had never had before. Why aren't you moving? Scarlet, who had been waiting quietly with a blushing face, put on a bashful face. But after waiting for a long time and seeing that Han Hao was not moving at all, Scarlet became even more nervous than Han Hao. She was so embarrassed that she could not help but speak first. "Oh!" Han Hao softly exclaimed as though Scarlet's words had strengthened his resolve. He stretched out his hand and very slowly and awkwardly caressed Scarlet's blushing cheeks. He then pressed his palm on the corner of her mouth and the bridge of her nose where there used to be two hideous scars. A very strange feeling suddenly rose from the bottom of Han Hao's heart. It was a strange feeling that came abruptly and fiercely, something he had never experienced before. Scarlet's subordinates, who had followed Scarlet all the way from the Ronson Grand Canyon, stared incredulously at the insufferably ruthless and ruthless leader standing in front of them. They were all dumbstruck. Could it be that she brought us all the way to the fringe just to let Han Hao touch her? What's going on? Scarlet's subordinates were all dumbfounded. They felt as though they were going to collapse when they saw the inviolable and inviolable demoness who had led them to various dominions for so many years come to them and willingly let Han Hao caress her. Is this still the leader we are familiar with? Scarlet shuddered the moment Han Hao's palm touched her cheeks. She felt as though she was sitting on pins and needles when she felt the coldness of Han Hao's palm. She wanted to pull her cheeks away, but an inexplicable force held her back. She stood as still as a rock and allowed Han Hao's palm to caress her peerlessly beautiful cheeks. At this moment, Scarlet seemed to have forgotten that she was surrounded by her subordinates who had followed her for many years. She seemed to have forgotten how strange she looked as a successful woman. She stood rooted to the spot with panic and a tinge of joy in her heart. Gradually, Han Hao's palm was no longer satisfied with caressing her cheeks. The bewildered Han Hao slowly moved his palm down from Scarlet's slender, fair neck to the mysterious region on her chest. Scarlet's body shuddered violently, and the redness on her neck became even more intense. She was shocked. Is he going to do that in front of everyone? Scarlet's delicate body shuddered even more violently. She could no longer maintain her pretense of calmness. She abruptly raised her head and looked at Han Hao. Han Hao was at a loss. He frowned slightly and seemed to be deep in thought. Scarlet could not find any trace of indecency on his face. On the contrary, Han Hao's eyes were clear and pure. It was as though he was not touching a beautiful woman, but a weapon or a piece of clothing. He was exploring but not humiliating. What is he trying to do? Scarlet was puzzled. She had no idea what Han Hao was trying to do. No matter how hard a normal man tried to conceal his facial expression and facial expression, it was impossible for him not to have any desire. However, Han Hao had obviously broken this rule. He was not wearing any disgusting expression at all. While Scarlet's imagination was running wild, Han Hao slowly moved his palm downwards and gently placed it on top of Scarlet's perky breasts. Ah! One of Scarlet's subordinates, who was watching from afar, could not control his astonishment and let out an unpleasant cry. Scarlet did not dare to think any further. She suddenly retreated hastily out of embarrassment and escaped from Han Hao's demonic palm that was pressing on her breasts. Scarlet gasped for air. Her breasts heaved up and down like an earthquake, outlining the breathtaking curves of her breasts. Han Hao, how could you? Scarlet did not know what to say as she looked at Han Hao, who was staring at his palm in a daze. She stammered and blushed. Strange. Han Hao muttered to himself as he looked at the right hand that was caressing Scarlet's chest. Just now, when he placed his hand on Scarlet's chest, he suddenly felt a strong urge. It was as though a dreadful beast had broken his cold and calm demeanor. Before he could fully appreciate the feeling, Scarlet hastily pulled herself away from him. Han Hao was taken aback for a moment. He suddenly heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head. He seemed to be trying to get rid of the strange feeling that had suddenly arisen in his heart. He shot a glance at Scarlet, who was blushing nervously, and said expressionlessly, "Well, that's all for today. We will try again next time." Scarlet was greatly embarrassed. She stole a glance at her subordinates, who had lost their wits. She clenched her teeth in anger. "Bastard! How could you do this in front of so many people? Why couldn't you have chosen a quiet place with no one around? Are you trying to humiliate me? I'm so angry. Have you seen enough? Get lost, all of you." Scarlet vented her anger on her subordinates with a cold glint in her eyes. "Yes, yes, sir." Scarlet's subordinates, who had been dumbfounded a moment ago, scattered like birds and beasts and disappeared in an instant. When only Scarlet and Han Hao were left, Scarlet took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. She looked at Han Hao and asked, What do you want?" Han Hao was taken aback. The coldness that he had just regained collapsed again. For some reason, Han Hao felt that he could no longer maintain his absolute coldness in front of Scarlet. After thinking for a moment, Han Hao did not know what he wanted to do. He pondered for a moment and said with a frown, "I haven't decided yet." "Haven't decided yet?" Scarlet was infuriated by Han Hao. "How dare you say that you haven't decided yet when you have groped me in front of so many people?" No matter how strong Scarlet was in front of others, she was still a woman after all. Naturally, she could not say such words out loud. She clenched her teeth and asked resentfully, "Then tell me, am I your woman now?" "Yes," Han Hao answered without the slightest hesitation. Scarlet was overjoyed. She thought that's more than enough. But before Scarlet could celebrate, Han Hao quickly added, "Now that you have come to the fringe, you are my woman, just like Polo and the others. You will have to listen to me from now on. Also, reorganize your men and train them again when we return. Just like Polo." Scarlet had apparently heard of Polo. She became anxious and hastily said, "How? How can we be the same? Polo is a man and I'm a woman. Besides, you just now. It's all the same." Han Hao put on a straight face and coldly said, "We are all my subordinates. There's no difference." Upon hearing those words, Scarlet finally flew into a rage and shouted, "Han Hao, what are you trying to do? How can you do this to me? You better make it clear to me that I, Scarlet, am not a nobody. If you treat me like a subordinate like Polo, I will never forgive you." Han Hao suddenly felt a little weak when he saw Scarlet losing her composure. He felt as though he had done something wrong. But after thinking for a moment, he could not figure out what he had done wrong. Han Hao knitted his brows and pondered for a moment. Then he suddenly realized what he had done wrong. When he was dealing with Polo, he could coldly and mercilessly give orders. He would never have such strange and disordered thoughts like what he had just done. "Yes, you're a little different," Han Hao muttered after staring blankly for a moment. He seemed to have figured it out and said, "That's right. You are different from Polo and the others. You are a woman, my woman. What about Polo? He's a man, my man?" Han Hao was baffled. Scarlet did not know whether to laugh or cry when she saw Han Hao mumbling nonsense to himself. She snapped, "How can Polo be your man? How can you be like this? You are such a mess." Suddenly, Scarlet recalled something that Han Shoa had once told her. Han Hao has never been intimate with a woman. He has been cultivating and living in an inhuman place. He knows nothing about certain things. Suddenly, Scarlet seemed to have understood something. She pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "Han Hao, do you know what love is?" Han Hao looked at Scarlet in bewilderment. He shook his head and replied, "I don't know. I have never seen or heard of it." All of a sudden, Scarlet understood everything. It turned out that Han Hao wasn't being insensitive, nor was he bullying her. This guy didn't know anything at all. What he did just now was merely an instinctive action. Perhaps he did not even know what he was doing. Scarlet felt as though she had picked up a treasure. She looked at Han Hao's bewildered expression and found it pleasing to the eye. It was inconceivable that this handsome, callous, and powerful young man had never experienced love between a man and a woman. No wonder, no wonder. Scarlet shook her head and forced a smile. She was overjoyed and had forgotten everything that Han Shoa had just done. She made up her mind that she would hold on to this rare treasure and forever imprint her image in that blockhead of his. Oh no! Scarlet was about to grab hold of Han Hao and tell him everything she knew when Han Hao's expression suddenly changed. He said in a cold and stern voice, "Take your men and leave this place immediately. Head to the fringe." "What's wrong?" Scarlet panicked. She realized that something was amiss. "It's Dagmar. He's here. I've seen him before. I recognize his aura." Han Hao wore a solemn face and said to Scarlet, "Leave this place immediately. I'll stall him." "The commander of the Death Dominion? It's him?" Scarlet was shocked. She said anxiously, "Why don't you leave? I'll stay and stall him." "You won't be able to stall him for even a second." Han Hao's face was ice cold. He said impatiently, "Listen to me and leave this place immediately. Don't worry, I'll be fine. He can't kill me." Scarlet stared at Han Hao for 3 seconds and nodded firmly. She shouted, "All right, I'll leave now. Remember to come back alive to see me." Having said that, Scarlet immediately left without looking back. When she reached the periphery, she shouted, "Everyone, follow me! We're leaving this place at once." Scarlet's subordinates did not know what was going on. They were puzzled and quickly followed behind Scarlet. Han Hao remained where he was. He held the 3-meter-long bone spear in his hand and silently waited for Dagmar's arrival. 10 minutes later, the white bone throne suddenly descended. Dagmar was seated on it. Dagmar's target was Han Hao alone. He did not do anything to stop Scarlet from leaving. "We meet again, Han Hao." Dagmar sat at the center of the white bone throne and looked down at Han Hao. The eyes under the mask were filled with a playful glint. He looked at Han Hao, who looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and asked with a sinister smile, "What? Do you still want to fight me?" "Commander," Han Hao looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "Han Hao, I've always treated you well. Why did you betray me and get involved with Brian?" Dagmar stretched out his hands that were locked in his long sleeves. His skin was pale and bloodless, and his nails were as sharp as iron hooks. Dagmar, who was looking down from above, extended his hands toward Han Hao. The energy of death gradually gathered on his fingers and formed wisps of gray smoke. Han Hao raised his head. His eyes were ice cold and emotionless. There was not a trace of the previous confusion in them. He said calmly, "I'm sorry, but you don't have the strength to make me willingly submit to you." Dagmar sneered and said disdainfully, "You think that Brian has it? What can he bring you? Don't forget that you are a God Hunter. You and I are the same. The God Hunter Alliance is where you belong, no matter when. Your identity is a shackle that will bind you for the rest of your life. There is no way you can change that." Han Hao nodded and said, "That's right. I can't change my identity as a God Hunter, but I can change my identity and position in the God Hunter Alliance." Pointing his bone spear at Dagmar, Han Hao coldly shouted, "Commander, you can't kill me. There will come a day when I will surpass the God Hunter Alliance and become the leader of all God Hunters." Shameless boasting. Dagmar let out a cold snort. His bone throne suddenly pressed down, and an earth-shattering death energy came crashing down like a mountain. His hands, which were emitting gray smoke, suddenly danced, and gray rays shot out from the sky, producing a sizzling sound in the air. "Han Hao, it took me tens of thousands of years to become a hegemon of the God Hunter Alliance. What makes you think you can do that? You want to become the leader of all God Hunters? What a fool's dream. Today, I will take back everything I have given you." Dagmar no longer held back. His throne of bones shot out bone spears at Han Hao. "Everything that I have has nothing to do with you. All you have given me is the position of the leader of the God Hunter Alliance. It's not even worth mentioning. An evil light flashed across Han Hao's purple demon eye. The 7-bone spears on his back abruptly shot out. Instead of attacking Dagmar, they pierced into 7 different directions around him. 7 different energies suddenly emanated from the 7-bone spears. Shrill howls of vile souls could be heard coming from the 7-bone spears. It was unknown how many vile souls were imprisoned in the 7-bone spears. At this moment, the energy of death was mixed with an energy that Dagmar was not familiar with. It gave off astonishing energy undulations. At the same time, Han Hao's chest suddenly bulged out. The gravestone he obtained from the netherworld flew out and instantly enlarged into a towering tombstone in front of him. The complex and strange inscriptions on the gravestone suddenly came to life and flew out from the gravestone. Tens of thousands of inscriptions revolved around the gravestone like strange life forms, resonating with the souls imprisoned in the 7-bone spikes. With Han Hao at the center, all the element of death within a radius of 100 miles was sucked into the gravestone. Even Dagmar, who was an overgod, felt the element of death around him vanish in an instant. The element of death attached to his attacks became chaotic, making him feel as though he was losing control of it. Han Hao roared as he stared coldly at Dagmar, who was sitting on the bone throne with a 3-meter-long bone spear in his hand. All of a sudden, the towering gravestone emitted a powerful energy ripple. This energy ripple directly affected Dagmar's cultivation of death energy. Dagmar suddenly felt the death energy in his body leak out and flow towards the gravestone that was constantly emitting strange ripples. "What is this?" Dagmar was aghast. He stared at the gravestone in disbelief. Perhaps it was because it had absorbed the element of death within a radius of 100 miles, but the gravestone, which was already dozens of meters tall, had suddenly grown in size. It now towered between heaven and earth like a lofty mountain. The enlarged gravestone had many inscriptions on it. Beneath the inscriptions were all kinds of white bones. Traces of the energy of death flowed across the surface of the gravestone like tiny streams. They looked just like the veins in a human's body. It was incomparably mysterious and bizarre. The divine energy of death in Dagmar's body was being drawn by the gravestone below him, causing it to flow uncontrollably towards the gravestone. The mountainous gravestone seemed to be able to not only affect the element of death, but also all those who cultivated in the element of death. Aghast, Dagmar was filled with fear. He immediately stopped attacking Han Hao and concentrated all of his divine energy into his body. He did his best to stop the divine energy from flowing out of his body. After all, Dagmar was an overgod. When he stabilized his divine soul, he gave up on attacking Han Hao and focused all of his divine energy on resisting the energy of death within the gravestone. He finally managed to slow down the divine energy in his body and stop it from flowing towards the gravestone below him. Impossible. This can't be possible. Dagmar panted heavily. His only exposed eyes were filled with panic. He lost his composure and said, "You're not an overgod yet. There's no way you can possess such terrifying power. Just who are you?" At this moment, Han Hao was standing at the top of the gravestone. Countless white bones were overflowing with a gray mist that shrouded his entire body. The energy of death that flowed like a trickle had submerged him. At this moment, it was as though he had become a part of the gravestone. "Dagmar, you cultivate the energy of death. Even if your realm is higher than mine, you can't kill me." Han Hao's voice came from the gravestone. "Anyone who cultivates the energy of death will be affected by this gravestone. No one is an exception. I believe that apart from the overgod of death, who possesses a true quintessence and cultivates the same type of energy of death, no one can kill me." What is that thing?" Dagmar was shocked. He believed Han Hao's words almost immediately because the energy on the gravestone had explained everything. "I don't know either," Han Hao said softly after a moment of silence. After a pause, Han Hao continued, "I still can't control its power to my heart's content." "Dagmar, When I'm able to unleash its full power, only death awaits you." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge vortex of death formed in the center of the 7-bone spurs that Han had stabbed into the gravestone. As the vortex of death gradually rose, the mountain-like gravestone disappeared bit by bit. When the vortex of death had submerged the gravestone, a violent gust of wind blew over, and the vortex of death disappeared without a trace. The gravestone, the 7-bone spurs, and Han, how that had just stood there, suddenly disappeared. Dagmar stared at the ground that had returned to its original state in a daze. His mouth felt extremely dry. After a while, he shook his head and muttered to himself, no wonder he's unwilling to be under someone else. So he's already this powerful." Chapter 9:29. At the same time, in the abyss of death, inside a stone chamber filled with the element of death within a towering mountain, a blurry silhouette suddenly awoke from his slumber. He looked at Han Hao's direction and muttered, "Who could it be?" As he spoke, the element of death that was as dense as water overflowed from his mouth and converged in the stone chamber. Others who cultivated in the elemental energy of death had to absorb an endless stream of elemental energy to strengthen themselves. But this person seemed to have broken the shackles and no longer needed the elemental energy that filled the world. Not only that, but with every word he uttered, the element of death would flow out of his body. It was as though he was a source of energy that constantly released the element of death. It was as though the element of death that gods cultivating in the elemental energy of death on all material planes came from this person. "It seems that I'll have to make a trip to the Space Dominion," the person muttered. Then, as though he had blended into the element of death in the chamber, he gradually disappeared without a trace. In the Dominion of Destiny, at the center of the shrine of the goddess, Angelina was bored to death as she looked at the expressionless goddess of destiny. She said, coquettishly, "Mother, I want to go out and have some fun. I want to see Brian. I know he's in the fringe, and he's very close to here." The goddess of destiny squinted her eyes. She no longer had the divine might and terrifying aura that she had when she first arrived in the Dominion of Darkness. Instead, she looked like an ordinary kind mother. She gently said to Angelina, "Not now. Wait a little longer. I will arrange for you to meet him when the time comes." "Why?" Angelina chewed on the energy crystal like it was a snack. She pouted and hummed softly. The goddess of destiny stretched out her hand and stroked Angelina's soft long hair. She smiled and said, "There are some things that you can't know for now. But that Brian is an important character. Haha, he shouldn't be here. But his existence will change the fate of many. He's no different. Why do you always say that he shouldn't be here? Although Profound Continent is a low-level material plane, many people have come from low-level material planes, and many of them have made great achievements." Angelina was puzzled. The goddess of destiny chuckled softly and indifferently said, "He's not from Profound Continent, and his real name isn't Brian. You will learn about this in the future. His existence is an opportunity for all of us, and it is also a key. One day in the future, perhaps Mother will have something to ask of him." Andrina was stunned and asked curiously, "You guys? 12 sovereigns." Nodding with a smile, the goddess of destiny said, "Don't ask so much. I promise you that when the time is right, I will tell you everything you need to know." It was at this moment that the goddess of destiny seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes were like stars in the vast starry sky as she looked towards the direction where the little skull, Han Hao and Dagmar were fighting. Her expression changed as she murmured, "Why would a quintessence shard appear? It's of the element of death. That guy must have sensed it and will probably come over. What's wrong, Mother?" Angelina asked curiously when she saw her in a trance. "Nothing." The goddess of destiny smiled and stood up. She said to Angelina, "I will be leaving for a while and should be back soon. Angelina, promise me that you won't be naughty for the time being. Just stay here, all right?" "Of course, I won't be leaving this place," Angelina promised obediently. Nodding, The goddess of destiny moved closer to Angelina and kissed her on the cheek before vanishing into thin air. Han how disappeared in an instant. Dagmar looked at the area that had returned to its original state and was lost in thought for a moment before leaving as well. 3 days later, Dagmar appeared at the mouth of a volcano near the fringe. The hegemons of darkness and destruction, Daka and Aser, were already waiting there as promised. Seeing Dagmar's bone throne appear at the mouth of the volcano, Daka, who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, furrowed his brow and asked, "Dagmar, what's wrong? You don't look too good. Could it be that you couldn't even take care of that troublemaking brat yourself?" Aser also found it strange and said in a deep voice, "Dagmar, that brat came from your dominion of death. You can't possibly be reluctant to kill him, right? No matter how talented he is, he's still our enemy. If we allow him to continue causing trouble at the borders of the other dominions, we will definitely be hunted down by the other dominions when our main forces arrive. When that happens, our operation will be forced to stop. Dagmar, if you can't do it, I'll help you deal with him. We can't let a brat from the dominion of death like you hold up our plan for so long." Daka snorted coldly, clearly displeased. The masked Dagmar glanced at the two and said, "I did, but I wasn't able to kill him. Not only did I fail to kill him, but I also lost quite a bit of my divine energy. That brat is really strange. He wields some kind of divine artifact that seems to be able to suppress me." Daka and Aser's expressions changed when they heard that. They looked at Dagmar in disbelief. Daka said solemnly, "Dagmar, are you sure you're not mistaken? That brat isn't even an overgod. No matter how powerful of a divine artifact he wields, he definitely isn't a match for you. What's going on?" Aser was also shocked and looked at Dagmar in confusion. It was a tombstone. There were complicated and abstruse words on it. The tombstone contained an extremely mysterious energy of death. Dagmar recalled the scene from 3 days ago and told them everything that had happened to him in detail. He didn't even miss out on his own comprehension of the gravestone. He was as detailed as he could be. After he finished, Aser, the hegemon of the Darkness Dominion, wore a look of shock while Daka seemed to be deep in thought. After a long moment of silence, Daka suddenly thought of something. He raised his head and exclaimed, "It's the quintessence shard!" Dagmar and Aser shuddered, their eyes filled with disbelief. Dagmar's voice trembled as he murmured, "Yes, yes, I should have known. Only that thing could release such power. Even I couldn't resist it." Suddenly, Dagmar's eyes shone with greed. He grabbed Daka and Aser and barked, "Help me get the quintessence shard, and I'll let you have anything you want. I'll agree to any condition you have." Daka and Aser glanced at each other and released Dagmar's hands. Daka said solemnly, "Legend has it that the quintessence shard only exists in Eternia. It's said that Eternia was sealed when the creator deities went missing. How could there be a quintessence shard outside?" Aser's voice was heavy as well. Although the quintessence shard is not a true quintessence, and although it does not contain the most original power, as a vessel used to hold quintessence, it contains the purest essence of power. Once the overgod of that quintessence dies, the god who holds the quintessence shard will naturally become the new master of the quintessence as long as he reaches the level of overgod. This item is of great importance. Once it appears, the overgod with the quintessence shard will retrieve it at all costs and kill its owner. That's why the overgods with the quintessence shard never dare to reveal themselves. Who knows how far away they are from their overgod realm? How did that guy get the quintessence shard? Dagmar slowly calmed down from the narration of the two. He smiled bitterly and said, "How would I know? If he didn't use that item to suppress me, I would have killed him 3 days ago. It's no wonder his strength improved so quickly. If I knew he had such an item, I would have killed him back in the dominion of death. Sigh, now that he's matured, no other god of death on Elysium other than the true master of the dominion of death can kill him." After a pause, Dagmar continued, That's why I'm begging the two of you to help me. That item is only useful to me. Once I obtain it, I promise to search for quintessence shards of darkness and destruction for you. What do you think? We're allies, so it's only natural that we help each other, Daka agreed insincerely. As long as you can pinpoint that guy's location again, Acer and I will naturally do our best to help you. Acer nodded silently, but only he knew whether it was true or not. Dagmar had seen all kinds of people in the Dominion of Death for many years. He could tell from the two's words that they wouldn't help him out of sincerity. However, the temptation of the quintessence shard was too great. Dagmar could only hope to obtain it if he begged the two of them for help. So he kept thinking about what he could use to convince them. All right, Dagmar. Let's discuss how we're going to attack the Fringe. That kid is definitely in the Fringe. When the Fringe is breached, he'll definitely appear. Daka knew that the quintessence shard was a sore spot in Dagmar's heart. There was nothing more important to him than the quintessence shard, so he could only focus on that. All right, I understand. I'll gather all the forces at my disposal. As long as that kid appears in the Fringe, I'll do whatever it takes to get that item. Dagmar took a deep breath and started thinking about gathering all his subordinates who didn't cultivate in the Edict of Death to see if they could kill Han Hao, who wasn't even an overgod yet. Dagmar even thought of Salus, wondering what kind of conditions he would have to make in order for Salus to help him. A quintessence shard completely messed up Dagmar's state of mind. Chapter 930. The place where Han Hao and Dagmar fought. A few days later, the goddess of destiny arrived. After waiting here for a few days, a faint shadow appeared in the void. As soon as the shadow appeared, the element of death in this place became many times denser than the element of death in Tanai. The goddess of destiny looked indifferent. She glanced at the shadow and said softly, "Nestet, you're here." The faint shadow of the overgod of death, Nestet, slowly became clear and turned into a handsome young man with a feminine temperament. Walking to the front of the goddess of destiny, the element of death on Nestet's body overflowed between heaven and earth like wisps of light smoke. He nodded with a smile and said, "Amelie, you're closer and you cultivate the Edict of Destiny. Do you know who owns that quintessence shard? Where is it?" Amelie smiled and said, "You know the characteristics of the quintessence shard. As long as the owner doesn't use it, he can avoid your search. Furthermore, not only would you not be able to sense its existence, the person holding it would be able to sense your aura instead. And I can't get any information about him. The existence of this thing is simply a hidden threat to those of us who own the overgod's quintessence." Nestet raised his eyebrows. He looked somewhat vexed. "This is the arrangement of the creator deities. We can't change it. The existence of the quintessence shard is to give others a hope to replace us. After all, anyone who stays in the same position for a long time will gradually change. The creator deities scattered the quintessence shard to warn us that our position will not remain unchanged forever." Amelie said softly with a calm face. Nestet nodded and said, "I will find that person. I won't allow anyone who holds the quintessence shard of death to survive." Amelie smiled. She didn't continue to express her opinion on this issue because she knew that if she found someone who held the quintessence shard of the Edict of Destiny, she would also destroy that person at all costs and eliminate the possibility of that person possessing the quintessence to ensure that she would not have to worry about her overgod position. After pondering for a moment, Amelie suddenly asked, "I heard that the city lord of your Witherbone City Hill has mysteriously disappeared, right?" Nestet frowned and looked deeply at Amelie. He snorted and said, "If you hadn't warned me, I would have killed that kid long ago. Not only me, but that guy from the Darkness Dominion won't let him go either. He killed 2 city lords in the Darkness Dominion and caused chaos in the Dominion." After a pause, Nestet said again, "Amelie, is that guy really the key to reopening Eternia? Eternia can't be opened without him?" "Yes. Eternia cannot be open without him. As long as it's the power of this universe, it won't be able to open Eternia." Alphily nodded and reminded Nestor, "That's why he can't die. As long as he is strong enough to fulfill our request and complete the mission of reopening Eternia, I will have no objection to what you want to do with him. Amelie, I'm afraid that we are raising a tiger in our bosom. That kid is making rapid progress. He is cultivating the energy left behind by that person. I'm afraid that one day we won't be able to suppress him." Nestor let out a soft sigh. Perhaps it was because he thought of the person he mentioned, but there was a hint of fear on his face. "Don't worry. It's impossible for him to reach the heights of that person. His existence is only a key to opening Eternia. Once his mission is completed, I will leave him be," Amelie reassured. She paused for a moment and said, "The fringe will soon be plunged into chaos. Keep an eye out for it. 10,000 years have passed, and it's time to clean up the fringe. Make use of this opportunity to purge the fringe, this malignant tumor that is the fringe once again." Nestet nodded and said with a gentle smile, "I've made the arrangements. When the dominion of light and life comes, don't worry about me. I can't be bothered with the affairs of you people. As long as you don't involve the entire Elysium, do whatever you want." Amelie looked at Nestet in annoyance and calmly said, "Tell that guy from the Darkness Dominion that he is not to be touched before Eternia is opened." "All right, I've said what I need to say. You know what to do. I'm going back." Upon finishing those words, Amelie's figure gradually melted into the air and disappeared with a gentle breeze. Nestet did not leave immediately. He used the element of death emanating from his body to slowly scout out the surroundings. After concealing his energy, he became an ordinary god, cultivating in the energy of death, and became inconspicuous. After a few months of travel, Han-Hao returned to the fringe. After leaving Dagmar's place, Han-Hao had been issuing orders to all his god hunter subordinates to return to the fringe. Since Dagmar had appeared, it meant that the main forces of the God Hunter Alliance would be arriving soon. They had done what they could and spread the news. There was no longer any need to stay there. In addition, through the gravestone in his body, Han Shua sensed the aura of the over-god of death, Nestet. Compared to the God Hunters, Nestet posed a much greater threat. Although Han Shua did not know the true purpose of the gravestone, he could sense how terrifying that person was through it. Back when he was in the Death Dominion, Han-Hao had been staying in the Ronson Canyon at the border of the Death Dominion because he was wary of that terrifying being. In the Death Dominion, even Hill and the others who had obtained Nestet's mark could not sense Nestet's aura or location. However, Han-Hao could roughly sense Nestet's location through the gravestone. In the Death Dominion, although Han-Hao was a troublemaker, he would use the ability of the gravestone to sense Nestet to avoid him and try his best to keep a safe distance from him. Han-Hao did not know that Nestet would not be able to sense his location unless he used it. He just instinctively felt that the further away he was from Nestet, the safer he would be. Not long after Han-Hao arrived at the fringe, he found Scarlet, who had arrived ahead of him. When Scarlet saw Han-Hao suddenly appearing before her, she was so excited that she could hardly contain herself. If it weren't for the fact that she was surrounded by her subordinates, she might have thrown herself into Han-Hao's embrace. For some unknown reason, when Han-Hao saw Scarlet's overjoyed and excited face, he felt as though he was facing his family members, Han Shua and the 5 elite zombies. "Come, let's return and prepare for war," Han-Hao nodded and said in an indifferent tone. "I'm glad that you are all right. Han-Hao, have you met Dagmar?" asked Scarlet after she calmed down from her excitement. "Yes, I have," Han-Hao frankly admitted. From his point of view, there was nothing to hide. You really met Dagmar?" Scarlet was startled, and she cried out, "Then how did you come back unscathed?" "Dagmar is the hegemon of all god hunters in our Death Dominion. His power he cultivates in the energy of death. He can't kill me." Han Shua bunched his brows. As he did not fully understand the function of the gravestone, he did not explain it to Scarlet. Scarlet put on a puzzled face, as though she could not understand why Dagmar couldn't kill Han Hao even though he cultivated in the energy of death. However, when she saw that Han Hao did not seem to want to continue the topic, she did not ask any more questions. Ever since Scarlet learned that Han Hao knew nothing about love, she was as excited as if she had picked up a treasure. She thought that she must seize every opportunity to enlighten this blockhead. For the next few days, Scarlet tried her best to tempt Han Hao. She often drove her subordinates far away and patiently talked to Han Hao about the meaning of love and affection. She tried to impart her knowledge of love to Han Hao. However, Scarlet gradually discovered that Han Hao was not a person who would listen to others' explanations. It seemed that everything he knew about the world was based on his own experience. He did not believe in what others said at all. Han Hao did not respond to Scarlet's indoctrination and remained silent throughout the journey. Even when Scarlet made some of her suggestions very explicit, Han Hao merely bunched his brows and did not express his opinion. Scarlet began to feel anxious. One day, the two of them appeared on a mountain range in the fringe that was covered in lush greenery. The white clouds were like cotton, and the weather was beautiful. A faint fragrance lingered in their nostrils, making them feel relaxed and happy. They couldn't help but indulge in some romantic fantasies. Han Hao, I have told you so much. Did you even listen to me? Did you understand me? Asked Scarlet softly as she stood among the flowers. Han Hao shook his head and replied indifferently, I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm not interested in knowing. In my opinion, everything has to be explored in order to know the truth. I only abide by my inner feelings and feelings. I will not define things that I have not touched or come into contact with because of other people's words. Scarlet was speechless. She looked at Han Hao, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After a moment of hesitation, Scarlet asked, What do you mean by exploring and coming into contact with something? Just like that day, exploring with my hands and feeling with my heart. Han Hao shot a strange glance at Scarlet, as though he thought that Scarlet's question was very idiotic. Scarlet's face blushed, and her heart beat faster when she heard Han Hao mention that day. She stole a glance at the serious-looking Han Hao and cursed inwardly. This scoundrel actually has such thoughts? What should I do then? Don't tell me that I should let go of everything and let him explore. Explore my body as he pleased like that day? Your mind is in a mess. That's not good. It will affect your state of mind and make you unable to concentrate during a battle. I will never be in a mess. Han Hao furrowed his brows and reprimanded. Scarlet's heart was filled with resentment after hearing Han Hao's words. She thought for a moment and said angrily, I don't believe that you can always keep your mind as tranquil as still water. Having said that, Scarlet made up her mind and walked towards Han Hao with a blushing face. Han Hao was about to say that his mind was as tranquil as still water when he suddenly felt something in his heart. The gravestone in his heart seemed to have been triggered and went out of his control. Scarlet hated Han Hao's actions and thought, I don't believe that I can't break your mind as tranquil as still water. With that thought in mind, Scarlet became even more determined and walked towards Han Hao regardless of her shame. At this moment, Han Hao's brows were deeply furrowed. His purple demon's eyes were glistening as if he was pondering something. It was as if he didn't notice her initiative at all. Even his gaze didn't seem to be focused on her. Scarlet was infuriated. She snorted and said in a low voice, I don't believe that you have no feelings at all. Scarlet suddenly reached out and threw herself into Han Hao's arms. She hugged Han Hao tightly and pressed her towering breasts against Han Hao's chest. Not only that, but Scarlet also stretched out her hands to feel around Han Hao's back. She especially touched the 7 bone spurs on his back. It's really connected to his bones. Scarlet couldn't help but exclaim when her small hands touched that place. She had always thought that the 7 bone spurs on Han Hao's back were not really connected to Han Hao's body. In her eyes, the 7 bone spurs were just one of Han Hao's weapons that were usually stored in a compartment on his back. But now that she touched the base of the bone spurs, She discovered that they were connected to the flesh on Han Hao's back. They were clearly a part of his body. Scarlet was extremely surprised. Her small hands continued to feel around Han Hao's back. Her plump body was tightly glued to Han Hao's body. She was trembling slightly and challenging some of Han Hao's nerves. "I don't believe that you won't have any reaction," Scarlet thought to herself. She stole a glance at Han Hao. Suddenly, Scarlet's expression changed. She cried out in alarm, "Han Hao, what's wrong with you?" The gravestone slowly emerged from Han Hao's chest. A strange energy emanated from Han Hao's body and sent Scarlet flying. One after another, seemingly alive inscriptions floated out of the gravestone and danced around Han Hao's body. The element of death in the surroundings seemed to be fatally attracted to Han Hao's body. Han Hao was at a loss. His brows were still tightly knitted as he looked at the inscriptions on the gravestone with a strange expression. After a while, Han Hao slowly stretched out his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out to grab the gravestone that had emerged from his body. He rubbed his finger against the inscriptions on the gravestone. All of a sudden, the mysterious inscriptions that had flown out of the gravestone and circled around Han Hao's body suddenly drilled into his mind through his eyes. Han Hao's body trembled. He immediately closed his eyes and stood motionless as if he had been petrified. Chapter 931. All the inscriptions on the tombstone gushed into Han Hao's mind in an instant. He was dumbstruck and lifeless like a boulder. The gravestone that emerged from his chest continued to gather the element of death energy as though it was trying to extract all the element of death in the fringe. The gravestone did not enlarge this time, but it radiated a ghastly white radiance. Tiny white bones could be seen clearly on the surface of the gravestone. Although some of the inscriptions had entered Han Hao's mind, the gravestone was densely packed with inscriptions. Under the illumination of the ghastly white radiance, the inscriptions looked like tiny worms wriggling on the surface of the gravestone and absorbing the element of death that was converging from all directions. Scarlet, who had been sent flying, was aghast. She looked at Han Hao in horror and did not know what to do. She tried to approach Han Hao and do something, but before she could get close to Han Hao, an invisible energy emanated from the gravestone and sent her flying again. That energy contained a trace of Han Hao's will, and it didn't seem to be malicious. Otherwise, given Scarlet's cultivation base, she would have perished in an instant and wouldn't have survived. After a few more attempts, Scarlet gave up on approaching Han Hao. She stood at a distance and looked at Han Hao worriedly, hoping that he wouldn't be hurt by the tombstone that had appeared out of nowhere. Wisps of ghastly white radiance gradually seeped out of the gravestone and seeped into Han Hao's body like liquid. The motionless Han Hao was slowly enveloped by the ghastly white radiance. In an instant, Han Hao's clothes were blown away like ashes. He was completely naked in front of Scarlet. Han Hao's body, which was as pale as the radiance, gradually turned transparent. It was as though his body had turned into a piece of warm jade. Scarlet could even clearly see his meridians, organs, and skeleton. Wisps of pale light seeped into Han Hao's body through his pores, disappearing into his limbs and bones. A stream of the purest power of death was gradually released from Han Hao's body, while Han Hao himself looked like a corpse that had been dead for millions of years, without a single trace of vitality. Scarlet slowly realized that the deathly pale halo on the gravestone did not seem to be hostile to Han Hao. It was like a kind of medicine that nourished his body. Scarlet was relieved. She gazed at Han Hao in a daze and wondered what kind of divine weapon the gravestone on Han Hao's chest was and why it possessed such miraculous power. Time passed quickly. After an unknown amount of time, the gravestone that floated out of Han Hao's chest suddenly shrank and disappeared. At the same time, the death element that was surging toward them stopped, and everything returned to normal. After a while, Han Hao exhaled softly and slowly opened his eyes. The dense inscriptions on the gravestone flashed across his pupils, and he returned to normal. Han Hao furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, So this thing is called a quintessence fragment. Han Hao, are you all right? Scarlet cried out in alarm when she sensed that the energy that had shrouded Han Hao had disappeared. She hastily rushed to his side and reached out to touch Han Hao's chest. She wanted to know what was going on with the gravestone. Han Hao shook his head. His previously dazed eyes regained their usual calmness and clarity. He shot a glance at the slightly panicked Scarlet and softly said, "I'm all right. I just learned something. My body and soul have undergone some good changes." "What happened?" Scarlet turned pale with fright when she heard that even Han Hao's soul had undergone some changes. "It's nothing." Han Hao did not explain. He lowered his head to look at his naked body and pushed Scarlet away. He then took out a pure black battle robe from his space ring and unhurriedly put on. It was only then that Scarlet realized that Han Hao was still naked. She stole another glance at Han Hao's naked body and blushed again. "Tui." Scarlet turned her head away after giving a light snort. After putting on the new clothes, Han Hao seemed to have forgotten what he had said to Scarlet. He indifferently said, "Come, let's go back." At the border between the Space Dominion and the Fringe, the overgod of death, Nestet, who was still searching for the bearer of the quintessence fragment, turned his gaze toward the Fringe from the top of a lofty mountain. He muttered to himself, "Who could it be in the Fringe? That sovereign, the bearer of the quintessence fragment, must be at least an overgod. Now that I know the location, it will be easy to search for the bearer." The overgod of death, who had concealed his energy, immediately headed for the Fringe. The Fringe, the bone-burying cave. Log, a cultivator of the energy of death, was receiving the leaders of the various factions who had surrendered to him. Suddenly, Log's expression changed. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Han Hao. "My lord, what's going on?" One of Log's subordinates couldn't help but ask when he saw the strange expression on Log's face. Log rose to his feet and stared fixedly at the area where Han Hao was. His face was filled with undisguised fear. After a long while, Log forced a smile and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. The overgod of death shouldn't have come to the Fringe. But who else but the overgod of death could possess that terrifying origin energy?" "My lord, what's wrong with my lord?" asked the subordinate again when he saw that Log was mumbling to himself. "That's all for today. We will proceed according to the current plan. I'm going out for a while." Roger didn't answer. He just gave the order and left the bone-burying cave without caring about the doubts and astonishment of these people. The pandemonium. After half a year of recuperation, those members of the Han family who had obtained Han Shua's crystal balls had benefited tremendously. During this period of time, the pandemonium consumed the most divine essences, Metal Elite Zombie, and the Han family had spent more than half of the divine essences they had collected from the various dominions over the years. Every member of the Han family who had obtained the crystal balls began to absorb the energy from the divine essences to condense their own divine energy. Every once in a while, someone would make a breakthrough. As divine essences were extremely expensive, even the Han family and Metal Elite Zombie didn't have many of them. Naturally, they were starting to run short. Emily, Statholm, and the others were able to obtain crystal balls that contained divine souls of various energies from Han Shua. Naturally, the 5 elite zombies had obtained the same from Han Hao. The core members of the Han family weren't too many, but they weren't too few either. As more and more of them cultivated in the same energy, the divine essences they had were getting fewer and fewer. This was especially true for the death and darkness crystal balls. They had been depleted 2 months ago. As a result, those in the pandemonium had fallen into an awkward situation. Although they had reached the required realm with the crystal balls, they didn't have enough divine energy to support them in breaking through to the next realm. Even though they could use divine energy to break through to the next realm, they were stuck in the same realm and couldn't advance any further. Gradually, they started to get anxious. The condensation of divine energy wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. It was a process that required time and effort. Although the elemental energies in the pandemonium are many times denser than in other places, It was still too slow for the members of the Han family who had reached such a realm. Without divine essences, it would take them decades or even centuries to break through to the next realm by relying on the accumulation of divine energy in the pandemonium. In the past, this period of time didn't seem to be a long time because no amount of divine energy would be of any use if one's realm wasn't high enough. But now that they had reached the required realm and could break through to the next realm with divine energy, they suddenly felt that a few decades had become a lot more difficult to bear. None of the core members of the Han family were god hunters, but those who joined the Han family, such as some of Goran's subordinates, were god hunters. The impatient members of the Han family started to ask those people questions from time to time. Driven by the benefits they could reap, Han Hao's two avatars finally broke through to the late-stage high god realm. One day, Han Hao, who was cultivating in the underground of the pandemonium, finally managed to make his two avatars break through to the late-stage high god realm with the help of the two late-stage high god souls and the divine energy he had devoured. As his consciousness was incredibly powerful, he was able to digest the enormous amount of memories from the two late-stage high god souls. As a person who could control his heart's desires, Han didn't have to worry about being unable to control his greed as a god hunter. Therefore, from time to time, he would go out and secretly attack other gods who cultivated in the same energy as him, seizing their divine energy to strengthen himself. After half a year, his two avatars had broken through to the late-stage high god realm. His progress was clearly 100 times faster than that of the members of the Han family. Statholm, gather all the members of the Han family. I have something to say, Han Shua instructed Statholm. Han Shua didn't rush to stabilize his new realm, nor did he test the new domain of divinity that his two avatars had fused. After both of his avatars had broken through to the new realm, Han Shua immediately gave Statholm an order. Soon, all the members of the Han family in the pandemonium, including Emily, Phoebe, Statholm, Mike, and the others, gathered before him. I know you are all impatient. Some of you even want to become god hunters, said Han Shua. With Han Shua's consciousness covering the entire pandemonium, none of their actions could escape Han Shua's notice. After scanning through Mike, Gilbert, and the others, Han Shua said in a deep voice, Once you start, you will never be able to stop it. In the long run, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Once you lose yourself, even if you become stronger in the future, you will lose your true nature. If you can't control your desires, you will only wallow in them and be unable to free yourselves. So, remember this. Don't even think about it. Han Shua knew that the devouring art was like a drug addiction. Very few people could control it. There was a special reason why he and Little Skull Han were an exception. Master, then what should we do? As long as I have enough divine energy to support me, I can break through immediately, said Gilbert, who had always been straightforward with his words. Don't worry, I already have a plan, said Han Shua confidently while glaring at Gilbert. Chapter 932. They couldn't directly devour divine energy for their own use, but Han Shua had a way to collect and store the divine energy of others and use it to refine medicinal pellets that had similar effects to divine essences. With the divine energy contained in the pellets, they wouldn't have to worry about becoming god hunters. I will think of a way. In short, we can't be like those god hunters. Han Shua had always been lenient towards them and wouldn't restrict their movements. But this time was different. It was rare for him to be so serious. Gilbert and the others had been hesitant to begin with. They knew that once they stepped into the god hunter's domain, it wouldn't be so easy to get out. When they heard that Han Shua had a way to help them, they naturally wouldn't waste their time on god hunters. They nodded and promised that they wouldn't waste their time on god hunters. All right, you guys continue to study the soul memories in the crystal balls I gave you. First, understand their understanding of power Upanishads. For the time being, don't leave the pandemonium and don't pay attention to the outside world. Han Shua nodded. Following Han Shua's instructions, the crowd left one after another. These members of the House of Han understood that Han Shuo was doing this for their own good. After returning to their homes, they no longer thought about how to improve their divine energy. Instead, they focused on comprehending the energy contained in the crystal ball. When they returned to the surface, Han Shuo summoned Zovik and asked him about the recent happenings in the pandemonium. Tyre and Log have been spending a lot of time together. The two of them have won over 70% of the leaders of the various factions in the fringe. Asura and Wasis took action too late. Other than the leaders of the various factions under their care, they didn't manage to gain much. 70% of the factions in the fringe have been won over by Tyre and Log, 20% by Asura and Wasis, and the remaining 10% haven't decided whether to follow them or not. During this period of time, god hunters have been appearing at the borders of the dominions of space, fate, death, and lightning. They have been hunting down the gods passing through these dominions. It seems that the God Hunter Alliance is about to arrive. I wonder when they will attack the fringe. Zovik slowly reported the recent happenings in the fringe to Han Shuo. After that, Zovik was puzzled and asked Han Shuo, "Many leaders of various forces in the fringe have sent representatives to us to express their goodwill. Why didn't we accept them? The more power we have in the fringe, the more we'll be able to compete with the God Hunter Alliance in the future." Not only Zovik, but many in the fringe were also puzzled by Han Shuo's thoughts. Tyre, Log, Wasis, and Asura had been competing openly and covertly for those people. They had even offered all kinds of conditions in hopes that they could gather more forces for their own use. Han Shuo was the only one who did not want to join Han Shuo's side. Many leaders of various factions who wanted to join Han Shuo's side were put in a very awkward situation. Their hopes were extinguished by Han Shuo. Han Shuo put on an enigmatic smile and said, "We, the Han family, don't need such forces to make up the numbers. Don't worry, I know what to do." Although Zovik was very puzzled by Han Shuo's words, he did not try to persuade Han Shuo otherwise. He knew that Han Shuo had his own reasons for doing so. As an executor of orders, all he had to do was to follow Han Shuo's instructions. "All right, you may go about your business." Han Shuo waved his hand and gestured for Zovik to continue handling the news from various sources. Half a month later, Little Skull Han Hao appeared in the underground palace that Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie had built for him. He was accompanied by Scarlet and her subordinates. Han Hao's God Hunter subordinates had long returned to the fringe from various regions. Some of them had already arrived at the fringe and were camped at the center of the mountain. Upon his return, Han Hao immediately summoned the leaders who had returned to the fringe and met with them at the center of the mountain. "Spread the news. All the people scattered in the various regions are to return and gather in this place. Also, for the time being, stop attacking the other factions and restrain your desires. When this period is over, you will be able to continue satisfying your inner desires." Han Hao and the others began to issue orders. The leaders, led by Polo, nodded repeatedly and promised that they would restrain their subordinates for the time being. They knew very well that this was the time when all the forces in the fringe needed to unite. If they continued to target the smaller forces at this time, they would surely become the target of public condemnation and be condemned by the entire fringe. For the time being, I want all of you to focus on setting up this place. This place is very well hidden. As long as it is properly set up, we will not be in a passive position when the alliance comes. All right, the few of you make arrangements for your subordinates. No matter what kind of traps or barriers they are, as long as they can be set up, the more the better. Han Hao continued to instruct. After taking a short pause, Han Hao pointed at Scarlet, who was obediently listening to him, and introduced. "This is Scarlet, one of us. She will be a leader of a troop, just like you." Polo and the others had long noticed Scarlet and sensed the unique aura of a god hunter from her. They knew that she must have been subdued by Han Hao. They did not say anything and nodded in acknowledgement. Scarlet looked at Han Hao in a daze. It was at this moment that she realized just how powerful Han Hao was. There were 3 god hunter leaders in the stone chamber who possessed late-stage high god strength, like Polo. The others were also mid-stage high gods. The fact that Han Hao was able to subdue a late-stage high god was a testament to his strength and resourcefulness. Just by looking at those in the stone chamber, Scarlet could tell that Han Hao's strength was much greater than when he was at Ronson Canyon. Even though Han Shuo did not manage to kill those God Hunter leaders in Ronson Canyon, they were no match for Han Hao. Scarlet found Han Hao to be extremely charming at that moment. She couldn't help but recall the moment when she hugged Han Hao a few days ago. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for her to let her imagination run wild. After issuing a series of orders, Han Hao shot a glance at Scarlet and noticed that her cheeks were blushing. She seemed a little absent-minded. Han Hao then turned to his subordinates and saw that they were staring at Scarlet with lustful eyes. Han Hao felt displeased for some reason, as though someone had snatched something that belonged to him. Back when Scarlet had 2 scars on her face, even the God Hunter leaders of Ronson Canyon harbored ill intentions towards her. Now that she no longer had those hideous scars on her face, she exuded an irresistible charm. It was only natural that Polo and the others would covet her, as Han Hao had always been aloof and had never shown any interest in a woman to his subordinates. Polo and the others naturally assumed that Han Hao and Scarlet shared the same relationship as they did, that they were master and subordinate. That was why they dared to inspect Scarlet's body without restraint. Han Hao coldly groaned, shot an ice-cold glance at his impudent subordinates, pointed at Scarlet, and said to them, "She's mine. I will gouge out the eyes of anyone who dares to look at her like that again." Upon hearing those words, the lustful subordinates were aghast. They no longer dared to look at Scarlet. They knew that although this ruthless leader was young, he was ruthless and merciless. Moreover, he would never joke around. He would kill whoever he said he wanted to kill, and he would not hold back. Although they were frightened, they also felt that it was strange. After following Han Hao for so long, they had never seen Han Hao show any special interest in any woman. To them, Han Hao was a block of ice that did not have the emotions that a human being should have. They were all astonished by Han Hao's words. It was as though it was the first time they had met Han Hao. Their hearts were filled with puzzlement. Scarlet, who was just about to lash out at Polo and the others, became excited when she heard Han Hao's words. She felt as though her heart was filled with honey. She cast a bewitching glance at Han Hao and thought that he had finally come to his senses. How could he say such shameless words in front of so many people? "Oh, so you are the leader's woman. We have been rude." Polo smiled awkwardly and hastily bowed to Scarlet. He said, "My apologies. The leader has always kept a low profile. So, my apologies." Polo, who had a close relationship with Han Hao, immediately apologized to Scarlet. Upon hearing Polo's words, Scarlet was no longer angry. She did not deny her relationship with Han Hao. She smiled and nodded. Then she said in a tolerant tone, "Ignorance is not a crime. We are all on the same side. There is no need to be so calculative." Han Hao coldly glanced at Polo and groaned again. Then, in a rather impatient manner, he said, "All right, go and do what you need to do. Take advantage of the fact that the Alliance's people haven't arrived yet and guard this place tightly. It won't be long before we meet them. I don't want anyone to drag us down." Yes. Polo was startled again. He stole a glance at Han Hao and thought to himself, "This little lord is really jealous. I have only spoken a few words with her, and he wants me to leave." Cursing in his heart, Polo and the other leaders hurriedly left. After they were all gone, Han Hao brought Scarlet to the underground palace and said, "Let's go. I will bring you to the pandemonium."